Chapter 14, A History of California, the Spanish Period. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, The Jesuits in Baja California, 1697 to 1768. The occupation of either of the Californias by the sea route, rather than by following the line of overland progress to the junction of the Gila and Colorado rivers, thence branching out southward to the peninsula and northwestward to Monterey, represented a departure from the normal course, necessitating extraordinary efforts for a successful achievement. Yet both regions were settled and maintained as an overseas venture, and one of them, Baja California, served in some degree as a preliminary base for the acquisition of the other. Credit for the occupation of Baja California belongs jointly to the Jesuits and the Spanish government, which cooperated to bring it about, and especially to maintain the initial gains made at their own expense by the Jesuits. The Jesuits, however, are entitled to principal recognition as the active agents of the Crown, who succeeded in an enterprise which for nearly 2 centuries had had an almost unbroken record of failure. The disappointment of the government over the outcome of the Atondo colony in 1685 disposed it for the moment against incurring further expense in the Californias, but it was almost immediately reminded of the desirability of Spanish occupation by the appearance of the Pichilingües. In this case, the deep-voiced foreigners were English freebooters under Juan and Townley, who came up the coast in 1685 to 1686 in search of the Manila galleon. Juan tried to reach Cape San Lucas, but failed on account of the age-long difficulty of the contrary winds. He therefore turned about and made for the East Indies. The galleon was not taken, but the government was again roused to action. It was believed, however, that a new method of conquest should be tried, and therefore in 1686 an offer of 40,000 pesos a year was made to the Jesuits to undertake it. Since the conversion of the Indians, rather than wealth in pearls or the development of rich lands, was their primary aim, it was hoped that they might succeed where others had not been able to do so. The royal government might indeed have commanded the Jesuits to do this work, but in the nature of things it was essential to have their free consent. Thus, when the Jesuits declined on grounds of the wretchedness of the land and the small number of Indians, the government did not press the matter. The suggestion was soon to bear fruit, however. It was after the Jesuit refusal that the government made the already mentioned plan to finance Atondo again, a project which came to naught. The revival of the idea of a Jesuit conquest was due to 2 religious of that order, Fathers Eusebio Francisco Quino and Juan Maria Salvatierra. As a member of the Atondo expedition, Father Quino had developed an enthusiasm for Jesuit penetration into the Californias. This became one of the abiding aims of his life. Upon his return from the San Bruno colony, he had been sent to Sonora, where, in 1687, he had crossed the Altar River to found a mission at Dolores in Pimeria Alta. It was there that he met Salvatierra, who had been sent out by the Jesuit order as a visitador or inspector of the missions in that region. Quino imbued Salvatierra with his own enthusiasm, and the latter put himself at the head of a movement for a Jesuit occupation of Baja California. The time was unusually unpropitious, for Spain was then prostrate before France in a great war which was not yet finished but was virtually decided. Not only the government, but also the higher Jesuit officials opposed the plan, but in 1696 help came from the fountainhead of Jesuit power. In that year, Father Santaella, general of the order, was in Mexico City. He favored the project. It was therefore not hard to procure a license from the government, which had so long desired the achievement of this very aim, but the proviso was attached to its consent that the Jesuits must find the funds. Early in 1697, Salvatierra was empowered to raise them, if he could, by private subscription. Salvatierra was assisted in his project by Father Juan de Ugarte, a member of the Jesuit College of Mexico City. and it was this individual who now began his important services on behalf of the Californias by suggesting the establishment of the Pious Fund for the Californias. This institution, described hereafter in this chapter, provided for the collection of funds from pious individuals and for their employment in the founding and maintenance of missions. The royal license to the Jesuits, dated February 5, 1697, called for the occupation of the Californias by the Jesuits at their own expense, assisted by the Pious Fund. The most striking feature of the contract was the provision that the entire enterprise was to be under Jesuit control. Not only were they to have charge of spiritual interests, but they were also to hire and command the soldiers and such other officials or helpers as they might need. This was something new in California history, though it had been tried elsewhere in Spanish dominions, notably in Paraguay, with success. The one check on Jesuit authority was the requirement that the conquest should be made in the name of the king and subject to the orders of the viceroy or other higher representatives of the crown. Salvatierra met with many discouragements in getting his expedition under way. He found that insufficient provisions had been supplied. Then Fathers Kino and Piccolo, whom he had intended to take with him, did not appear at the rendezvous. Kino was detained permanently in Pimeria Alta, but Piccolo eventually joined Salvatierra, though not until after the latter had reached Baja California. Though affairs were not in such a state as he could have wished, Salvatierra resolved to go anyway, so he gathered together his army of 6 men and started. The voyage was made in 2 small craft, which endeavored to cross from the Sinaloa coast to the peninsula. Salvatierra's boat got across the Gulf in a single day, sailing on October 10, 1697, and arriving on the 11th. The other boat was caught in a storm and did not reach its destination until November 15th, over a month later. On October 18th, after a week's search, Salvatierra picked out a site about a third of the way up the peninsula, which Captain Romero had said he had visited 2 years before, on a voyage of which otherwise there is no record, unless Romero was in fact referring to the Itamara voyage of 1694. At this place, to which the name Loreto was given, was now established the first permanent European settlement of the Californias. A fort was constructed with the provisions as bulwarks, and a tiny swivel gun was mounted. There were many natives in the vicinity, and they helped in the work of preparing the camp, receiving gifts of porridge and maize. Salvatierra was a very busy man in the early days of the colony. He was priest, officer, sentry, governor of the province, and cook for the army rolled into one. Yet he found time to study the native tongue and to conduct religious services from the first. The Indians were invited to attend, and they were given an extra allotment of porridge when they did. Trouble soon developed, however, on the part of the unconverted. They wanted as much porridge as the converts received, and furthermore began to steal things about the camp. Their dissatisfaction at length reached such proportions that on the 1st of November they issued demands for porridge. For several days the Spaniards thought it best to accede to them, as the second ship had not arrived, and their forces were hopelessly insufficient. Meanwhile, they became exhausted with watching, for it was evident that the Indians, emboldened by their success, planned to rush the camp. At last, on November 12th, the attack came. The Spaniards felt that it was time to use the swivel gun. They did so, and one famous shot was fired, but the result was very different from what they could have hoped. The gun burst and killed 2 Spaniards, while the Indians received no harm. Seeing what had taken place, the Indians charged. All seemed over now, but the Spaniards prepared to sell their lives dearly. They fired their muskets point-blank at the Indians, several of whom were killed. Thereupon a new light dawned on the Indians, and they came to a sudden, unanimous, and simultaneous decision to run the other way. The battle was over. The next day the Indians sued for peace. 2 days later, on the 15th, the second boat, the one which had left Sinaloa at the same time as Salvatierra's, reached Loreto, and on the 23rd the first boat, which had been sent back to New Spain, came in, bringing Father Piccolo. Success now seemed likely. All the Indians appeared to want conversion and manifestly desired porridge, but Salvatierra insisted upon more instruction and greater proofs of their sincerity. The conquerors were now 18 in number, 2 religious, 7 soldiers, 5 sailors, and 4 Christian Indians from the mainland, a force that was large enough to cope with the Indians of the neighborhood, numerous as they were. Salvatierra's rectorship, or presidency of the Baja California missions, carrying with it the government of the province, lasted until his death in 1717. The events of these 20 years are typical of frontier life and are representative also of the course of affairs in the later period of Jesuit rule. The first 5 years were a particularly crucial period, for the entire weight of responsibility fell upon Salvatierra and his co-workers, without more aid from the king than the royal goodwill. The Pious Fund did especially effective service in these years, with the result that the number of soldiers was increased, supplies made adequate and regular in shipment, and more buildings erected. In 1699, the mission of San Javier was founded, south of Loreto at a fertile site, and Father Piccolo went there as missionary. In the early years, the Indians were occasionally hostile, being stirred to resistance by their native priests or medicine men, whose profession was of course frowned on by the Jesuits. But the fiery Captain Tortolero proved himself to be a Californian Miles Standish, and was able to keep the Indians in hand. They displayed no enthusiasm for conversion, however. On Palm Sunday of 1698, Salvatierra planned to represent a dinner of 12 apostles, with Indians filling in the role of the apostles, but only 2 Indians put in an appearance. There were also the inevitable quarrels of religious and military, especially between Salvatierra and Tortolero's successor Mendoza, though in this case the Jesuits clearly had the authority. Mendoza wanted to employ more summary methods against the Indians, and also to use the soldiers in fishing for pearls. Despite the risk involved, Salvatierra did not hesitate to settle the matter by discharging 18 of his 30 soldiers. The most serious difficulty arose over the inadequacy of the Pious Fund for the needs of the colony, and furthermore, the amount of the gifts to the funds fell away due to the inimical reports of the disappointed soldiery and the pearl fishers. It is to be noted that obscure seekers of pearls were a constant factor in the history of the province. The Jesuits complained against them because they forced the Indians to die for pearls, and consequently the religious would not sell them provisions. The government, however, encouraged the pearl fishers, and by a decree of 1703 waived the old idea of the monopoly. The effective occupation of the Californias, by whatever means it might be brought about, was what the government wanted. When it became evident that the Jesuits could not sustain themselves without royal aid, the king and his counselors came to the rescue. Philip V himself attended a session of the Council of the Indies in 1702, at which it was decided to grant a subsidy of 6,000 pesos a year and 2 additional missionaries, naturally at royal expense. Shortly afterward, an additional 7,000 pesos, 30 soldiers, and religious paraphernalia were added by the king, and in later years the annual royal subsidy reached as high as 30,000 pesos, thus providing for the soldiers, sailors, and missionaries. With this aid, the Pious Fund was able to furnish the rest. It is to be noted that there was almost no financial return on the royal investment, and that expensive wars in Europe were all along taxing the treasury to its uttermost. Yet the Spanish government, though occasionally behindhand in its payments, made what was, for the times, a generous allowance to maintain and extend the conquests in the Californias, primarily because of their strategic importance with reference to the rich kingdom of New Spain. Another important factor of a permanent variety was the difficulty of communications with the mainland. Many instances of delays and wreck occasioned by the storms of the Gulf of California have already been noted. In Salvatierra's time, about 1 ship a year was lost by wreck. Salvatierra became convinced that it would be much better to develop a supply route by way of Sonora, and in 1701 visited Quino in Pimeria Alta to discuss the matter. As a result, plans were made for joint expeditions from Sonora and Baja California to see whether there were a practicable trail. It was impossible to do this by boat, as the number of wrecks left the Jesuits with an insufficient fleet of vessels, and the contrary winds were too difficult a factor to overcome readily. Explorations were made by land to the end of Jesuit rule, but never quite reached the Colorado from the side of Baja California, or the settled part of the peninsula from the side of Sonora. It is important, however, that the need for such a route was recognized. Baja California was in fact at the extremity of an overland advance, occupied as a result of special circumstances before the intervening spaces. The greatest of the Baja California Jesuits, undoubtedly, was Father Salvatierra, but second only to him stood Father Juan de Ugarte. It was Ugarte who organized the work of the Pious Fund, but he was not content with the task of administering that institution. He wanted to be an active toiler in the field. So in 1701 he came to Loreto. Father Piccolo had just been driven away from San Javier by the Indians, but Ugarte went there to restore the mission. Moreover, relying on his great strength, for he was a giant in stature, he sent back the soldiers who had gone there with him. He reestablished the mission, and as the site was fertile, put the Indians to work at agriculture. The experiment, which had not previously been tried, was a success, and in course of time, San Javier was able to produce a surplus for use at the other missions. Ugarte was a man who radiated enthusiasm, and he was able to succeed where others would have failed. Patient as a rule, he could also exhibit a picturesque wrath. On one occasion, he took an Indian by the hair and swung him around his head, and on another seized by the hair 2 Indians who were fighting and dashed them to the ground. His bountiful courage was particularly useful in 1701, the year of his arrival. Provisions got so low that even Salvatierra was ready to abandon the province. Ugarte opposed and said that he would stay, whatever the others might do. All stayed, therefore. Very soon they were reduced to eating roots, but a ship came in time to save them. Naturally, upon the death of Salvatierra, Ugarte was appointed to succeed him, and he ruled until 1730, when he died at the age of 70 years. His term of office was one of great munificence to the Pious Fund, with the result that more missions were founded and the establishments generally placed on a secure basis. Ugarte resolved to solve the riddle of the Gulf, if Gulf it were. First, it was necessary to build a ship, for those which plied between the mainland and Loreto had proved unequal to the northward voyage. Scouring the land, he found a grove of timber in an almost inaccessible ravine. The builder said that it was not suitable for a ship, but Ugarte cut it anyway and hauled it for 100 miles over mountain ranges to a mission on the coast. The ship was built, and named appropriately the Triunfo de la Cruz, or Triumph of the Cross. In this boat, the venerable rector, then 61 years of age, made a voyage up the Gulf in 1721, taking an Englishman, a certain William Stafford, called Guillermo Estrafort in the Spanish, as pilot. Ugarte proved that the sheet of water upon which he sailed was a gulf. Yet, so persistent were the old ideas that the voyage had to be repeated by Father Consag in 1746. Then, at length, the legend of California's insularity was overthrown forever. A serious Indian revolt broke out in 1734. The Indians of the Cape San Lucas region had always been unruly, and particularly objected to the Jesuit efforts to deprive them of their institution of polygamy. There were only 3 Jesuits and 6 soldiers in the south when the rebellion began, and 2 of the former and 4 of the latter, together with many Indian converts, were killed. In 1735, when a boat from the Manila galleon put in at Cape San Lucas, 13 Spaniards were massacred. The news of these events spread through the peninsula, and the Indians of the north seemed on the point of rising, wherefore all the missions, save that of Loreto, were temporarily abandoned in 1735. 60 hard-fighting Yaqui Indians were brought over from Sonora, and they saved the situation for a time. Later in the year, Governor Huidobro of Sonora came to the peninsula and decisively defeated the Indians of the south. As a result, the revolt in the north died before it had fairly broken out, and that of the south lost force, though the Indians of that quarter continued to drive off cattle and to commit other depredations for some 10 years more. Abandonment of the province had been averted, however. In 1768, the Jesuits were deprived of their position in the peninsula. Before relating how this came about, it is well at this point to summarize their achievements in Baja California. As a recent work puts it, quote, "During their 70 years' sojourn in the lower, or Baja California, the Jesuits had charted the east coast and explored the east and west coasts of the peninsula and the islands adjacent thereto. They had explored the interior to the 31st parallel of north latitude, about 100 miles south of the present international boundary, in a manner that has never been excelled. They had brought about the institution of the Pious Fund. They had founded 23, including the Chapel of Jesus de Monte, mission establishments, of which 14 had proven successful. Footnote: 2 of the 14 were abandoned by the successors of the Jesuits. End footnote. They had erected structures of stone and beautified them. They had formulated a system of mission life never thereafter surpassed. They had not only instructed the Indians in religious matters, but had taught them many useful arts. They had made a network of open trails connecting the missions with each other and with Loreto. They had taken scientific and geographical notes concerning the country and prepared ethnological reports on the native races. They had cultivated and planted the arable lands and inaugurated a system of irrigation. Considering the abundance of level land, the water, and tens of thousands of Indians about them, the establishment by the Franciscans, at a later time, of 21 missions in Upper or Alta California during the 54 years preceding the passage of the Secularization Act is no circumstance to the peninsular work of the Jesuits. Finally, the Jesuits of California were men of high education, many of them of gentle birth. Of their labors in the peninsula, it has been said with truth that, remote as was the land and small the nation, there are few chapters in the history of the world on which the mind can turn with so sincere an admiration." End quote. Footnote: North, Arthur Walbridge, The Mother of California, San Francisco and New York, 1908. End footnote. Aside from the mission Presidio at Loreto and the other missions, there were a few settlements in Baja California where Spaniards lived. The Jesuits always resisted the entry of any whites other than themselves and their mission guards. They even opposed, with success, several royal projects for the founding of presidios on the west coast. Their idea, here as in Paraguay, was that the conversion and civilization of the native was the prime reason for their presence, and that these aims would best be attained if the selfish interests of white settlers were not allowed to complicate the situation. There was a sprinkling of miners, however, in the south, and, as already noted, the pearl fishers continued to visit the coasts. It remains to deal in somewhat more detail with the Pious Fund. The Pious Fund of the Californias, founded by Salvatierra and Ugarte in 1697, came to be, eventually, one of the principal supports of the missions of both Baja and Alta California. the royal treasury never provided enough for the needs of the missions, which could not have been sustained without a much larger governmental grant if it had not been for the assistance of the Pious Fund. For the first few years, indeed, the Pious Fund was the sole reliance of the Jesuits. At the outset, the method of handling was for the donors to pay over the interest merely on sums that they had given but retained in their possession. Thus, a grant of 10,000 pesos, which was usually regarded as the capital required for the support of one mission, entailed payment of 500 pesos per year as interest to the Jesuit administrator in Mexico City. One donor went bankrupt, however, and from the year 1716, the funds were paid over in entirety and reinvested, usually in ranches. Their greatest benefactor was the Marqués de Villapuente. In addition to providing sums for the founding of a number of missions, he gave several 100,000 acres of land in Tamaulipas with all the flocks and buildings upon them. A certain Josefa Paula de Arguelles gave nearly 200,000 pesos, and a member of the great Borja or Borgia family, Maria de Borja, Duquesa de Gandia, gave 62,000. The fund reached a total of from 500,000 to 1 million pesos and produced at a rate of about 5%. A Jesuit procurator managed the estates and bought and shipped goods to the missionaries in the peninsula. After the expulsion of the Jesuits had been decided upon in 1767, the Pious Fund was taken over by the government, but was managed as a separate financial institution with a view to carrying out the objects of the original donors. It was, henceforth, applied to both Californias. Occasionally, too, funds were devoted to other than purely religious objects, as in the case of the expeditions of 1769 and 1775-76 to Alta California, both of which were provided for, in part, out of the Pious Fund. In 1836, the Mexican government, which had succeeded Spain in exercise of sovereignty over the Californias, passed a law that the fund should be applied toward the expenses of a bishopric of the Californias, which, with papal assent, it was proposed to establish. Thus, the religious were deprived of any further utilization of the fund. In 1842, the Mexican government reassumed control, but announced that it would employ the proceeds to promote the civilization and conversion of the savages. Later in the same year, the separate estates of the Pious Fund were sold, and the monies obtained were incorporated in the Mexican treasury, but the government made formal acknowledgment of an indebtedness for religious objects in the Californias to the extent of 6% a year on the amount it had received. When the United States took over Alta California in 1848, Mexico ceased to make further payments on behalf of that territory, and for many years they lapsed. In 1868, a commission met to adjust claims between the United States and Mexico, and while it was still in session, the Catholic authorities of California put in a claim in 1870 for a portion of the income of the Pious Fund, so much as would normally have been Alta California's share. The United States entered the claim, but as no agreement with Mexico could be reached, the matter was submitted to an umpire in the person of Sir Edward Thornton. This gentleman rendered a decision in 1875 calling for payment by Mexico of 6% annually on 1/2 the value of the fund, on the theory that Alta and Baja California were equally entitled. His decision covered the 21-year period from 1848 to 1869 and required payment by Mexico of $904,070.99 or $43,050.99 a year. Mexico paid, but announced that any future claim for arrears would be inadmissible, a contention with which the United States did not agree. In 1891, the United States put in a claim for the arrears since 1869, but Mexico declined to honor the claim. In 1902, however, the two countries consented to a submission of the case to the Arbitral Tribunal of The Hague, the first case ever acted upon by that body. the court gave a unanimous decision that Mexico should pay the accrued interest, which by that time amounted to $1,420,682.67, and also that Mexico should forever pay over the sum of $43,050.99 each year on the 2nd of February. The money is payable to the United States, which of course recognizes its obligations to give the full amount to the Catholic Church in California. Mexico has again fallen in arrears, and the matter of the Pious Fund has taken its place as one of the perennial unpaid claims of this country against Mexico. As for the share due Baja California, Mexico has long since ceased to make payments. Thus, strangely does the course of history take its way. Who could have foreseen such a varied career for that heritage from the missionary zeal of Salvatierra and Ugarte, the Pious Fund of the Californias? In 1767, the Spanish government issued a decree expelling the Jesuits from all their dominions. The causes for this action had scarcely anything to do with Jesuit activities in Baja California, though there, as elsewhere, charges were filed against them. It was merely part of a worldwide movement in Catholic countries against the Jesuits, growing largely out of a fear that the Jesuits were planning a great revolution against the absolute monarchs of Europe. Portugal and France had already expelled the Jesuits, and Naples followed the lead of these countries, and Spain in 1767. Indeed, the Pope was induced to suppress the Jesuit order in 1773, though it was later restored. It is therefore futile to go into the question of the justice of this decision as affecting the Jesuits of Baja California, as the complaints of their detractors, which were in great part false or very greatly exaggerated, had no real bearing on the case. In Baja California, as in all other Spanish domains, great secrecy was observed in carrying out the decree, and no hint of what was coming was given. In September 1767, Captain Gaspar de Portola, a native of Catalonia, arrived in the province with a commission as governor. He called the Jesuits together, and on February 3, 1768, they were sent out of the peninsula. The Indians, it seems, made great manifestations of grief, and well they might, for their future in other hands was to be less happy than it had been under Salvatierra and his successors. The Franciscans of the College of San Fernando in Mexico City had been offered the California field in June 1767 and had accepted, but it was not until April 1768 that their first missionaries actually arrived in the peninsula. Footnote: the College of San Fernando was not a college, as that word is ordinarily understood in this country. It was one of several Franciscan institutions, such as the colleges of Querétaro, Jalisco, and Zacatecas, which served primarily as an administrative center for missionary work and as a home for missionaries without employment or for those who had retired from actual service. The College of San Fernando, which was destined to supply all the missionaries of Alta California in the Spanish era, and most of those in the Mexican, was founded in 1734. End footnote. Meanwhile, the missions had been turned over to military commissioners who gave very little thought to the Indians and very much to a search for the vast treasure that the Jesuits were reputed to have accumulated. As a result, the missions were nearly ruined, and the Indians were left in sad straits, while little or no treasure was found. At the head of the Franciscans, who arrived in the spring of 1768, was Junipero Serra, the appointee of the college as president of the missions, then in his 55th year. The conditions under which he took up his presidency were very different from those of the Jesuit era. Not only was the government of the province forever removed from mission control, but also the temporalities of the missions, that is, the flocks, crops, and economic resources in general, were left in the hands of the military commissioners. Only the church properties and spiritual authority were to be in charge of the Franciscans. The military man had proved to be self-seeking or else incompetent, so that the missions seemed doomed to fail. Not having food or clothing to give the Indians, the missionaries could not attract the unconverted or even hold the former protégés of the Jesuits. Later, in 1768, José de Gálvez, the citador or royal inspector of all New Spain, arrived in the peninsula, and one of his first reforms was to give back the temporalities to missionary control. With this, the new regime in the Californians, that of the typical frontier province, may fairly be said to have been installed. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15, A History of California, the Spanish Period. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, Progress of the Idea of Overland Advance to the Californias, 1687 to 1765. The establishment of the Jesuit missions in Baja California was in conformity with government projects, but was far from being as thoroughgoing and extensive a settlement as the authorities could have wished. The basis of their desires, the strategic importance of the Californias with reference to New Spain, has already been alluded to several times. But, in the face of the difficulties in the way of occupying the land, the impelling causes and the motive agencies of conquest had to be very strong in order to achieve the wished-for result. It is well at this point to get these factors clearly in mind before proceeding with the detail as to the governmental plans and activities. The mere lust or vainglory of conquest in itself, without the inducement of profits, had never appealed to the Spaniards in the Americas. Conquests involved expenditures, and the government had no funds for expeditions that promised no clearly recognizable advantage. The northern mystery still lived in the 18th century in the minds of many individuals, at least in its milder forms of wealth in precious metals, kingdoms of Quivira and straits of Anian, though fountains of youth and Amazon islands were no longer urged seriously. But the government was utterly unmoved by these tales, or at any rate declined to open the royal purse in order to investigate them. A definite discovery of wealth in precious metals might indeed cause it to assume the expense of a conquest, but the evidences of discovery had to be convincing before it would start. Mere wealth and natural resources, of the kind that would require time and capital to develop, did not interest the state. Precious metal would yield immediate returns through the exaction of the royal fifth, or through the sale of quicksilver, which was a royal monopoly, for extracting gold or silver from the ores. But Spain had other uses for her long-term capital than its employment in a distant frontier province of the empire. There was one perennial cause for conquest, the fear lest some other European power might occupy lands that would threaten those already possessed by Spain. That is, the element of foreign danger, which had made its appearance as a factor in Spanish imperial councils when Drake's visit to the Pacific coast had inaugurated the area of the aggressive-defensive in California affairs. In this matter, Spain was unceasingly distrustful, and her fear was constant. Indeed, skepticism was thrown to the winds where foreign aggressions were concerned, and mere unauthenticated reports were sufficient to produce expensive efforts from which no financial profit was expected to be derived. Hardly a year passed without some governmental project on this account, but the advances between 1687 and 1769, except for the Jesuit activities in Baja California, were more in the way of improving the eventual line of communications than in taking over new territories. All of this was essential work. If the details are not dwelt upon here, it is not because the founding of a Presidio or the suppression of an Indian war in Sonora was a matter of no importance. What might have happened if incontrovertible evidence of foreign aggression in the Californias had been received is a question, but no such proofs were obtained in this period. Suspicion there was, always. Down to 1761, it was directed primarily against the French, But the English were at all times suspected, and the fear of Russian encroachments began to be a factor from about the middle of the 18th century. In any event, the government had to have fit instruments to carry out its policies of defensive conquest. The relative importance of the military, the religious, and the civilian settler as agencies of conquest has already been discussed, but it should be emphasized that the conversion of Indians to Christianity is to be regarded distinctly as an agency rather than the cause of conquest. On this point, Father Engelhardt says, quote, "The kings, indeed, desired the conversion of the Indians to Christianity, and frequently declared this to be the chief aim of the conquest. Nevertheless, the object for which alone expenses were incurred was political." End quote. And again, quote, "The men who presumed to guide the destinies of Spain cared not for the success of religion or the welfare of its ministers, except insofar as both could be used to promote political schemes." End quote. Anybody who has made an extensive study of the documents of the period will recognize that these statements are essentially true. Unquestionably, the conversion of the Indians was the principal object of the missionaries, but with the government it was merely a means to an end. If funds were provided for missions, it was because some political advantage was expected, or in order that some danger to the state might be averted. As an agency of conquest, however, the work of the religious, as already indicated, was very important. One other important agency of conquest had to combine with these elements which were permanently in the field if a striking advance were to be made toward and into the Californias, especially in the absence of definite information of a foreign invasion to act as an exceptional spur to conquest. The difficulties to be overcome, geographical barriers, the insufficient funds which the government was willing to apply, the hindrances of graft and administrative cumbersomeness, the numerous Indians to be encountered, and the competition of Europeans, were so great that only a leader of extraordinary energy and ability could push ahead of the normal march of conquest. Salvatierra and Ugarte demonstrated the necessary qualities in Baja California, but no other great leader appeared until the arrival of José de Gálvez in 1765. There were many, however, who paved the way for later conquests by their explorations of little-known lands or by their propaganda in favor of an advance. Three factors should be considered, then, in dealing with the Spanish approach to Alta California: projects for an advance, including the activities of individuals and the plans of the government, the obstacles in the way of an advance, and the normal march of conquest by the land route through Sonora. The initial impulse for the Spanish advance over the last stretch of land that separated New Spain from Californias was given by Father Eusebio Francisco Kino of the Jesuit order. In 1687, when he established the Mission Dolores on one of the upper branches of the Sonora River, he took the first step toward bringing Pimeria Alta within the frontier and extending the Spanish occupation to its Pacific coast objectives of Baja California and Monterey. His major interest, aside from the immediate problems connected with his missionary labors in Pimeria Alta, was the discovery and development of a supply route to Baja California. As a member of the Otondo colony of 1683 to 1685, as already stated, he had acquired an interest in the peninsula which thereafter he never ceased to have. He it was who inspired Salvatierra to make the attempt which had resulted in the Jesuit occupation of Baja California in 1697. After exploring the Gila and Colorado valleys, Kino became interested in the northern lands as well, hoping to reach Monterey. He trusted that the Manila galleon might be ordered to stop there and send goods overland to Sonora, and he grew to believe that a settlement should be founded on the Colorado River to serve as a base for operations against the Apaches and Moquis to the east and northeast, and for the conquest of the Californias on the one hand and the lands intervening between Sonora and New Mexico on the other. These ideas constituted, in effect, the program of Spanish northwestward conquest for the next 100 years. The partial fulfillment of this plan by the Anza expeditions of 1775 to 1776 from Sonora to Monterey was to have tremendous consequences to the eventual advantage of California and the United States, just as the failure of the Colorado Gila settlements in 1781 was to have equally important and, as it turned out, equally fortunate results. Kino is therefore one of the headlights in the list of those men who contributed to the founding of Spanish California. Not only did he possess these ideas himself, but he also disseminated them in his voluminous writings, including correspondence, memorials, and a volume recounting his experiences. In the quarter of a century following his appearance in Pimeria Alta, Kino and his companions pushed the frontier of mission work and the exploration of the Gila and the lower Colorado. By 1695, Kino had established a chain of missions up and down the valley of the Altar. His repeated journeys of exploration took him, among other places, to the borders of the Californias, and enabled him to help clear up the geographical puzzles about those lands. Kino had come to America in the belief that California was a peninsula, but, under the influence of current teachings, had accepted the idea that it was an island. During his last journey to the Gila, however, he had been given some blue shells such as he had seen on the western coast of Baja California and nowhere else. He now reasoned that California must, after all, be a peninsula, and that it might be possible to find a land route over which to send supplies to Salvatierra's struggling missions. To test this view was the principal object of his later explorations. In 1700 he, for the first time, descended the Gila to its junction with the Colorado. In the following year, accompanied by Salvatierra, he tried to reach the head of the Gulf by going up the coast from Sonoita. Failing in this, he went to the Gila junction, descended the Colorado nearly to its mouth, and crossed over on a raft. In 1702, he again descended the Colorado, this time reaching the Gulf. He had now proved, to his own satisfaction at least, that California was a peninsula. Meanwhile, Kino and his brother friars had pushed the missionary frontier to the Gila. In 1700, he founded the mission of San Javier del Bac, and within the next 2 years, those of Tumacacori and Guevali, all in the Santa Cruz Valley and within modern Arizona. Kino's exploring tours were also itinerant missions, and in the course of them he baptized and taught in numerous villages up and down the Gila and Colorado and throughout Pimeria Alta. Kino had blazed the trail. The record of the next half-century after the completion of his own labors in 1711 amounts to accumulation of achievements along the lines that he had already laid down. Fathers Agustin Campos, Juan de Ugarte, Ignacio Keller, Jacobo Sedelmeier, and Fernando Consag of the Jesuit order carried on explorations in the Colorado Gila country and in the Gulf of California. The most important result of their work was the definite proof, obtained by Ugarte and Consag, that there was no strait separating the Californias from the mainland. Development of overland routes for further settlements and the carrying of supplies was, therefore, possible. Noteworthy, too, were the problems in imaginary geography arising from Sedelmeier's journey of 1744, when he ascended the Colorado to Bill Williams Fork. Fears arose lest the French, and after 1763 the English, might be near the sources of the Colorado. Sedelmeier had also heard that there was a certain Rio Amarillo a little further on, beyond where he had gone, and that it flowed westward out of the Colorado. People wondered whether this might be the Carmelo, which emptied near Monterey, a tiny stream which Vizcaíno had exaggerated to the proportions of a mighty river. The proximity of the French or of the English, and the watercourses by which they might advance against New Spain, were used henceforth as leading arguments for an occupation of the Colorado Gila country and Monterey. The names of those who fell heir to Kino's ideas are legion. The Jesuits José de Ortega in 1754, Andrés Burrell 1757, and Francisco Javier Alegre 1767, published books in which were set forth similar arguments to those that Kino had made. The same things came out in the memorials of Campos, Sedelmeyer, Escobar, head of the Jesuits in New Spain, Pedro Altamirano, head of the order in Spain, and Juan Antonio Baltasar, also of the Jesuit order, and of other individuals such as Captain Juan Bautista de Anza, father of the Anza, who headed the expeditions of 1774 and 1775-76 to Alta California, Bishop Benito Crespo of Puebla, a certain José de Mesa, Captain Fernando Sanchez, and another military officer named Pedro de la Vaquera. Royal officials in Mexico City and Spain were distinctly interested. Nearly every viceroy and the fiscales of the Audiencia of Mexico and the Council of the Indies gave these projects their serious consideration, and so also did Spanish ministers of state such as Cardinal Alberoni, Fernando Triviño, and the Marqués de Ensenada, and Julián de Arriaga. Footnote: the fiscales were individuals attached to the audiencias and the councils whom matters were referred to for an opinion. They were lawyers, but their advice was not confined to the legal affairs. In practice, during the 18th century, they were among the most important individuals in the Spanish administrative system, whether in Spain or in the colonies. As a general rule, the opinions of the fiscales were followed verbatim. Particularly was this true of the fiscales of the Council of the Indies. King Philip V was so much interested that he attended meetings of the Council of the Indies in which these matters were discussed. Among the outstanding memorialists of the other government officials were José Gallardo, visitador in Sonora in 1748 to 1749, and the Marqués de Altamira, an official of the Audiencia of Mexico. It should be stated that very few of these individuals recognized that they were following in Kino's footsteps, but the fact that so many of them reached virtually the same conclusions, though independently, proves how important the matter of an advance to the Californias by way of the Gila and Colorado was regarded. It will not be possible to give in detail the views of these men, but a reference to some of their recommendations may well be made. The entire period under consideration was filled with royal decrees evincing interest in the extension of conquests in the Californias and in the occupation of the Colorado and Gila basins. Especially notable was one of January 29, 1716, for which Alberoni, then dominant in Spanish politics, is said to have been responsible, although it is likely that he was influenced by the memorials of Kino, whose ideas appear in the decree. The decree itself was like many another, asking information as to the progress of conversions in the Californias, referring to the great importance of promoting spiritual conquest there, and ordering the viceroy to fulfill the decree of July 26, 1708, requiring him to take steps in the matter. At the same time, orders were given to promote the advancement of the Sonora missions, and verbal instructions were issued to the viceroy to explore the Pacific coasts and to found colonies and presidios there. In addition to these colonies, Alberoni planned, quote, in like manner to advance the Spanish domain with the new settlements in the vast unknown territories to the north of Sonora, from the Gila and Colorado rivers onward, end quote. The last-named settlements might send their products to the new colonies on the coast and receive in exchange what they needed, he argued. These regions were not to rely on New Spain and Europe for trade, but were to develop commerce with the Philippines. Alberoni was not left in peace to work out his ideas, and a few years later, after a stormy career in power, he found himself an exile from Spain. The viceroy called a junta, however, to act upon the decree of 1716 and all but one member approved a plan to found at least one colony on the west coast of the Californias. Footnote: the Junta de Guerra y Real Hacienda of the Viceroyalty was one of the most important institutions in Spanish colonial administration. Its consent was necessary for the expenditure of royal funds, and it was often called upon to deliberate whether a given project should be ordered or not. It was, however, very human in its workings, in that a viceroy could override the law and dominate or even dispense with the junta if he so desired. The number of members varied, but it was usually about 10 or 12. Most of them held administrative posts connected with financial affairs and were in the capacity of the subordinates of the viceroy. Ordinarily, the viceroy welcomed the counsels of the junta and followed them, just as, on other matters, he accepted the suggestions of the fiscal. Special juntas of experts in a given matter were also called from time to time, but these bodies were purely consultative. End footnote. The member in opposition was a Jesuit, and his views, supported by others of his order, were allowed to prevail. The Jesuits feared that the new colonies would prove a detriment to the work of conversion then being carried on by them in Baja California. The next capital moment along the line of the overland advance came as a result of a most extraordinary incident. In 1736, a remarkable silver mine was discovered at or near a place called Arizonac, or Arizona, just south of the border of the present-day state of Arizona. The more usual name for the mine at that time was bolas de plata, balls of silver, or planchas de plata, nuggets of silver, because the precious metal was found in balls or nuggets of almost pure silver. These were on or near the surface, and were of immense size, some of them weighing a ton or more. Accounts differed, but there were several stating that the largest nugget weighed 3,500 pounds. One of the reputed finders, Fermin, spoke of a 4,000-pound nugget and said that there were many of about 500 pounds. There was an immediate rush of miners to that spot. Captain Anza of Fronteras interfered with them, claiming that the bolas belonged properly to the king. According to the law, 1/5 of the silver accrued to the king if the discovery were a mine, but if it were a hidden treasure, the king was entitled to all. Anza claimed that if it were not a hidden treasure, it was at least a criadero, or growing place of silver, and therefore belonged to the national treasury. The viceroy reversed Anza's decision, but the royal decree of 1741 sustained the Fronteras captain. It is doubtful whether Anza could have held back the miners if the mines had proved to be extensive, and it is said that his interference was not very effective anyway, the greater part of the wealth going to the discoverers. Anza himself stated that he had difficulty in saving any for the king. Although the region was rich in mineral wealth of the ordinary type, the bolas seem to have been but a superficial deposit, and nothing is heard of them after 1741. Nevertheless, the bolas incident did lead to an official consideration of northwestward conquest by way of the Colorado and Gila rivers. The bolas de plata were a definitely proved item of wealth, which was infinitely more important than, for example, a fabled mountain of gold. Where so much silver had been found, there was good reason to expect that more existed. It was this incident that gave rise to the memorials of Anza, Bishop Crespo, and Mesa recommending an extension of the Spanish conquest. Writing to the viceroy on January 14, 1737, about the discovery of the bolas, Anza said, quote, "The discovery of these balls of silver, most excellent sir, an unprecedented wealth under the circumstances and right at the limits of Christian conquest, has come so like a bolt from the blue that many learned, zealous, and prudent men deem it a sign from the ever-merciful God, author of all things, that we should push farther into the interior. Though indeed the quantity of wealth discovered is not overwhelming in amount, it is, in such form that it is, strong evidence that greater riches may be found by which the reduction of souls may be brought about. just as has happened elsewhere in both Americas. I am aware of the fact that many projects which were proposed in entire earnestness in former years have not been successful on account of the difficulties experienced in practice in various provinces and in different cases, and much money has been expended. But in order that there shall be a beginning, and here my project begins, of a discovery up to the Colorado River and some leagues beyond, it need not cost much. The funds can be procured, perhaps, from pious individuals, and I shall contribute horses, cattle, mules, and small articles as gifts for the Indians. This project is, in my opinion, the best way to bring about what shall in the future seem desirable, and as the inhabitants of the Colorado Gila country are industrious, it is to be presumed that it will not be difficult to reduce them. It would be otherwise if they lived by hunting with the bow and arrow and upon the wild fruits and roots, for it would then be almost impossible to conquer them, as I know from experience." Anza also quoted a number of reports of early explorers and reviewed the evidence for belief in the wealth of the North. The vast ruin on the Gila, known as the Casa Grande, and an even greater one in Chihuahua, built, he thought, by Aztec kings in the course of their migration southward, were mentioned by him in support of this belief. Indians of the Gila had told Jesuit visitors of the existence of quicksilver in the north. Anza had something to say, too, of the island California, of the strait through the continent, and of the 7 cities, Gran Teguayo and Quivira, and, as usual, as already indicated, the vast number of Indians awaiting conversion was adduced as an argument for an expedition. Favorable action was taken on Anza's proposal in 1737-1738, both in Mexico City and in Spain, but before matters had reached the stage of an expedition, the Fronteras captain lost his life in 1739 in a battle with the Apaches. It was in any event too early for the execution of this plan, with the limited resources Spain would have been willing to apply. The situation in Sonora was not yet favorable for an advance unless the government were ready to make an extraordinary effort, or unless a man of exceptional ability should appear on the scene to make slender means serve great ends. Important action was taken, however, though not precisely what Anza had proposed. The government's hand in Sonora was strengthened through the founding of 2 presidios, and the day of land communications with Alta California was advanced in just the ratio that contributed to the peace of regions along the line of march thereto from New Spain. Meanwhile, the government never lost sight of the project of occupying the Californias through the means of Spanish settlements as well as by strengthening the Jesuit missions. George Anson, commander of an English naval vessel, had contributed to this attitude on the part of Spain, for he had appeared off the west coast of New Spain in 1742 and had subsequently captured the galleon in the Philippines. This period was also one of great activity on the part of the French. At least the Spanish government was much worried lest they should push their conquests to the headwaters of the Colorado and down that river to the Gulf of California. The discussions eventually came to revolve about 5 memorials drawn up in 1751 by Fernando Sanchez, a captain of cuirassiers in Sinaloa and Sonora, 4 of them combined in one document and addressed to the king, and the 5th directed to a junta which had been called in Mexico City. The first 3 aimed at the internal development of Sinaloa and Sonora as the necessary prerequisite to an advance of the frontiers. Sanchez recommended the secularization of the missions in Sinaloa and southern Sonora, the removal of unruly elements, undesirable whites, and some of the malcontent tribes, such as the Seris, Pimas, and Apaches, especially the last named, from the province, and a better provision for agricultural and mineral development. Footnote: the secularization of the missions meant their removal from missionary rule and the succession of the secular clergy to spiritual authority. The Indians were emancipated from economic control and given the lands of the missions. In theory, it indicated that the conversion and civilization of the native were reasonably complete. In fact, it meant that the region in question had ceased to have the characteristics of a frontier province." The fourth memorial, looking toward conquests in the region of the Colorado and Gila, contained the matter of chief interest to Sanchez, who devoted the letter with which he remitted the four representations to a summary mainly of the fourth. In this letter he said, quote, "Sir, France is secretly taking great strides to extend her settlements to the frontiers of ours, encircling us from our borders on the east until now she finds herself along that of the north in the vicinity of New Mexico, and she has only to turn slightly to the west to come upon the South Sea, the Pacific Ocean, where the Carmelo River empties. It is very important to your crown to resolve upon the founding of strong settlements in the regions of the Colorado and Gila. When this is done, it will serve three ends. 1. To prevent the French conquests from ever penetrating to the South Sea. 2. The great advantage it will be as a base of operations for our conquests along those nations of Indians in the regions of the Colorado and the Gila. And 3. So that we vassals of your majesty shall occupy Alta California, the richest and most abundant land that this vast kingdom contains. In this way, it will follow that within a few years, it will be necessary to place a viceroy in San Juan, Sonora, or the royal mining camp and city of Chihuahua, whose jurisdiction shall comprise the governments of Sonora, New Mexico, Nueva Vizcaya, and the conquests of the Colorado River. According to this arrangement, the troops in those parts will be governed by quick and more efficacious measures to the advantage of your royal service, and in course of time many other favorable considerations will accrue." Footnote. The matter in brackets was supplied from the original of the memorial, which combines the four representations of the king in a document of 114 pages. Footnote. In the memorial proper, Sanchez referred to a westward branch of the Colorado, which might prove to be the Carmelo, thus furnishing the French with an easy route to Monterey. In the document that he directed to the junta, Sanchez urged an expedition to explore a route to the sea at the point where the Carmelo emptied, though the Colorado River settlements should first be made secure, and he added that an establishment on the Carmelo would be useful both for the Manila galleon and as a check against foreign enemies, particularly the French. The French were very near the mother range of the American mountains, and if they ascended that, they would find the Pacific before them. The Spanish government now displayed more interest than ever before. José de Gálvez, fiscal of the Council of the Indies, said of the Sanchez proposals that they seemed to him to be, quote, "so important, especially that of the prompt conquest and settlement on the Colorado River, because of the grave damage that may be occasioned to the kingdom of New Spain and its provinces by any post of vantage that may advance the French nation, that it will be fitting to charge the viceroy to devote his primary attention to the conquest and settlement which Don Fernando Sanchez proposes, inasmuch as by the conquest and dislodgment of the Seri, Tiburon, Carrizo, and Salinero Indians, the way to the Colorado and Gila rivers has become free." The Indians referred to were all resident in Sonora, and it had recently been reported that Governor Ortiz, that is, Diego Ortiz Parilla, often referred to as Parilla, had overwhelmed them in 1750. In fact, Ortiz's conquests had far from removed the fangs of these enemies. The Council of the Indies adopted the view of Goyeneche and proceeded to discuss the advantages of occupying Monterey, if only to forestall the French. Meanwhile, the same interest was being shown in Mexico City. One new note appears in a voluminous memorial of 1751 by the Marqués de Altamira. He pointed out, correctly that the problems of occupying the Colorado-Gila country could not be separated from those of the frontier as a whole, from the Californias to Texas, the conditions of which he reviewed. This, to be sure, was not the first time that the Spaniards had grasped the unity of the frontier as a result of the wide-spreading Indian wars. It was this idea that had caused the government to send out Pedro de Rivera in the years 1724 to 1728 to inspect the presidios of the whole northern frontier. Altamira's service lay in pointing out that this problem affected projects of conquest to the northwest, as well as that of directly defending what Spain already possessed. The bulk of his memorial, however, was devoted to the proposed conquest by way of the Colorado and Gila. He favored the founding of settlements there as a nucleus for an advance to the Californias and, in time, to New Mexico. Matters seemed ripe for the extraordinary effort which could have overcome the hindrances to conquest when a revolt of the Pimas of Pimeria Alta in 1751 cooled Spanish ardor. On hearing of this, the fiscal of the council recommended, in 1752, that action on Sanchez's proposal should be postponed until Sonora were restored to peace, and such was the decision of the council. Several additional presidios were established in Sonora, however. Furthermore, Sanchez had formulated a plan which, with the addition of the suggestion contained in Altamira's memorial, became the program of the government during the next 30 years, though Sanchez's ideas, and the credit therefor, were taken over by José de Gálvez. But Sanchez, in turn, had merely fitted Kino's program to the new circumstances of his own times. After 1752, the authorities gave their principal attention during the next 20 years to the question of establishing good order in Sonora, but the plans for northwestward advance were at no time given up. Between 1753 and 1761, the spur of the French conquest toward New Mexico and the Pacific coast was more active than ever. In 1757, Father Andres Buriel published anonymously the 3-volume Noticia de la California, which has usually been ascribed to Father Miguel Venegas. In addition to the old ideas of the Jesuits as to the necessity of developing the land route to Baja California around the head of the Gulf, Buriel stated more clearly than any other writer ever has why Baja California, the most disagreeable, barren, and wretched country in the world, should have been a matter of so much concern to the Spanish crown and the Jesuits. It was because of its location, said Buriel, that the conquest of California had long been preferred to that of any other American country. If the peninsula were unoccupied, the whole western coast of New Spain, quote, from Acapulco to the Colorado River, would be unsafe, especially if some European power should erect colonies, forts, and presidios on the coast of the Californias, unquote. This consideration led him to desire that the Spanish missions of Sonora and the Californias should be connected with those of New Mexico and extended beyond the Gila and Colorado to San Diego, Monterey, and even the reputed Aguilar's River in Alta California. Almost as important in its effects as Buriel's suggestions in themselves was the notice which the work attracted in European countries. It was almost at once translated into the leading tongues of Western Europe, and the English translator showed a smug appreciation of the great strategic advantages England would enjoy if his countrymen might discover the Northwest Passage and establish themselves in Alta California, a land of, quote, a pleasant climate and fruitful soil, from whence they, the English, may with certainty command the most valuable branches of commerce that have been hitherto discovered, unquote. With the signing of the 2 treaties of 1761 and 1762, known jointly as the Family Compact, the peril from the French disappeared, as France and Spain then leagued themselves together in opposition to England. Danger from the English almost immediately succeeded to the same or even greater place in Spanish councils, for in 1763 England added the vast American possessions of France to her already large colonial domain. England was also a far more threatening enemy by sea than France had been. Nevertheless, it was natural to expect that less attention would be paid to an advance of the Spanish conquest toward Alta California than in former years. Spain's crushing defeat in the War of 1762 to 1763 against England and her preparations for a renewal of the contest took about all in the way of funds that Spain could get together. Furthermore, it had by this time been proved that Sonora was not in a sufficiently settled state to permit of a normal and reasonably easy advance. So, once again, Spain confined her efforts for a while to strengthening her garrisons in that rich but restless province along the northwestern border of the Kingdom of New Spain. It remains to give brief consideration to those factors on which the permanence of the settlements eventually founded in Alta California was in fact to depend. The obstacles, or more particularly the hostile Indians that stood in the way of an establishment of communications between Sonora and Alta California, and the internal development of Sinaloa and Sonora, which were, in time, to provide the more northwesterly province with the sinews of continuous existence. Indian wars were a continual factor tending to retard the development of the frontier provinces and thereby to check the Spanish northwestward advance. The Apaches began their raids into Sonora before the close of the 17th century, though northern Nueva Vizcaya, modern Chihuahua, to the east, was their principal object of attack. In 1695, there was a serious revolt of the Pimas of Pimeria Alta, and in 1699 the wars with the Seris in the region between the Yaqui and Sonora rivers commenced. It would be profitless to recite the many wars of the next half-century or more. Hardly a year passed without at least one military campaign, and frequently there were serious outbreaks. At every crucial moment in plans for northwestward advance, the Indians by their revolts were sure to provide the authorities with unanswerable arguments as to the untimeliness of the projects. In 1737, when Anza of Fronteras made his suggestion of an expedition to the Gila and Colorado, the Pimas of the coast revolted and took refuge in the Cerro Prieto, an almost impregnable mountain stronghold in the vicinity of Guaymas. Anza subdued them, but soon had to turn about to meet the Apaches, losing his life in the battle against them in 1739. In 1740 to 1741, the Mayos and Yaquis in the south rose against the mission system to which they had for many years been reduced. Indian wars in Sonora were even more prominent in the period of the Sanchez representations. Governor Ortiz had to undertake a campaign against the Seris in 1750. Alluding to this in a letter of 1751, the viceroy referred to the Seris and their neighbors as the disturbing factor which for over a century had proved a hindrance to further exploration of the Gila and Colorado rivers and to the establishment of communications between the Californias and the mainland. Another letter of the same year made mention of northeastern Sonora as one of the regions where the Apaches were wont to commit their depredations. Then came the Pima Revolt of 1751, which caused the shelving of Sanchez's projects. All of the missions, villages, mining camps, and ranches in the northwest were destroyed, and 2 missionaries and perhaps 100 other whites lost their lives. Troops were rushed to the scene, and the rebellion was crushed in 1752, but it was 20 years before prosperity returned to Pimeria Alta. The Seris had risen again in 1751, and from that time until 1771, they were almost constantly at war with the Spaniards, taking refuge, when hard-pressed, in the Cerro Prieto. Apache warfare was equally continuous and annoying. Indeed, for the frontier provinces as a whole, it was far worse, for it ranged from Sonora to Texas. One of the best descriptions of Apache warfare was provided by Pedro de la Vaquera, who probably in 1760 or 1761 petitioned the king for a right to make explorations in the vicinity of Arizonac and for the command of a presidio in that region. This petition he accompanied by 3 memorials which make it manifest that he was the direct heir of Sanchez's ideas, but as no action seems to have been taken upon them, they need not be discussed, except as they bear upon the Apaches. The memorial about the Apaches, which shows a keen knowledge of frontier conditions in accounting for the failure to conquer these Indians, has been summarized in a recent work as follows. Quote, "The Apaches, when attacked, habitually retired to the mountains which were inaccessible to the presidial troops. This was due not merely to the fact that the latter were cavalrymen, but to the nature of the soldiers themselves. Most of them were mulattoes of very low character, without ambition, and unconquerably unwilling to travel on foot, as was necessary in a mountain attack. Moreover, their weapons carried for so short a distance that the Apaches were wont to get just out of range and to make open jest of the Spaniards. Furthermore, some presidial captains were more interested in making a personal profit out of their troops, arising from the fact that part of the latter's wages was paid in effects, than they were in subjecting the enemy, nor did the various captains work in harmony when on campaigns. Continuance of the Apaches in Apacheria was in the highest degree prejudicial. Not only were they a hindrance to conquests toward the Colorado and in the direct route between Sonora and New Mexico, but also they endangered regions already held by Spain, leading subjected Indians, either from fear or from natural inclination, to abandon missions and villages and, whether in alliance with the Apaches or by themselves, to commit the same kind of atrocities as the Apaches did. Lavaquera recommended that 200 mountain fusiliers of Spanish blood be recruited in Spain, equipped, among other things, with guns of long range, and dispatched to New Spain for service against the Apaches. These men, under a disinterested leader, would quickly subject the Apaches, and might then be given lands in that region. Being of a higher stamp than the presidial soldiers, they would be eager to develop the lands and would be a permanent source of strength to that country." In fine, expeditions against the Apaches accomplished little, as the Indians could never be brought to a general engagement. Often the Apaches took advantage of the expeditions against them to raid the country about the presidios, thus deprived of its usual guard. "It is impossible to estimate the damages suffered in Sonora," writes Burial, "especially since the death of the brave Captain Anza, in villages, settlements, farms, roads, pastures, woods, and mines, many of which have been abandoned on that account, although very rich." Even the mission Indians could no longer be controlled, and the Jesuits feared to discipline them, lest it should provoke a revolt. The Jesuits had very greatly lost influence since the Pima Revolt of 1751, though this was in a large measure a reflection of the world campaign being waged against them, and their conflicts with the military and the settlers had now reached the proportions of a serious problem in itself, affecting the good order of Sonora. The missions themselves showed the effects, for few converts were obtained after 1751. The old and the infirm and the women and children resided at the missions, but the able-bodied men rarely came in unless impelled by hunger or by fear of the Apaches. They remained in the mountains or aided the Seris in stirring up trouble. Meanwhile, demands of the white settlers for secularization of the missions became more insistent, and by 1755, 22 missions of Sinaloa had been taken away from the Jesuits and placed under the authority of the Bishop of Durango. A review of the internal conditions of Sinaloa and Sonora shows that at no time were the affairs in such a state as to warrant an extension of the frontiers, unless a more than ordinary effort were to be made. Nevertheless, there was much progress. By 1763, Sinaloa had undergone adjustment to white rule, and could no longer be considered a frontier province. Much the same thing could be said for southern Sonora and part of the Sonora River Valley. The advances to the northwest did not need to be stayed on account of these regions. Northwestern Sonora and the Primeria Alta, though rich in mineral wealth, were far from being adjusted to an orderly state. Either governmental effort or else an unusual impulse to settlement, such as rich discoveries in precious metals, was needed there. The same thing was true of the coast regions where the Seris and other malcontents lived, but there the problem was in a measure more serious, as wealth in gold and silver did not exist, wherefore there was no great lure to attract white colonists. Indeed, as already stated, the line of conquest in the northwest had always followed that of mineral wealth. It would seem, therefore, that the situation in Sonora was not hopelessly bad if only the government would exert itself to conquer the Seris and repulse the Apaches. But this it did not do at this time. Consequently, the authorities were frequently memorialized as to the best methods of saving the province, and many of the writers showed a great deal of pessimism and despondency. Footnote. Internal conditions of Sinaloa and Sonora are well illustrated by the statistics of population obtained by Bishop Tamarón while on a diocesan tour from 1759 to 1763. At that time there were in the two provinces 32,000 of Spanish or mixed blood, and 31,000 Indians professing Christianity, of whom 25,000 lived in missions. There were 50 missions, most of them in Sonora. The number of unconverted Indians was very large, but no estimate of them was made. The greater part of the white population lived in Sinaloa. White settlements were the rule there, the exception being a few Indian villages along the coast where there was not the inducement of mineral wealth to draw the Spanish settler. There were some considerable towns in Sinaloa. San Felipe de Sinaloa had a white population of 3,500. Fuerte, otherwise San Juan de Montesclaros, 1886, Rosario, 2459, San Sebastián, 2,500, Culiacán, 2216, and Mazatlan, 966. These places had nearly half the total white population of the two provinces. Secularization of the missions had taken place in most of Sinaloa, although the Jesuits were more numerous than the secular clergy, but they usually served as parish priests, the mission system prevailing but little. Much of this change came as a result of the Sanchez memorials, having occurred prior to Tamarón's visit. There were probably not many unconverted Indians in Sinaloa, or if they were, they caused no trouble. In Ostamuri, as that part of the Sonora below the Yaqui was then called, conditions were almost as good as in Sinaloa. Alamos had a population of 3,400 of white or mixed race, Ballorca 1,004, Rio Chico 1,400, Trinidad de Plata 715, and Soyopa or San Antonio de la Huerta 300. All of these were mining towns. Farther north, in the mountain districts near the Sonora Valley, there were a number of mining towns at considerable distances from a presidio, such as Aravichi, Sahuaripa, Nacori, and Arispe. In northeastern Sonora, where the Apaches were wont to make raids, most of the white population was grouped around presidios there and nearby in Nueva Vizcaya, there being 484 at Fronteras. Near the coast, where the Seris and their allies were numerous, and precious metals not plentiful, there were no whites. The case with Primeria Alta was a little better, due to the existence of gold and silver. There were 8 missions: Suamca, Guevavi, Bac, Saric, Tubutama, Ati, Caborca, and San Ignacio, and 3 presidios, Terranate, Tubay, and Altar. Subsidiary to these were a number of lesser settlements. In the mission districts, there were 4,223 Indians and 348 whites, the latter being at the mining camps of Guevavi, Santa Barbara, Buena Vista, Erazonac, and Santa Ana. At the Presidios there were no Indians, but there were 1,117 whites, including garrisons of 50 men at each Presidio. All of the white settlements of Pimeria Alta were within easy reach of the Presidios, without which they could not have existed. Nevertheless, incontrovertible evidence is at hand that if conditions in Sonora were lacking in stability, it was because the government would not go to the expense, or rather reduce its profits, in order to apply a remedy. The principal financial institution of the government in its dealings with the frontier provinces was the Real Caja, Royal Treasury, of Guadalajara. A study of its operations over the period from 1743 to 1781 shows that it sent 86% of its receipts to the parent Caja Real in Mexico, or occasionally small sums to others. Of this amount, from half to a third was subsequently returned to provide for the expense of the frontier provinces. The rest, from 40 to 60% of the total, was either sent to Spain or at any rate used elsewhere than in the provinces of origin. Sonora, to be sure, was not responsible for any great share of this profit, but if a larger portion of the total might have been applied in that province, it would not have been very difficult to overcome the obstacles that were withholding the northwestward advance. The reason for Spain's policy is not hard to find. During these years, she was straining every nerve to cope with European problems, and especially to defend herself from the imperialism of England. Thus, many other objects which were desirable in themselves had to be sacrificed, and the extension of her frontier beyond the Gila and Colorado to Alta California was one of them. Spain's choice, then, was only one more of the myriad of factors tending to hold back the occupation of the rich northern province and to delay its populous development. And all this played into the hands of the as yet unborn United States. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16, A History of California, the Spanish Period. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, José de Gálvez. The coming of José de Gálvez as Visitador General of New Spain marks a turning point in the history of northwestward advance. In him had appeared the long-needed, forceful, energetic man who was able to overcome obstacles in the way of conquest and extend the frontiers to the north. Footnote. The visitador, or visitor, was one of the most typical of Spanish administrative agencies. The visita, or visit, is defined by Joaquín Escriche, a leading authority on Spanish law, as follows. Quote, the act of jurisdiction through which some superior informs himself of the proceedings of ministers of lower rank, or of subjects, or of the state of affairs in the districts of his jurisdiction, going in person to investigate, or sending some other to do it in his name. End quote. The official making the visita was called a visitador, or, if engaged in a visita of major importance, a visitador general. The visita was frequently employed in the Spanish colonies in military, civil, and religious affairs, and for purposes both great and small. No two visitas were exactly alike, for every one depended on the particular circumstances which the visita was designed to meet. Nevertheless, all proceeded on much the same lines, and the visitador ordinarily superseded all other powers and authority within the jurisdiction of his visita. End footnote. To be sure, the primary aims of his visita were financial, with a view to increasing the revenues of the crown, and this caused him to give the larger share of his attention to the already well-settled parts of the viceroyalty. But at no time during the 6 years of his stay, 1765 to 1771, did he fail to show a most extraordinary interest in the problems having to do with the advance to the Californias, and some 2 years of his time, from 1768 to 1770, were devoted mainly to those questions. True, even in these matters he was probably interested chiefly in the possibilities from the standpoint of revenues, believing that the wealth of the frontier provinces and the Californias could be developed to the advantage of the royal income, if peace might be established and an extension of the frontiers obtained. Perhaps there was just a shade of something quixotic in his occupation of Alta California in 1769. But if so, his tilting at windmills justified itself in the light of history, for the name of José de Gálvez would almost have passed out of memory in the Americas had it not been for the expeditions he sent out to take possession of San Diego and Monterey. Who was this man who now appeared as an outstanding figure in the affairs of the Californias? José de Gálvez was an Andalusian Spaniard, possessing many of the lively traits of his native province, together with an energy and ability which had enabled him to rise from obscurity to a position of power and influence. He was born on January 2nd, 1720, at the village of Macharavillaya, near Vélez, Malaga, on the southern coast of Spain. His family was noble and of ancient lineage, being of the rank hijosdalgo or hidalgo. But that meant little in a land where the nobility of this grade was numbered by the hundreds of thousands. If there were others of lower degree and poor to the verge of poverty, the Gálvez family was at least not well endowed with worldly goods, and José and his brothers were simple country boys, without opportunities for education and advancement, eking out a living through tending the paternal flocks. When José was only 11 or 12 years old, he had the good fortune to attract the attention of the Bishop of Malaga, who took him to Malaga to educate him for the priesthood. It was this that gave Gálvez his start in life. With the aid of his clerical sponsors, he at length became enrolled as a student in the University of Salamanca, where he began the study of law, eschewing the holy calling for which his first patron had wished to educate him. From the university he went to Madrid to practice law. For many years he was inconspicuous, but eventually opportunity again knocked at his door, apparently as a result of his finding a new and powerful patron. His second wife was a Frenchwoman, and through her Gálvez became acquainted with the most eminent Frenchmen in Madrid. His own knowledge of the French tongue and his grace and facility of expression helped him to retain the friendships he had made, and it was thus that he became the legal counselor of a secretary in the French embassy. Utilizing his opportunities in this capacity, he attracted the notice of the Spanish Minister of State, the Marqués de Grimaldi, who employed him as one of his secretaries. It was in 1765, when Gálvez was in his 45th year, that the great chance of his life came to him. A visitation of New Spain for the purpose of increasing the revenues from that kingdom had been determined upon, but there was some difficulty in finding a suitable individual to do the work. Several appointments were considered or even made, but with the death of the most recent appointee in 1764, the post was still unfilled. It was then that the name of Gálvez was brought forward, and on February 20th, 1765, he was named Visitador General of New Spain. In the month of July of the same year, he reached Vera Cruz, and soon afterward took up the work of his visitation. With his manifold activities in the general affairs of the Viceroyalty, such as his visitation at Vera Cruz and Acapulco, his institution of the tobacco monopoly, his expedition to Guanajuato, and the expulsion of the Jesuits, this volume has no concern. At the outset, he was handicapped by the opposition of the Viceroy Cruillas, but the latter was superseded in 1766 by the French-descended Marqués Francisco de Croix, with whom Gálvez was able to work in entire harmony. Indeed, they were the best of friends, and it was Gálvez, rather than Croix, who must be considered the virtual ruler of New Spain during Croix's incumbency, 1766 to 1771. Of special concern, then, is the character of this very human individual to whom the Californians owe so much. Enough has already been said about his ability. This had to combine, however, with certain other traits ordinarily regarded as weaknesses in order to produce the expeditions to Alta California, just as in later years the same traits served to diminish the value of his work from the standpoint of his own times. Gálvez had risen from nothing, partly through currying favor, and had developed an insatiable personal ambition and a kind of egotism, which, if it did not express itself in his ordinary daily speech, was always at hand for the purposes of feathering his own nest. He was also capable of malignant vindictiveness against those who opposed him or belittled his achievements. On the other hand, he was amiable in personality and in some respects generous to a fault. His concern for the advancement of his own relatives, townsmen, and personal friends, if indeed it evidenced a certain kindliness and gratitude, was nevertheless of the worst sort of nepotism, and not altogether dissociated from what would at the present time be termed graft. It seems likely that Gálvez's desire to win personal distinction entered into his plans for conquests in the Californias. He knew from Buriel's Noticia of the importance of such conquests, and he also knew that no other region offered him a better opportunity. Therefore, he bent his energies to the accomplishment of this task, using methods that savored distinctly of indirection, some instances of which will be given in the course of this and the next chapter, as well as those which were less open to objection. His enterprise was blessed with success, and but for the serious illness of the visitador, it would have been an even more striking achievement than it turned out to be. The expeditions of 1769 made use of the sea route from the mainland to Baja California, and from there in two divisions, by sea again and up the peninsula, to Alta California. Nobody more than Gálvez knew that this was a departure from the normal line of advance by the overland route through Sonora, but the visitador felt sure of his own measures in Sonora would soon link up the Alta California extremity with that province. Almost from the moment of his arrival in New Spain, Gálvez began to give attention to the problems of the far northwest. Largely through his instrumentality, plans were made in the fall of 1765 for an expedition to Sonora to suppress the Indian insurrectionaries there. At his own request, Gálvez was entrusted with the task of obtaining money to finance the expedition, for there was nothing in the royal treasury that the government was willing to devote for this purpose. The funds were to be raised by voluntary subscriptions, troops were to be enlisted, and ships were to be built on the Pacific coast to carry the Spanish forces to Sonora. Once the Indians were defeated, the ground was to be held by the founding of a number of settlements, the human material for which was to be drawn from the hopelessly poor or undesirable elements of the cities. Gálvez's quarrel with Cruillas delayed fulfillment of these plans, but after Croix's arrival in 1766, they were again taken up. The king, meanwhile, had given a reluctant consent, for he did not share in Gálvez's belief in the efficacy of a formal expedition or of the particular kind of colonists it was proposed to send. Nevertheless, a force of 350 men was recruited and placed under the command of Colonel Domingo Elizondo, who might also count on enough more Spanish soldiers and Indian auxiliaries in Sonora to swell his numbers to more than 1,000. In April 1767, Elizondo and his men left Mexico City for Tepic, where they were to be quartered until the boats could be gotten ready to take them to Sonora. Not until March 1768 did they at length disembark at Guaymas, ready to begin the campaign. That the expedition was undertaken at all had been due to Gálvez, for there were few who shared his enthusiasm. The visitador, however, had left no stone unturned to gain his ends. A letter by him to Governor Juan Pineda of Sonora in the fall of 1766 shows the trickery he was willing to employ, even to deceive his good friend Croix. After giving some inexpensive flattery to Pineda, Gálvez went on to tell of the opposition of his enemies to the project of the Sonora expedition, and of the need for some counterbalancing arguments to influence the new viceroy's decision. Continuing, Gálvez said, quote, "From this information, which I give you informally and confidentially, you will infer how necessary it is that you impress upon His Excellency at once the indispensable need of the expedition, and inform him that it is not impossible to conquer the Indians once and for all by force, if the plan is adopted of sending thither veteran troops. You may add anything else which will remove the fear or hesitation which perverse, envious persons desire to instill into His Excellency's mind through sheer malignity. The Marquis de Croix, I repeat to you, esteems my discourse above that of all others, but as he observes that I am of another profession, not military, and as he knows that I have not been in that country, he may lack confidence in the success of the expedition, to which he sees me with the greatest ardor committed. Hence, it is fitting that you, in your report to him, express yourself as forcefully as you did for the purpose of arousing enthusiasm in me, a Golilla, a mere lawyer. In this case, this will be the easier to do, as his instincts are all military." End quote. No doubt Pineda complied with this virtual order. Gálvez's character was such that it might have gone hard with him if he had not, for the visitador did not easily forgive those who opposed him. At any rate, Croix supported the expedition more readily than Gálvez had anticipated, and the project was given full and fair trial. Footnote. During his expedition of 1767 to Guanajuato, Gálvez punished the inhabitants of that region with a ruthless hand for the rebellion they had engaged in. But even in this case, he did not neglect to employ his usual methods of indirection and self-exculpation. It is said that he would pray long hours and would ask the Virgin what to do with the rebels. At length, he would lift his hand for a pen to write down the judgment of the Virgin, and the sentence was one of death. History records few more extreme instances of shifting the burden from one's own shoulders than this. In footnote. The suppression of Indian warfare in Sonora was only an incident in the vast program of the visitador, who intended to go to Sonora himself to put his ideas into execution as soon as Elizondo should have triumphed in the military campaign. The keynote of his plans was his proposed establishment of a new government independent of the viceroyalty of New Spain, to embrace the frontier provinces of Nueva Vizcaya, Sonora, Sinaloa, and the Californias. Similar plans had frequently been suggested in earlier years, on the ground that the viceroy in Mexico City was too far away to give these distant regions their proper share of attention. The direct ancestors of Gálvez's plan were the Sanchez recommendations of 1751 and a proposal of 1760 for a viceroyalty made up of the provinces within the jurisdiction of the Audiencia of Guadalajara. The Gálvez projects were embodied in 4 important documents of the year 1768. The visitador maneuvered so as to make it appear that he was agreeing to suggestions made by others, or at least merely sharing in the origination of ideas of which it happened that he heartily approved. In fact, he was the prime mover in all of these matters, as is clearly set forth in the correspondence of the viceroy. In the case of the junta of February 25th, which granted wide powers to Gálvez, the visitador made a showing of modesty by refraining from casting a vote, but his secretary tells us that he had in fact dominated the junta and had dictated its decision 3 days before it met. The first of the 4 great documents was the recommendation of the visitador on January 15th for the establishment of a system of intendancies in New Spain, designed to increase the profits of the crown. This aimed at the collection of internal revenues by officials called intendants, of whom there were to be 11. 3 of these were to be in the new frontier government in Durango, Sonora, and the Californias. The inclusion of the Californias is the noteworthy feature of the plan, for that territory had figured heretofore only as a drain on the royal estate. Gálvez intended that it should be more thoroughly occupied and developed. On January 21st, a junta was called to decide who should head the expedition to the frontier provinces, and it is not surprising that Gálvez was selected, since he had so determined. He was to wait until the troops had restored peace, and was then to reorganize the government and establish colonies. 2 days later, the Gálvez plan, signed also by Croix, for a new government of the frontier provinces was ready. As already stated, the Gálvez plan provided for a government of the provinces of Nueva Vizcaya, Sinaloa, Sonora, and the Californias apart from the viceroyalty. It was to be called a Commandancy General, ruled by a Commandant General, who was to be a viceroy in all but the social distinction which went with the latter title. It was expected that the plan would restore peace to the frontier, and that then, in a few years, those vast provinces, which were described as undoubtedly richer in mineral products than any that had been discovered in North America, might equal or even surpass those of New Spain. Great emphasis was placed upon the preventative importance of the plan as against the dangers of foreign attack. Attention was called to the opportunity and the keen desire of European powers to establish themselves at Monterey or elsewhere along the coast of the Californias, and the government was reminded of the efforts the French and English had made during 2 centuries to find a passage to the Pacific from their colonies on the Atlantic. Now that England had taken the colonies of France, said Gálvez, she would not rest until she had pushed forward her discoveries to the Lake of the Woods, whence a great river flowed westward. If this river should prove to be the Colorado, or should reach the Pacific, then the English were already near New Mexico and not far from the Pacific. Reports had also been published in recent years, continued Gálvez, showing that the Russians were encroaching upon the California coasts. And since Anson's voyage, the English and the Dutch had been acquiring information about Spain's ports in the Pacific, especially those of the Californias. Any one of these 3 peoples might easily plant a colony in Monterey, a port with excellent facilities for a settlement. Thus, Spain's possessions in the Pacific might be invaded and exploited as those of the Atlantic, from Virginia to Georgia, had been. Monterey ought to be occupied by Spain at once through the dispatch of a sea expedition. Later, the Commandancy General should extend its frontiers in that direction and set up colonies in other ports. The capital of the Commandancy General should not be in Durango, as the plan of 1760 had proposed, because that was too far from Sonora and farther still from the Californias. The capital ought to be on the Sonora frontier at or near the Gila. While it was being established, the government should set up at Caborca, the nearest settlement to the Californias, or at the junction of the Gila and Colorado rivers. The emphasis on conquering the Californias, it is to be noted, was one of the principal factors in the Gálvez plan. Clearly, too, the visitador intended to make Sonora the province upon which the new conquest should depend, though as a temporary expedient a sea expedition was to occupy Monterey. On February 25th, a junta was again called to authorize the plans Gálvez had made for his visit to the frontier. Among the provisions of the decision of the junta, which confirmed verbatim all that Gálvez had asked, were the following. Gálvez was to act not only in his capacity of visitador, but also with the authority of the viceroy. He was to found a number of frontier settlements with armed colonists. Among these was to be the future capital of the Commandancy General on the Sonora frontier, midway between the Californias and Nueva Vizcaya, and free commerce between Sonora and the Californias was to be permitted. Every one of these important documents received the sanction of the king. The Commandancy General was not actually established until 1776, and the system of intendancies was postponed until 1786. But they formed the basis of Spanish action from the time of their enactment onward. The Commandancy General would very likely have been put into effect in 1769 or 1770 if affairs in Sonora had gone to the visitador's liking, and if he had maintained his health during his visit there. In the meantime, however, he had planned to wait before going to Sonora until Elizondo's expedition should have triumphed over the Indians. Not understanding the difficulties of frontier warfare, he expected victory would be quickly obtained, and he left Mexico City on April 9, 1768, intending to make his way to the frontier and taking with him a number of persons who were to settle there. Before going to Sonora, he proposed to found a department at the port of San Blas and pay a visit to Baja California. These activities proved, in fact, to be preliminary to the great expeditions to Alta California of 1769, which merit separate treatment. Footnote. The principal authority for the material in this chapter is priestly Herbert Ingram, José de Gálvez, Visitor General of New Spain, 1765 to 1771. Berkeley, California, 1916, in University of California, Publications in History, Volume 5. End of footnote. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. A History of California, the Spanish Period. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. The Spanish Occupation of Alta California. When Gálvez set out from Mexico City on April 9, 1768, his immediate object was that of founding the Department of San Blas. On January 11, 1768, Viceroy Croix, at Gálvez's suggestion, had issued an instruction for the establishment of a settlement at San Blas, stating that it was deemed indispensable, after Sonora and the rest of the frontier should have been pacified, to found a port for the advantage of boats employed on similar expeditions or in commerce with Sonora, and also for the preservation and advancement of the Californias. In other words, San Blas was to be the base of supplies in New Spain for the region of the proposed Commandancy General. It seems highly probable that Gálvez himself was already planning, as one phase of this project, an immediate occupation of Monterey and Alta California, based on the port of San Blas. Since this bears directly on the causes of the expeditions of 1769, the evidence is worth reviewing. The devious routes by which the visitador was accustomed to proceed to his real aims should be borne in mind in considering this matter. It is usually stated that the Spanish court at Madrid received reports about Russian aggression in the Pacific Northwest and sent orders to meet them by the occupation of Alta California. Wherefore the expeditions of 1769 were made. This view contains only a smattering of the truth. It is evident from Gálvez's correspondence of 1768 that he and Croix had discussed the advisability of an immediate expedition to Monterey long before any word came from Spain about the Russian activities. In December 1767, Gálvez is reported by one of his secretaries to have been ardently at work on plans for a department at San Blas, and already to have charged a certain Manuel Rivero with the duty of establishing a port there. All this a month before Croix's instruction. The prominent place of Alta California in the plan for the new Commandancy General has already been alluded to, and one of the projects of that plan called for an immediate despatch of vessels to occupy and colonize Monterey. This is only one of many evidences of the direction of Gálvez's interest toward the northern port. He had come to New Spain at a time when a number of works calling attention to the desires of other powers to gain a footing in the Californias were being published in Europe, and the visitador seems to have been acquainted with this literature. On April 22, 1768, Gálvez reached Guadalajara, remaining in that city until May 4th. In referring to his stay in Guadalajara, the Audiencia said that he had spoken of his plans for exploring the Californias. It was not until May 5th, after he had left that city, that Gálvez received the mail from Croix telling of Russian explorations in the Americas. Footnote: Gálvez's relations with the Audiencia of Guadalajara furnish another interesting instance of the methods of this strange man. The report of the Audiencia to the king, dated May 18, 1768, was most laudatory of the visitador and his projects of government and conquest in the Northwest. Looking underneath the surface, one finds the following illuminating facts bearing upon the preparation of this report. Immediately after Gálvez's own departure from Guadalajara, one of his secretaries appeared before the Audiencia and asked that body to write to the king, approving all of Gálvez's measures and especially congratulating the royal government on the fact that Gálvez himself had been chosen to execute them. The Audiencia did as requested, but one of the members of that body, Ramón González Becerra, had been opposed to this action. He accordingly wrote to the king, reporting what had happened and stating that he had signed his own name to the document of May 18th under protest. There is no direct evidence that Gálvez had suggested the action of a secretary. The visitador was too crafty for that. But it is of record that González was made to feel Gálvez's disapproval. He was soon suspended from his position on the charge that he had needlessly absented himself from meetings of the Audiencia. In footnote: the Spanish minister to Russia had written to the royal government in Madrid late in 1767 that the Russian empress was preparing expeditions for fresh attempts to establish communications between eastern Siberia and the Pacific coasts of the Americas. On January 23, 1768, the Marqués de Grimaldi, the Spanish minister of state, wrote to the viceroy about the rumors of Russian activities, saying that news had been received that the Russians had actually made a landing in North America, though at what degree of latitude it was not known, and had had a battle with the Indians in which they had suffered a loss of 300 Russian dead. After remarking that the Russians might be endeavoring to extend their commerce to those coasts, Grimaldi went on as follows, quote, "The king has ordered me to inform your excellency of all that has just been set forth, so that you may make it known to the man appointed governor of California, giving him instructions about the vigilance and care that he ought to exercise in order to observe such attempts as the Russians may make there, frustrating them if possible, and giving notice of everything promptly to your excellency so that you may report it to his majesty." End quote. This letter, it will be observed, did not order an expedition to Monterey, but it was sufficient to give an active man all the authority that he needed, especially if it is true that he had already determined to make such an expedition. Croix's letter of April 20th to Gálvez is not at hand, but at a later date, in his instruction of 1771 to his successor, he had the following to say of this letter, quote, "I thought that an invasion would be made by the Russians by way of the famous port of Monterey, and transmitted the order of the court to the visitador, bidding him to make an expedition by sea toward the threatened port. The visitador, bethinking himself of the difficulties of a maritime expedition, and being desirous of exploring the province, sent 2 expeditions, one by sea and the other by land." End quote. From this, it appears that Croix was far from ordering the occupation of Alta California, which Gálvez in fact carried out. Perhaps because he himself intended to do very much more than the instructions called for, Gálvez reserved the answer to Croix for more than 2 weeks. In the meantime, he reached San Blas on May 13th, and on the 16th called a junta to discuss the expeditions to Monterey. Not until May 20th did he write to Croix of his plans. The letter follows, quote, "In fulfillment of His Majesty's order, communicated to you on January 23rd by the Marqués de Grimaldi, concerning repeated attempts which the Russians have made to open communication with North America, and in consequence also of what you commanded in your letter of April 30th, enclosing a copy of the above-mentioned order, and recalling to mind the many conversations and reflections which we have previously had concerning the supreme importance and utility of taking possession of the port of Monterey and establishing a presidio there, I am obeying your order to take such measures as I deem fitting for reaching that place by land or sea. As you leave to me discretion for the fulfillment of this order, it has seemed to me both fitting and necessary that I should inform you from here of the resolution which it was thought proper to take in this weighty matter." End quote. Thus cleverly did Gálvez associate Croix with the enterprise. Before Croix could have had time to reply to him, the visitador embarked on May 24th for Baja California. In any event, the viceroy was heartily in favor of the project, and so too was the government in Madrid, as soon as it was apprised of the matter. It remains to say that the Department of San Blas, from its very inception, served primarily as a supply depot for the Californias, and its relations to Sonora were by comparison rather slight. Doubtless Gálvez had intended from the first that it should turn out that way. The Russian emergency was merely an incident in the long chain of foreign aggressions, real or imaginary, which had for nearly 2 centuries been the principal and the continuing cause of Spanish frontier advance, and the reported encroachments on this occasion were not more dangerous than those of other times. The true cause for the occupation of Alta California, which soon followed in 1769, was the permanent, not the immediate, foreign danger, together with the appearance of a man who, for all his faults, was endowed with the energy and administrative capacity that the enterprise required. The story of Gálvez's activities in Baja California may be quickly reviewed or passed over in silence. Leaving San Blas on May 24th, 1768, he was driven back and forth by storms, and it was not until July 5th, 40 days later, that he was able to set foot in the peninsula. Thus again were the difficulties of the short voyage across the Gulf demonstrated. For nearly 10 months thereafter, he remained in Baja California, reorganizing the government and the missions and preparing the expeditions to San Diego and Monterey. He had expected to find vast stores of wealth in the peninsula, for he shared the general belief of the times that the Jesuits had tried to conceal its resources in gold, silver, and pearls. No doubt, he soon disabused himself of this belief, for, now that the pearl fields had failed to yield so richly as in the past, there was very little ready-made or easily acquired wealth to be had in Baja California. Indeed, the settlements were in a wretched state. The military commissaries who succeeded the Jesuits had mismanaged the mission estates, epidemics had swept away hundreds of Indians, there was a revolt of the Indians in the south, and all in all there was a situation of dire economic distress. It is said that the total population of the peninsula had sunk to fewer than 8,000 souls. Nevertheless, Gálvez was not discouraged. If he said little henceforth about the wealth of Baja California, he many times emphasized the strategic importance of both that territory and Alta California. His experience must have confirmed him all the more in his original belief, however, that Sonora was the true center from which all the lines of advance to the northwest should radiate. The peninsula was not and could not be made to become a suitable storehouse for the advantage of Alta California. Indeed, Gálvez had only visited Baja California, so he said at a later time, in order to occupy himself pending the advancement or the conclusion of the campaign in Sonora. As for the expeditions to Alta California, He threw himself into them with all possible vigor, drawing also upon the leading officials in Baja California to take part in them. Gaspar de Portola, governor of the province, was slated for the command, and Father Junipero Serra, who had only recently arrived to take over the former Jesuit missions, was appointed president of the new missions to be founded in Alta California. Indeed, Father Serra was named without any prior inquiry as to whether the post would be acceptable, and without any chance to refuse. The whole plan met with his enthusiastic approval, however, though his superiors of the College of San Fernando vigorously opposed it, yielding only because they could not do otherwise. But, though Portola and Serra ably seconded the visitador in his efforts, it is to Gálvez, who had conceived the idea of the expeditions in the first place, that the chief credit is due for organizing them and starting them on their way. Arrangements were made for 2 expeditions by land and 2 by sea. Boats for the latter were procured by taking over the San Carlos and the San Antonio, otherwise Principe, which had been built to facilitate transport for the Sonora War. Livestock, provisions, and needed utensils were levied upon the missions of the peninsula. Indeed, all that they could spare, and in some cases more than that, was taken. To increase the military forces, orders were sent to Colonel Elizondo in Sonora, bidding him detach a company of 25 Catalan soldiers for service in Alta California. In November 1768, these men reached the peninsula under the command of Lieutenant Pedro Fages, later to become one of the greatest of the Spanish governors of Alta California. The San Carlos reached La Paz in December, but it had been so badly beaten by storms that it was already in a leaky condition. It was necessary to unload and careen the boat and then to load it again. Gálvez superintended these tasks in person, and often gave a hand in the actual labor of lading, thus greatly inspiriting the men. On January 9, 1769, the tiny little craft, for it was a ship of but 200 tons burthen, at last set sail. In all, there were 62 men aboard, including Vicente Villa, the commander, Fages and his Catalans, and the engineer and diarist Miguel Constanzo. Among the others were 2 blacksmiths and a baker for the proposed settlements. Also, a quantity of church ornaments, agricultural tools, provisions, and seeds were carried. Gálvez, on the Concepcion, accompanied the San Carlos as far as Cape San Lucas. There he saw the San Carlos double the cape and strike for the north. Gálvez now gave his attention to the San Antonio. Upon its arrival at Cape San Lucas on January 25th, it was thought best to unload it and careen it, just as had been done in the case of the San Carlos. Not until February 15th did the San Antonio get underway. In addition to crew and cargo, some blacksmiths and carpenters were taken along. Juan Perez, a native of Majorca and a former master of the Manila galleon, was in command. He was now to be, for several years, the principal maritime figure in the annals of Alta California. The total number of those on board has not been recorded. Turning to the land expeditions, Gálvez sent out a first detachment under Captain Fernando de Rivera y Moncada, who had been in Baja California for more than a decade and was later to become a governor of the northern province. With him went 25 soldiers, 3 muleteers, and 42 Christian Indians, who it was believed might prove useful both as interpreters and as assistants in converting the natives of the north, besides performing the drudgery of the expedition. Father Juan Crespi, a native of Majorca, intimate friend of Serra, and one of the more notable of the Franciscans in Alta California in ensuing years, was also with Rivera. Gathering nearly 400 domestic animals from the missions as he went along, besides implements and provisions, Rivera made his way to Santa Maria de los Angeles, then the most northerly mission. Finding insufficient pasture for his animals, he moved on to Velicata, situated in 30 degrees, about 150 miles due south of San Diego. From this point, he started for Alta California on March 24th. Meanwhile, the second land expedition under Governor Portola had departed from Loreto on March 9th. As eventually made up, his party included Father Serra, Sergeant José Francisco de Ortega, 9 or 10 soldiers, 2 servants of Portola and Serra, and 44 Baja California natives. Serra made the journey under difficulties, being troubled with an ulcer in his foot and leg, but he declined to be left behind. On May 14th, they founded the mission of San Fernando de Velicata, having reached that place the same day. On the 15th, Portola set out over Rivera's route to San Diego. One further expedition was sent, beyond the 4 originally planned. This went out on the San Jose, which had been built especially for voyages to the northwest coast. Nevertheless, like its predecessors, it had to be overhauled and repaired when it reached the peninsula in February. In May, the San Jose carried the Visitador across to Sonora, whence it returned to Loreto and sailed for San Diego on June 16th. According to one account, the ship was never heard from again. According to another, it was so badly damaged by storms that it returned to San Blas for repairs. At length, it departed for the north from Cape San Lucas in May 1770. In either case, the boat was lost with all on board. How many there were remains unknown. A volume of fascinating narrative might well be written about the experiences of the Argonauts of 1769. Here, unfortunately, it is impossible to give way to this very natural desire. The San Antonio, though it had started more than a month later than the San Carlos, was the first to reach San Diego, dropping anchor at that port on April 11th after a voyage of 55 days. All on board, except the 2 friars, were sick or disabled, but no lives had been lost. 18 days later, the San Carlos arrived on April 29th. For a voyage which a modern steamer would make in several days, the San Carlos had taken no fewer than 110 days. Everybody on board was sick, and 24 of the crew, all but 2 of them, had died of the scurvy. On May 14th, Rivera's party got in. He had required 51 days and a march of some 400 miles to come from Velicata. Some of the Indians had died and a number of others had deserted. Occasionally, the natives along the route had shown a disposition to resist or annoy the party, but the noise of gunpowder provided a quick remedy for this source of trouble. The lack of water and a feed for the animals was a much more serious difficulty. Portola's march almost duplicated Rivera's, but on the whole was easier, since he was not burdened with the care of so many domestic animals. On the 1st of July, his party reached San Diego, having been on the road 48 days from Velicata. Portola says some of the Indians had died, but no other lives were lost. Only 12 of his 44 Indians reached San Diego, however. The rest had died or deserted. Thus were the expeditions reunited at San Diego, but many of the individuals who had started from Baja California were no longer included. Counting the men on the ill-fated San Jose, perhaps something fewer than 300 men had made up the original expeditions, about half of whom reached Alta California. A fourth of all who started had lost their lives. Such was the toll to the perils of land and sea. The situation at San Diego was one which might have discouraged a less stout-hearted soldier than Governor Portola. Many were sick. Indeed, of those who had come by sea, hardly any were well. This might have been faced with more equanimity were it not that provisions were running low. Nevertheless, as one historian has put it, quote, "The governor at once applied himself to preparations for continuing the journey to Monterey. For discouraging as the situation was at San Diego Rendezvous, he did not by any means justify the abandonment of the enterprise at that point. Portola was a true soldier in spirit as well as in training. In his view, nothing excused him from the performance of duty so long as there was a possibility of discharging it." End quote. It was therefore decided that the San Antonio should return for supplies and to report the success thus far attained. Only 8 sailors of the 28 who had made the northward voyage on that ship were able to go to sea. With this scant crew, Perez left for the south on July 9th. It was also arranged that the San Carlos should sail for Monterey as soon as there should be enough sailors in health to man it. Portola himself was to go overland through an utterly unknown country to Monterey. On July 14th he started, accompanied by Costanzo, Fages, and 6 of his Catalan soldiers, who alone of the 25 were able to march, Captain Rivera and Sergeant Ortega with 26 soldiers, Fathers Crespi and Gomez, 7 muleteers, 15 Baja California Indians, and 2 servants of Portola and Rivera, or a company of 63 in all. The account of their long and terrible march, and indeed of all the experiences of the expeditions, is well set forth in a brief narrative by Portola. This was written several years later, in September 1773, by the hand of Juan Manuel de Viniegra, a former secretary of Gálvez, who set it down as a statement of Portola in a conversation with an unnamed friend, presumably Viniegra. Quote, "While I was passing, my friend, through the missions established by the Jesuits to that one on the frontier named Santa Maria, we experienced no hardships worth mentioning, neither I nor my companions, for in addition to the fact that we took from the Presidio vegetables and delicacies in exchange for the lamentations of the settlers, we were fortunate enough to be able to sleep under roofs and make the march with some comfort. In consideration of the great deserts into which I was going, and of the Russian hunger with which I foresaw we were going to contend, I was obliged to seize everything I saw as I passed through these poor missions, leaving them, to my keen regret, as scantily provided for as I knew the 3 southern ones had been left in consequence of the orders given by the Visitador for dispatching the packet boats San Carlos and San Antonio to the port of Monterey. Thus equipped, I began my march to the bay named San Diego, in company with 30 soldiers of the Presidio and many Indian auxiliaries. But, friend, in a few days we saw with extreme regret that our food was gone, with no source of supplies unless we should turn back. As a result, some of the Indians died, and the rest of them deserted from natural necessity. So I was left alone with the cuirassiers. Without stopping the march, we went on lamenting, now to the mountains to kill geese and rabbits, now to the beach for clams and small fish, and then in search of water, which we did not find for 3 or 4 days, the animals going twice that long without drinking, as we ourselves did sometimes. Overcoming these and other innumerable hardships, natural results of such unhappy fortune, we arrived at the port of San Diego, the spot at which the expeditionaries by land and by sea were to meet in accordance with the instructions of the Visitador General, to recount to one another the great events which had happened to us and the discoveries incident to our journeys. The members of the sea expedition limited their account to the statement that the San Carlos had been 110 days, and her consort 59 days, in sailing 150 leagues, because the headwinds from the north and northwest are lords of those coasts throughout the year. Being attacked by scurvy, 34 persons died on the 2 vessels, and they saw nothing on their voyage save some islands so bare and terrible that they could not look at them without horror. In the face of these unfavorable reports, and of the similar one which we gave to them, I called a council of the officers, and it was resolved by them that the packet boat San Antonio should return to the port of San Blas for provisions and men. Then, leaving the San Carlos in San Diego with 2 men and the missionary, the sick being placed under a hut of poles which I had erected, I gathered the small portion of food which had not been spoiled in the ships, and went on by land to Monterey with that small company of persons, or rather say skeletons, who had been spared by scurvy, hunger, and thirst. We reached Monterey after struggling 38 days against the greatest hardships and difficulties, for, aside from the fact that there was in all that ungracious country through which we passed after leaving the frontier, no object to greet either the hand or the eye save rocks, brushwood, and rugged mountains covered with snow, we were also without food and did not know where we were. For although the signs whereby we were to recognize the port were the same as those set down by General Sebastián Vizcaíno in his log, the fact is that, without being able to guess the reason, we were all under hallucination, and no one dared assert openly that the port was indeed Monterey. In this confusion and distress, friend, not under compulsion from the Russians, but from keen hunger, which was wearing us out, we decided to return to San Diego for the purpose of recuperating our strength by means of the provisions which we judged would soon arrive there on the San Antonio. In order that we might not die meanwhile, I ordered that at the end of each day's march, one of the weak old mules which carried our baggage and ourselves should be killed. The flesh we roasted or half fried in a fire made in a hole in the ground. The mule being thus prepared, without a grain of salt or other seasoning, for we had none, we shut our eyes and fell to on that scaly mule. What misery, like hungry lions! We ate 12 in as many days, obtaining from them perforce all our sustenance, and all our appetite, all our delectation. At last we entered San Diego, smelling frightfully of mules. The Reverend Father President said to me, as he welcomed me, "You come from Rome without having seen the Pope," alluding to the fact that we had not found the port of Monterey. We remained at San Diego 9 months, waiting on the San Antonio, subsisting for that long period on geese and the fish and other food which the Indians brought us in exchange for clothing. Some of the soldiers were left with barely enough clothing to cover their backs, having given up the rest to avoid perishing from want. We planted a small quantity of corn in the best soil, but although it grew well, the birds ate the best of it while it was yet soft, leaving us all disappointed and bereft of the hope we had cherished of eating the grain which our own hands had sown. After 9 months, our troubles were somewhat lessened by the arrival of the packet-boat San Antonio. For, although nearly the entire crew had died of scurvy, we got very particular consolation out of the corn, flour, and rice which it brought. The captain of the vessel represented to me the impossibility of continuing his voyage on account of the loss of men and the bad condition of his vessel, but he nevertheless set sail with provisions for Monterey, leaving at San Diego what was necessary for the missionary and the 8 soldiers who remained as an escort. With the 16 remaining fusiliers and presidial soldiers, I began the second journey to the sought-for Monterey. On this occasion, determining without mistake that we had found the port which Sebastián Vizcaíno drew in detail in his log, we set up our camp, the San Antonio dropping anchor 8 days later. I was not ignorant of the fact that the King of Spain had for centuries been owner and legitimate lord of those lands, but, friend, as Article 8 of the instructions of the Visitador General gave me to understand to the contrary, I repeated the formalities of taking legal possession which were therein ordered. In fulfillment of other orders, I proceeded to erect a fort to occupy and defend the port from the atrocities of the Russians, who were about to invade us, as was to be inferred from the terms of the instructions. Indeed, owing to the indefatigable zeal of the engineer, Don Miguel Costanzo, we completed within 30 days the royal fortress, which was built of poles and earth. It was equipped with some small cannon and manned with 20 men, including the missionary, for whom we built a house as well, out of the same material as the port. The mission received the glorious name of our august sovereign, and the other 2 missions, situated at moderate distances, were called San Fernando and San Buenaventura. Being desirous of complying with all of the orders of the Visitador General, I went also to reconnoiter the port of San Francisco, 60 leagues distant. I did not linger there, nor did I see anything worthy of description there, save only a labyrinth of bays and channels which inundate the territory. Having returned to Monterey, I soon embarked for San Blas, on the coast of New Spain, where, happily, I shortly arrived, for on the return voyage one travels as fast as Sancho Panza would have liked. You must be weary, friend, of listening to all the plagues which I encountered on my journey, but believe me also when I say that the unhappy Spaniards whom I left in those new settlements are at present enduring the same discomforts. I reported them all to the Viceroy and the Visitador General in official and confidential letters. Without reserve, I explained to them that it was impossible to send aid to Monterey by sea, and still more so by land, unless it was proposed to sacrifice thousands of men and huge sums of money. Proofs of this fact are in the story of the packet boat San Jose, which, having left San Blas 3 years ago to carry us provisions, has not yet appeared, nor has any news been had of her, doubtless because all of her crew were attacked with scurvy, and no one was left to steer the ship away from disaster. I make end to my conversation, finally, by replying to the questions which you asked at the beginning. The natives of California are so gentle that we never had to defend ourselves. The mines of gold and silver and other rich products foretold to us in advance advices we never saw nor found, as our first care was to hunt for meat to keep from starving. Even if Monterey is at last fairly well fortified, and California should, through any extravagant desire, be coveted by the Russians, there are still many other ports which, being undefended by troops or fortifications, could not oppose them, and where they may freely establish themselves if they desire. Farewell, friend, your affectionate Portola. End quote. It only remains to comment upon and elaborate certain portions of this story, passing over some of the minor details in which it varied a little from the facts. Portola and his men reached the mouth of the Salinas River on the Bay of Monterey on September 30th, 1769. They were in some doubt as to whether they might already have passed the wonderful port described by Vizcaino, and besides, provisions were scarce, and 17 men were unfit for active duty. Nevertheless, said Constanzo, quote, all the officers voted unanimously that the journey be continued, as this was the only course that remained, for we hope to find, through the grace of God, the much-desired port of Monterey, and in it the packet San Jose, which might relieve our needs. And if God willed it that in the search for Monterey we should all perish, we would have performed our duty towards God and man, cooperating to the death for the success of the undertaking upon which we have been sent. Unquote. Here surely was no weakness. It was at this time, therefore, and not later, as one might have inferred from Portola's narrative, that the journey up the San Francisco Peninsula was made. On October 31st, they saw the Gulf of Farallones to the northwest, and noting some white cliffs and an opening between them, into what in fact is Bolinas Bay, believed that they were looking upon Drake's Bay, called by them the Bay of San Francisco. The next day, Sergeant Ortega, who all along had commanded the scouts in the vanguard, was sent out with orders to reach Drake's Bay if possible. Almost certainly, Ortega and his men on this day, November 1st, 1769, reached the Golden Gate and saw part of the great Bay of San Francisco, as it was eventually called within. Later, Ortega was sent up the eastern shore of the bay and may have reached Alameda Creek. In the light of past dreams of Anian, it is at first thought surprising that the discovery was received with so little enthusiasm. Indeed, it occasioned bitter disappointment. Two things must be remembered, however. The men were sick and starving, and they had been sent out not to find the Strait of Anian, but the port of Monterey. This clearly was not Monterey. Indeed, it might be Drake's Bay, in which case, as all now agreed, they had passed the port discovered by Vizcaino. They were dispirited, too, because the hope on which they had sustained themselves, that they would find the San Jose, was now gone, for there were no signs of that vessel. Portola was particularly unimpressed. After Ortega and his men had made known the vast reaches of the Great Bay, Portola was able to write in his diary that they had found nothing. And to the soldierly Portola this was a literal truth, for they had seen nothing of the thing which he had been ordered to find, the port of Monterey. On November 11th, therefore, the return march was begun. More than 10 weeks later, on January 24, 1770, they approached San Diego, wondering if they would find anything left of the settlement there. That day they staggered into camp, rejoiced that their comrades were still alive. Some had died of scurvy, however, and not one of them had escaped having the disease. Furthermore, the Indians had been troublesome, and on August 15th had rushed the camp. It had been necessary to kill several of them. Worst of all, the San Jose had not put in appearance at all, and the San Antonio had not yet returned. The situation as regards supplies was therefore serious. Many a man in Portola's place would have felt justified in abandoning Alta California at this point. But this gallant officer thought only of his orders. He had been required to occupy the Northern Territory and meant to hold it until the last moment compatible with the safety of his forces. It was resolved to send Rivera back to the peninsula for supplies in order to make it possible to hold this port longer, according to Portola. This he did, said Constanzo, writing at a later time, lest he should incur such discredit as would result from his abandonment of San Diego. The situation was a little less than desperate, however, and the fortunate appearance of the San Antonio on March 23rd may very well have averted an early abandonment. Footnote. A legend is sprung up, having its origin in Paulo's Vida, published in 1787, that Portola would have abandoned Alta California but for the pleadings of Serra. Eventually, it is said, Portola set a date beyond which he would not remain. The day before this ultimate date, the San Antonio was sighted, though it did not get into port until 4 days later. This story is unsupported by a shred of contemporary evidence. The facts are reviewed in Chapman, The Founding of Spanish California, 98-101. One further fact should be noted. Rivera was sent to Baja California for supplies so that Portola and his men might continue to hold this port, San Diego, longer. Rivera departed on February 10th. It had taken Portola 48 days merely to come with a light party from Velicata to San Diego. How was Rivera to go far to the south of Velicata, gather supplies, and return to San Diego with a heavy mule train in 38 days? It seems likely that Paulo's story was an unmerited slander on Portola, told with a view to the exaltation of Serra. As for Rivera, he got back to San Diego in July with 80 mule loads of provisions and a small herd of cattle. Under the circumstances, this was making good time, all that could have been expected. End of footnote. The arrival of the San Antonio changed the face of matters. Portola now decided to go north again in search of Monterey. The San Antonio was dispatched to the north on April 16th, and Portola started by land the next day. The governor was the first to arrive. On May 24th, he came to the rendezvous agreed upon in Monterey Bay, satisfied now that this, after all, was the so-called good port discovered by Vizcaino. Perez came in a week later with the San Antonio. On June 3, 1770, the Presidio and Mission of Monterey were formally inaugurated. Portola's task was now done. He had been ordered to return to New Spain as soon as the beginning of the settlements had been made, turning over command to Fages. Accordingly, on July 9th, Portola, accompanied by Constanzo, sailed with Perez on the San Antonio, landing at San Blas on the 1st of August. Shortly afterwards, he was promoted to a lieutenant colonelcy, and in 1776 was made colonel and governor of Puebla, New Spain. Taking possession of his government in 1777, he remained at that post until 1784, when he was succeeded by Jacobo de Ugarte and ordered to return to Spain. Then, in his 61st year, Portola passes off the scene so far as present records go. Perez and Constanzo had hastened to Mexico City from San Blas with Portola's despatches. Arriving there on August 10, 1770, they brought news of the success of Gálvez's enterprise. For a year and a half, little, if anything, had been heard from it, and the reports which now came in must have been particularly agreeable in the light of Gálvez's unsatisfactory record, as matters turned out, in Sonora. Bells were rung, flags displayed, and a special high mass was celebrated. Alta California had been occupied, and the fame of Gálvez was secure. Footnote. In addition to the standard authorities and the already cited works of Priestley and Chapman, the translations of original narratives and diaries in the first 2 volumes of the publications of the Academy of Pacific Coast History are worthy of special mention among the materials for this chapter. End of footnote. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18, A History of California, the Spanish Period. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, The Pacification of Sonora. The strategic center in Gálvez's plans, even for the settlements in Alta California, was the province of Sonora, near the frontiers of which the future capital of the Commandancy General was designed to be placed. That province had been reduced to sad straits as a result of nearly 20 years of continuous war. The population had seriously declined. For example, Pimeria Alta, which had 1,315 civilized inhabitants in 1763, fell away to 178 in 1769. Even southern Sonora had been affected. Prior to the Pima Revolt of 1751, there had been 57 settled ranches in the Ostamuri district. 2 decades later, there were only 4. In the rest of Sonora, over 40 mining settlements had been deserted, and but 2 out of a prior number of 125 ranches still had white inhabitants. The presence of the Jesuits in the province had not served to check disorder after the suppression of the Pima Revolt. Indeed, the constant bickerings between them and the other white elements only increased the evil of the times, especially since the missionaries had now lost all control over the Indians. It was therefore an advantage to the province when they were supplanted by the Franciscans of the colleges of Querétaro and Jalisco. The expulsion of the Jesuits in 1767 took place without warning in Sonora, as elsewhere, with the result that it was not until 1768 that their successors arrived. The Querétaran friars took over Pimeria, and the Jaliscans received the rest of Sonora, while Sinaloa was put in charge of the secular clergy. Henceforth, the religious were to exercise only spiritual jurisdiction. The friars were not satisfied with this arrangement, but at any rate, whether due to the change or not, there was a cessation, for a while, of revolts by Christianized Indians. It remained to deal with the hostile tribes of the unconverted and to introduce the settlers who should maintain permanent peace. Gálvez had entertained the highest hopes of the outcome of Elizondo's campaign. That officer and his army of more than 1,000 men were expected in short time to pacify Sonora and then pass on to Nueva Vizcaya to deal with the Apaches. In other words, A successful military campaign was to be the indispensable preliminary to the inauguration of Gálvez's project of the Commandancy General. Julián de Arriaga, the enlightened Secretary of the Indies in Spain, and the king were among those who were not sanguine of the success of Gálvez's plan, and the event proved that they were right. Footnote. Julián de Arriaga, Secretary of the Indies from 1750 or 1751 to 1776, is one of the figures in the background of California history who has yet to receive the attention that is due his achievements. Spain's great 18th century spurt in the northwestward conquest came during his rule, and the decline followed immediately upon his death in 1776. End footnote. Elizondo reached Guaymas on March 10, 1768, and soon afterward made an attack on the Indian enemies, Seris and Pimas, in that vicinity. The latter fled to the mountain fastnesses of the Cerro Prieto, where it was impossible to pursue them, though a 10-day search was made. In June, the Spaniards attacked the Cerro Prieto from 3 sides, but the Indians eluded them. The same thing happened when another attempt was made in October, and then again in November. Royal orders of November and December called for a cessation of these expensive campaigns and for the use of conciliatory methods, but Croix and Gálvez were too deeply committed to draw back, and found an excuse to allow the war to go on. The Spaniards were nothing if not persistent, for they assaulted the Cerro Prieto for a 5th time in February, but without result. After a year's campaign, virtually nothing had been accomplished. As late as February 1769, while he was still in Baja California, Gálvez was giving orders for a war of extermination against the rebellious Indians. But by the time of his arrival in Sonora in May, he had learned of the royal orders and decided to try the effects of an offer of amnesty. A period of 40 days from May 8th was given in which the Indians might surrender, and it was intimated that they would suffer dire consequences after that date if they neglected the opportunity. The 40 days passed, but few Indians accepted the edict. Then 10 more days were added, and later another 25, but the Indians remained hostile. Gálvez had, meanwhile, been attending with more or less success to some of the minor projects in preparation for the Commandancy General. What he might have done if he had retained his health can only be conjectured. It is more than likely that he would have found a way to overcome obstacles, just as he had in sending out the Alta California expeditions, and would have brought about an advance to the Gila and Colorado rivers and the establishment of communications with Monterey. If that is so, it is well for the ultimate possessor of California, the United States, that Gálvez fell desperately ill. Early in June he began to develop fever and chills, and he was not wholly well again until after he had left the frontier. Before he was at his worst, however, he directed several other attacks against the Indians, one of them in October being another fruitless assault on the Cerro Prieto. This was Gálvez's last effort as a general in the field, for he now became incapacitated through ill health. Gálvez's first serious illness occurred in August. Believing that he was about to die, he wrote to Croix on the 22nd, reiterating his feelings of personal friendship for the viceroy and commending his subordinate officers to the latter's attention. Yet the greater part of his letter concerned the expeditions to Alta California. It is at least interesting that what Gálvez expected to be his dying request was a plea to Croix to protect the new establishments of San Diego and Monterey. He soon recovered, but periodically broke down, and at last, in the middle of October, his mind gave way altogether. From that time until the end of the following March, he was rarely in sound mental condition. His faithful secretaries, Argüello, Armona, Azanza, Belena, and Viniegra, tried to conceal the nature of his disease, but it was noised abroad in spite of them. Temporarily, too, the affairs of Sonora received a setback, for nobody but Gálvez had authority to execute certain decisions, and he was no longer able to do so. In this emergency, 3 of the secretaries, Argüello, Anza, and Viniegra, felt it incumbent upon them to inform the viceroy that Gálvez had met with civil death. There can be no doubt that they were acting for the best interests of the service in doing this, and that they were personally devoted to the visitador. Thus, in contemporary letters to one another, there are the most sincere expressions of sorrow over the condition of their dearly beloved father and illustrious chief, who seemed to have lost that which in other times had caused wonder in all who had consulted him, or, in the somewhat plainer words of Armona, his beautiful reason. Nevertheless, when the visitador was restored to health, he turned vindictively upon his former devoted friends and companions, to whose care he undoubtedly owed his life, because they had reported his illness to the viceroy, who had in turn mentioned it in his correspondence with the court. The 3 secretaries were deprived of their employment and thrown into prison, where they were visited by another of the visitador's secretaries, who demanded that they retract their statements about Gálvez's loss of reason. For several years they were made thus unjustly to suffer. It is perhaps poetic justice that Gálvez's ungenerous act should have rebounded upon himself, for in their endeavors to clear themselves, the secretaries furnished indisputable proofs of Gálvez's malady. One of the secretaries, Anza, made his formal entry as viceroy 30 years later in the very town where Gálvez had imprisoned him. While the visitador was bereft of reason, he exhibited a most extraordinary megalomania. This appears from the account of Viniegra, who supplied it in response to commands of the higher authorities, quote, saying nothing, as he put it, about those incidents that may offend the ears and that are not needed to prove the nature of his misfortune, unquote. Referring to Gálvez's first burst of insanity in October 1769, Viniegra says, quote, on this day, with all clearness, he displayed the solemn upsetting of his understanding, calling to Sergeant Major Don Matias de Armona at 2 o'clock in the morning to tell him that Don Francisco de Asís, St. Francis, had just brought him some papers by which he had learned of the ignorance of the officers in the war that was being waged against the Indian enemies. As for the Indians, he was going to destroy them in 3 days, for merely by bringing 600 apes from Guatemala, dressing them as soldiers, and making them run around the Cerro Prieto, he would easily cause the enemies within a distance of many leagues to flee. After this ridiculous sally, he came out of his room and went to the barracks, where there were nearly 1,000 men. He shook hands with them and asked them to be his comrades and friends, inviting them to share in the treasure of the expedition, and in fact he gave a verbal order at the treasury to give every soldier as much money as he should ask for. And this was done in some cases, when it was found necessary to suspend this measure immediately, for the house of the treasurer had transformed itself into that of a grand jubilee, jubileo plenissimo. We went to dinner, and in the space of 2 hours he said 2,000 mad things in the presence of many officers of rank and their dependents. Among other things, he said that if anyone should make comment upon his measures, he would put his head at the feet and burn it on a pyre, without excepting Colonel Don Domingo Elizondo, who was present, from this preposterous design. He asserted that our Lord the King had already ordered the removal from the Guía de Forasteros, Guide for Strangers, the entry about the Supreme Council of the Cámara, Chamber of the Indies, putting this clause in place of all that respectable body. Council and Cámara of the Indies, the Visitador General of New Spain. On another occasion, says Viniegra, quote, He called himself and held himself to be the King of Prussia, Charles XII of Sweden, the protector of the House of Bourbon, a counselor of state, deputy of the Admiral of Spain, an immortal, and, though it seemed impossible, Saint Joseph, the venerable Palafox, and, what is more than all, the Eternal Father and an infinity of other persons with whose character at every moment he invested himself, wishing to perform the functions corresponding to them, even to the celebrating of the final judgment by means of the divine word." Among other things that Viniegra details, we find Gálvez making a cast, mestizo, governor of Sonora, and investing him with the staff of office. He made Teodoro de Croy, nephew of the Marqués de Croy, viceroy of New Spain, and Armona, commandant general of the new commandancy. He wrote reams of orders and decrees, according to the solicitations of anybody who asked for them. He ordered heads cut off, including that of the viceroy. He planned a canal from Mexico City to Guaymas for ships of deep draught. He gave decorations, titles of nobility, bishoprics, and even empires with a lavish hand. He set fire to his room and burned his clothing, and then appeared naked in the window to preach to the Indians, assuring them that he was the Emperor Montezuma and that the Christian faith contained only two articles, belief in Our Lady of Guadalupe and in Montezuma. And he wrote numerous papers, one of which he signed in his own hand, "José de Gálvez, insane for this unhappy world, pray God for him that he may be happy in the next." It is small wonder that the projects of the visitador were not greatly furthered by his own presence in Sonora. Indeed, many things were delayed or left undone, for, sane or crazy, Gálvez was still visitador and deputy of the viceroy, and his signed documents were a difficult factor for his subordinates to get around. Toward the end of March, Gálvez was able to leave Sonora for Mexico. He went by way of Chihuahua, which he reached on March 30th, 1770, and got to Mexico City late in May or early in June. Meanwhile, events were occurring on the frontier which in fact tended toward doing away with the obstacles to an advance to the Gila and Colorado, and beyond them to Monterey. One of these was the inspection of the frontier presidios by the Marqués de Rubí. The Spanish authorities had frequently in the past shown that they understood the necessity of dealing with the frontier as a whole, as witnessed the already cited memorial of the Marqués de Altamira in 1751, for warfare in one province inevitably involved the others. The Secretary of the Indies, Julián de Arriaga, seems to have reached this conclusion when he sent Rubí to the frontier to inspect the entire system of the presidios. Rubí was commissioned in 1765 and took up his work in January 1766. In the next 2 years, he traversed the frontier from Texas to Sonora, even visiting the New Mexico salient. In his report of April 10, 1768, he recommended the forming of a line of 17 presidios from Sonora to Texas. At the same time, 7 other presidios and 2 provincial companies then in existence were to be dropped. This became a governmental program during the next 8 years, arousing great hopes for a forthcoming pacification of the frontier. Though these hopes were destined to be vain, they encouraged the authorities to take action looking toward the long-delayed northwestward conquests. Furthermore, much real work was accomplished after 1771 to establish the system recommended by Rubí. The number of presidios on the line was cut down to 15, but certain others off the line, including 2 in southern Sonora, though it was intended to dispense with them as soon as possible, were to be retained, at least temporarily. By an appointment of December 4, 1772, Hugo O'Connor became Commandant Inspector of the frontier provinces to establish the line. Subject only to the Viceroy, he ruled there during the next 4 years and did creditable work in reducing the ills from which those provinces suffered. Following Gálvez's incapacity from illness in October 1769, Elizondo again took charge of the campaign in Sonora. He at once instituted methods that were to serve the purpose to much better effect than the general attacks had done. Dividing his troops into small detachments, he caused them to wage an incessant guerrilla warfare against the Indians, so that they had no time to search for food or gain sufficient rest. By gifts and cajolery, too, other groups were persuaded to lay down their arms. All had submitted by May 1771. At last the war, for the time being, was over. The original plan for a descent upon Nueva Vizcaya was abandoned, and in the fall of 1771, Elizondo and most of his men returned to Mexico. One obstacle to the advance to the Gila and Colorado now seems to have been diminished, if not removed. Coincident with the termination of the military campaign, an event occurred which served better than bullets to make for peace. While pursuing a band of Indians in 1771, a detachment of Elizondo's army discovered the rich gold placers of Cieneguilla near Altar. Vast quantities of gold were found near the surface. There was an immediate rush to the scene, and within a few months of the discovery, over 2,000 men had reached there. Unlike the Arizonac mine of other days, Cieneguilla continued to yield richly for a decade, and other mines in the neighborhood were worked to the end of the century and later. At about the same time, mines were discovered in other parts of Sonora. Huerta on the Yaqui River was particularly rich. Between 1772 and 1776, it was the most flourishing place in the province. Indeed, the revenues of Cieneguilla and Huerta at this time were sufficient between them to support the entire province. Even the Indian-infested Pimeria district had been able to yield a profit of 77,277 pesos in 1770, before the discovery of the Cieneguilla mines. Footnote. The value of the peso in cash was 50 cents. The purchasing power, however, was surely double that much as measured by present-day standards, at the very least. End footnote. The troubles of Sonora as regard Indian wars, especially on the part of the Apaches, were not at an end, but from this time forth there was a sufficiently great civilized population to ward off actual dangers, if not the fear of them. Meanwhile, important action had been taken directly affecting the discovery of a route from Sonora to Monterey. The Franciscans were eager to make a good showing in Pimeria Alta, to which they had succeeded in 1768 following the expulsion of the Jesuits. Therefore, there was a renewal of northward explorations and of projects for converting the Indians of the Gila and even those as far away as Moqui. Preeminent among the Queretarian friars of Pimeria Alta was a man whose achievements should be written large in history of exploration, Father Francisco Garces. Although the principal object in his journeys of exploration was the saving of souls, for in him apostolic zeal burned with an ardor comparable with that of his great predecessors in the Franciscan order, his results were of vast importance from the standpoint of plans for frontier advance. Garces took up his ministry in San Javier del Bac in June 1768. In August, he started on the first of his tours of exploration, going through Papagueria in the extreme northwest of Sonora to the Gila. In 1769, he seems to have made an unimportant tour as chaplain. In 1770, he went forth again between October 19th and November 2 from Bac to and along the Gila. On this journey, he traveled among the Pimas of the Gila and the Opas, both of whom gave him a friendly reception. He reported that the Pimas were particularly worthy and were clamorous for the missionaries that he had promised when he visited them in 1768. They were far from being a savage people, had good fields of wheat and maize, and knew of God. The Opas were a much ruder, if equally kindly people. This exploration added fresh evidence of the accessibility of Alta California from Sonora, for the Pimas were much excited over accounts of people seen in the west the previous year. These they described in such a way that Garces realized they were referring to the soldiers of the 1769 expeditions to Alta California. A much more important journey was made by Garces from August to October 1771, and the information that he gained had great influence on the opinion of the junta which eventually recommended Anza's first expedition. This journey, too, more than any other, helped to determine the route of the subsequent expeditions. The details of the diary as to Garces's route might well have been very confusing to the junta, due to the fact that Garces mistook the Colorado for the Gila. In reality, he went through Papagueria to the Gila, reaching it just above its junction with the Colorado, whither he was desirous of going. He went on past the junction of the rivers without realizing he had done so, and then traveled west and south along the Colorado, thinking he was on the Gila and would in that way reach the junction. He crossed the Colorado, believing that he was crossing the Gila, and came upon a vast lagoon which he took to be the Colorado. He returned to the Colorado and ascended almost to the junction again, without realizing how near he was to the place that he sought. Thence he returned through Papagueria. During his wanderings, he visited and named many of the villages west of the Colorado, and reached the very canyon by which Anza's expedition was to make its way through the mountains. He had also journeyed west to the Gila Mountains and Papagueria, being the first known explorer to take that route along which he later guided Anza. Of the obstacles impeding an advance in 1752, all but the Apaches and the disorders of the eastern provinces seemed now to have been cleared away. The Apaches, indeed, threatened the best of the routes to the northwest, from Tubac to the Gila and down that river to the Colorado, but it was hoped that a new line of presidios would soon take care of them. There were minor uprisings in Sonora, too, after the end of Elizondo's campaign, but though at times in the next decade the situation seemed very bad, it never again got out of hand. If a desire for northwestward conquest still remained, and if capable leaders could be found, this seemed to be the moment when the much-planned forward movement should take place. The desire for an advance had long existed, and now that Alta California had been occupied in a precarious and unsubstantial way, it was imperative that an overland route should be found. Fortunately, too, the right sort of leaders were at hand. One of them was the already mentioned pioneer explorer, Father Garces. Another was the captain of the Presidio of Tubac, Juan Bautista de Anza, under whose command the route to Monterey was to be discovered and utilized. In the background there was a third figure, greater than either, greater even than the visitador, and certainly a more noble character. This was the man who, in 1771, succeeded Croix as viceroy, Antonio Maria Bucareli y Ursua. In Bucareli, the struggling province in the far northwest was to find the greatest hero who has ever appeared in the field of California history. Footnote. This chapter is based principally on the already cited works of Priestley and Chapman. End of footnote. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. A History of California, the Spanish Period. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. The Precarious Footing of the Early Settlements in Alta California. The most vital period in the history of Alta California was that which embraced the years 1773 to 1776, when Bucareli, the great viceroy, was taking those measures which put the struggling colonies of the north permanently on their feet. Next in importance after these came the periods from 1769 to 1773 and 1776 to 1781. It is the purpose of this chapter to deal with the earliest of these three periods, or more particularly with the events of the years 1770 to 1773, not so much in order to chronicle local happenings as to provide a setting for the activities of the Viceroy, who between 1773 and 1776 was to take the steps which saved the enterprise begun by Gálvez. As already stated, Pedro Fages succeeded to the authority of Portola in Alta California following the latter's departure in July 1770. Strictly speaking, neither one had a right to be called governor while the expeditions were in Alta California. Don Gaspar had been succeeded in 1769 by Matias de Armona, so that he could give his undivided attention to the conquest in the north. On Armona's departure from Baja California in 1770, Felipe Berry, arriving in 1771, became governor, and he was succeeded in 1774 by Felipe de Neve, who took possession in 1775. These men had little more influence in the north, however, than, for example, the governors of Sonora. It would be absurd to include Armona, Berry, and Neve, prior to his actual rule in the new establishments, in the list of Alta California governors, and yet omit Portola, 1769 to 1770, Fages, 1770 to 1774, and Rivera, 1774 to 1777. To all intents and purposes, the last three named were governors, reporting directly to the Viceroy, and depending on their theoretical superior at Loreto only in the most shadowy way. They are, therefore, referred to as governors in the present work. In 1777, the titular ruler of the two Californias took up his residence in Monterey. Some difficulties arose in Alta California at the outset, due to the fact that Fages's powers were not precisely defined. Father Serra, president of the missions, insisted that Fages had nothing to do with the activities of the friars, save for a restricted authority over the 5 or 6 soldiers constituting the guard of each mission. In other words, he contended that Fages was in the position of a presidial commander and nothing more. Fages, on the other hand, held that he had succeeded to the powers which had actually been exercised by Portola, and in particular that he should have something to say about the time and place for founding new missions. He was responsible for the defense and provisioning of the missions, and as his means were limited, felt that any step which affected his duties in these respects must have his sanction. As neither Fages nor Serra was of a yielding disposition, there soon developed a lack of harmony between them, which, by 1772, assumed the proportions of a break. A further difficulty arose, though less serious than the other, as a result of Rivera's jealousy of Fages. When Rivera returned from the peninsula in July 1770, he was not pleased to hear that Portola had turned over his authority to Fages instead of to him. Though he had been ordered to march to Monterey, he remained at San Diego. Early in 1772 he returned to New Spain. Thus, the struggling province had to suffer from a want of wholehearted cooperation. The difficulty was felt less in Alta California, where both Fages and Serra were sincerely doing the best they could, than it was in Mexico City, where decisions had to be made on the basis of conflicting reports. Meanwhile, Fages had his way in Alta California. A much more vital problem was that of the defense of the province, which was inextricably involved with its spiritual conquest. Throughout a territory some 400 miles or more in extent, from San Diego to Monterey, there were in 1770 only 43 soldiers. 3 years later, this number had increased to 61. Over against this insignificant force, there was an incalculable number of Indians reaching far into the thousands. Moreover, they were not at all kindly disposed to the Spanish occupation. Indeed, thousands of them were distinctly opposed to it, and only submitted because of their wholesome respect for Spanish weapons. There were several conflicts in these early years. Some took place between Velicata and San Diego on the route up the peninsula, and in 1770 there had been an affair at San Diego. Another fight occurred at San Gabriel in 1771, shortly after the founding of a mission there. The immediate cause of the last-named outbreak illustrates the difficulties arising from the presence of the soldiery, even though nothing could have been accomplished without them. The soldiers, who were rough, illiterate half-breeds, none of whom had brought a wife to Alta California, aimed too frequently at an undue familiarity with Indian women. Occasionally they would pretend to go hunting, but it was not the beasts of the field, but rather the native women they sought. These sometimes they would lasso as a preliminary step in a not too gentle wooing. Some such thing took place at San Gabriel, where the wife of the chieftain suffered. The angry husband shot an arrow at the guilty soldier, who stopped it with his shield. In the fracas which followed, the Indian chief was killed. His head was cut off by the Spaniards and set up on a pole as a warning to the Indians of the neighborhood. Despite the failure of justice represented by this event, it is said that the chief's own son was the first to present himself for baptism at the mission. In few of the missionary conquests attempted by the Spaniards in the New World were they for so long a time unsuccessful in winning converts as in Alta California. The first year passed at San Diego without a single baptism. Indeed, there is no clear record of any before 1771. The mission of San Carlos Borromeo at Monterey, which was dedicated on June 3, 1770, witnessed its first baptism on December 26th. A year later, the mission was moved a few miles south to Carmelo, but not for several years did it meet with much success. San Antonio and San Gabriel, founded in 1771, and San Luis Obispo, dating from 1772, encountered almost identical experiences. The Indians in the vicinity of the northern missions were less hostile than those of the south. Indeed, they were at times friendly, but the Spaniards had very little in the way of material gifts in these early years with which to attract them. As for spiritual arguments, these made no impression whatsoever. The Father Superior of the College of San Fernando in Mexico, Rafael Verger, correctly represented the situation in various of his memorials of 1771. The missions of Alta California hardly merited the name of mission, he held. He had objected to their being founded by the missionaries of his college, but had been compelled to assent because Gálvez desired it. He freely predicted that the missions would fail. Gálvez would get the credit for having founded them, but the blame for their failure would be cast upon the Fernandine friars. Verger was somewhat nettled at the enthusiasm of Father Serra, expressing himself to the effect that it was necessary to moderate somewhat his ardent zeal. Late in the year 1771, Verger began at length to believe that success in Alta California was possible, but pointed out that it was not safe to count too strongly on the docility of the Indians, for a sudden revolt could bring everything down in ruin. At the end of 1773, in the 5th year of the occupation, the state of the missions was still unsatisfactory, as will appear from the accompanying table. These slender results in such a populous field seem even more insignificant when analyzed. Total baptisms, 491. Total living, 462. Total marriages, 62. Most of the converts thus far were children, so it was not possible to count on the Indian men to protect and further the work of the missionaries. The 62 marriages probably represented the total number of adult converts, which meant that an average of 5 or 6 a year at a mission had been obtained, though the 3 southern missions, in fact, had few or no adult neophytes. The situation was well illustrated by the case of the mission of San Luis Obispo. The Indians there were very numerous and were friendly to the Spaniards, but not a single adult convert had been obtained. The friars ascribed this to the abundance of food which the natives were able to procure, wherefore the Spaniards found it difficult to attract them to the mission. The principal causes of the backwardness of the missions were the same as those which affected the whole province: lack of sufficient provisions, goods and effects, domestic animals, soldiers, and, above all, lack of an adequate supply route from New Spain. The Spaniards in Alta California occupied a position resembling that of the Robinson Crusoe of literature. They were set down in a land that was rich in potentialities, but lacking in the immediate requirements of civilized life. The problem of success, however, was distinctly an immediate matter, for the least upset in supplying the province might result in undoing all that had been accomplished, despite the brilliant prospects of a somewhat distant future. Naturally, the matter of food supply was vital to success. The dire straits of the expeditionaries at San Diego in 1769 to 1770 have already been chronicled. A similar situation developed in 1772. The supply ships were late in coming, and when they did reach San Diego, it was found impossible to get them to Monterey. No doubt because there were not enough sailors left alive or free of the scurvy to man them. Meanwhile, the missionaries, in their desire to attract the Indians, had been more liberal with gifts of food than the stock of supplies warranted. As a result, famine appeared for the second time in the history of the province. Serious disaster was averted by Governor Fages, who engaged in the most celebrated bear hunt in the history of Alta California. For several days he hunted in the neighborhood of what is now San Luis Obispo, and supplied the northern settlements with meat which kept them alive until a pack train could be sent up from San Diego. This incident was influential in the selection of San Luis Obispo as a site for the mission, which was established there shortly afterward in that same year. San Luis Obispo had proved its ability to provide food in an emergency, and the Indians were grateful for the killing of the bears. The question arises, why didn't the Spaniards raise crops and thus avert the danger of starvation? The answer is that they did the best they could. Such seed as they could get they planted, but it was a rare chance when they got back anything more than their seed. They were not acquainted with farming and knew nothing of the actual possibilities or needs of the soil in this new land. At the end of 1773, San Gabriel was the only place in the province which even so much as gave promise of an eventual agricultural wealth. The growth of rich crops was one of those factors which inevitably belonged to the future. In the matter of manufactured articles, Alta California was of course altogether dependent on outside help for everything from a plow or a smithy's forge down to a piece of ribbon or a nail. Indeed, for many things that were all but vital to its existence, the province had to look beyond Mexico to Spain. For example, Serra reported in 1773 that the only forge and only smith in Alta California were at Monterey, and in any event there was very little iron to work with. He also asked for 2 carpenters, one for the north and the other for the south. The need for domestic animals was twofold, to serve as food and as beasts of burden. About 500 had been taken from Baja California at the outset. A number had died on the march north from the peninsula, but enough remained to furnish Alta California with an element which it needed in order to survive and also give some hope for an eventual increase. The situation in these early years was at all times critical, however. This was due not only to the insufficient numbers of the animals, but also to the lack of animals for breeding purposes. Except for the milk that they gave, the animals were little used for food, as they were too precious to be killed. But the colonists were almost often wholly dependent upon milk to keep themselves alive. Nevertheless, the need for pack animals received great emphasis. To mention only one important use of this character, a great many animals were required to carry a year's supplies from San Diego or Monterey to the 3 inland missions. Minor difficulties encountered were the theft of horses and cattle by Spanish deserters, and the fondness of the unconverted Indians for meat, an appetite which they were wont to indulge at the expense of the Spanish flocks. By the close of the year 1773, what with cows, sheep, goats, pigs, asses, mares, colts, horses, and mules, there were only 616 animals at the 5 missions, and probably not very many besides in the keeping of the presidial garrisons of San Diego and Monterey. The situation was one which demanded remedy. The soldiers, on account of their bad conduct with the native women, were in a measure a handicap to mission work, but none more insistently than the friars themselves recognized the necessity for their presence. A still more important element for the future of the province was, if it could be obtained, that of permanent settlers. The total Spanish population in 1773 was made up of 61 soldiers, 11 friars, and an occasional mechanic temporarily in the province in the service of the government. There were no white laborers, no doctors, and most important of all, no women. 6 soldiers had married native women, but the rest were without wives or else had left them in New Spain. Furthermore, the soldiers longed to escape this irksome service in a land which was so totally lacking in the things they enjoyed, and they frequently deserted. Invariably, however, they returned to camp, for death awaited them away from the supplies which came each year to San Diego and Monterey. The founding of missions was delayed because there were not soldiers enough to guard them. Thus, San Buenaventura, at present-day Ventura, which the Spaniards had hoped to establish among the first, was postponed until 1782. Similarly, San Francisco and Santa Clara were delayed until 1776 and 1777. The founding of the 2 last-named missions was most insistently desired by the friars, the governor, and the viceroy during these years, but Fages deemed it unwise to attempt it with the scant forces under his command. In November 1770, on his own initiative, he had tried to reach the old port of San Francisco, Drake's Bay, behind Point Reyes, by going around the great estuary, as he termed it, of what is today the Bay of San Francisco. He may have reached a point in the Berkeley Hills just north of the present university campus. Since his scouts reported that the estuary seemed to extend for an indefinite distance, Fages turned his back because of his, quote, anxiety for the camp, the cultivation of the land, and the raising of the stock, end quote. In March 1772, he made a more ambitious attempt, accompanied by Father Crespi, 12 soldiers, a muleteer, and an Indian. He had orders to explore the port of San Francisco and establish a mission there, so as to secure that port from foreign occupation. Going up the eastern shore of the Bay region, Fages and his men came at length to the San Joaquin River, and also saw the Sacramento from a point of vantage. Having reached the vicinity of Antioch, they felt obliged to give up their appointed task, for they lacked boats with which to cross the rivers, and did not have enough supplies for such a long journey as now appeared necessary. So they cut through the mountains by way of the San Ramon, Amador, and Sunol valleys, and found their way back to Monterey. No further attempt was made for some time to reach the port which Drake and Rodriguez Cermenho had visited, but attention gradually directed itself toward the infinitely superior estuary of San Francisco, which was soon to appropriate an exclusive right to the name formerly enjoyed by the more northerly port. In any event, the mission had to wait. The backward state of the Alta California settlements would not have been so serious if there had been an adequate supply route to the province. The direct sea route from San Blas continued to be as difficult as before. Thus, the San Antonio in 1771 required 68 days for the voyage to San Diego, and there were few aboard ship who escaped the scurvy. The problems in connection with the supply ships will be taken up more fully in a later chapter. For the present, it may suffice to say that the ships were too small and frail, and the perils of the sea too great for families of colonists or herds of domestic animals to be sent out in them. Indeed, such a plan seems never so much as to have been considered. The short voyage across the stormy Gulf to Baja California was only slightly less difficult. Writing in August 1771, Father Verger said that 5 boats had already been lost that year in attempting to reach the peninsula. A 6th left San Blas on February 2nd and did not reach Loreto until August 23rd, having meanwhile been blown nearly to Panama. Baja California was, if anything, less able than ever to supply the provisions needed in Alta California. The peninsula had not recovered from the material setback it suffered at the time the Jesuits were expelled, and, besides, it had already been stripped of more than it could well afford to make a beginning of the settlements in Alta California. Moreover, aside from the problem of the voyage across the Gulf, Baja California was not even suitable as a route to San Diego and Monterey. This was most clearly set forth by Father Serra in 1773. On being informed that a suggestion had been made to do away with the supply ships and make use of mule trains to carry provisions and effects up the peninsula to Alta California, he pointed out that it would take 1,500 mules and 100 muleteers, and it would be impossible for such a number of animals to find food and drink on the desolate route to San Diego. There were not enough mules in both Californias for this project, even if it had been possible. For 3 years, attempts had been made to supply the grave deficiency in this type of animal by shipping a number from the mainland provinces of New Spain, but these endeavors had met with no success. The situation in Alta California, therefore, was bad, with hardly a single relieving feature. As late as February 1773, Bucareli wrote to Arriaga that he might expect an early abandonment of the province. This eventuality most certainly would have developed if it had not been for the activities of the viceroy himself. Indeed, it was just at the moment when his pessimism was at its greatest that his measures for the northern province began to have effect. Obviously, the only escape for Alta California lay in the discovery of a better route over which the elements of permanence, families of settlers and domestic animals, might come. Those acquainted with the problems of Alta California began more and more to point this out. Father Verger said that the only alternative to sending agricultural and pastoral laborers to Alta California would be to transport provisions from Sonora, and he recommended that steps be taken to increase the number of pack animals in the new establishments so that they might be utilized for that purpose. Furthermore, he consented very easily to a surrender of the Baja California missions field to the Dominicans, provided the Franciscans of San Fernando should be accorded the right to develop a route from Sonora. Serra, Palou, and others held virtually the same views, though some, Serra included, for a time favored the idea of a route from New Mexico. The engineer, Costanzo, who had been in Alta California with Portola, explained more clearly than anybody else the various factors in Alta California's problem of a supply route, alluding to the insufficiency of the direct sea route and the route up the peninsula, and pointing out that the settlers and supplies which Alta California needed might well be sent from Sonora. Much the same views were expressed by José de Areche, fiscal of the Audiencia of Mexico. The project of a supply route from Sonora appealed to him, also, because it might lessen the burden of expense which the government was undergoing on behalf of Alta California. The matter of expense was indeed one which attracted the attention of the royal government. From January 1768 to the end of 1773, over 570,000 pesos had been expended on behalf of the Californias and San Blas of which Alta California had accounted for more than 250,000. The salt mines of San Blas earned 25,000 pesos a year, which was the sole return on the government's investment. Thus, there had been a net expenditure of 75,000 pesos a year. But this was not all. In addition, there was the cost of the goods sent from Mexico City, the contributions of the Pious Fund, and the application of the resources confiscated from the Jesuit missions of the peninsula, the figures for which are not at hand. This manifests the strategic importance attached by Spain to her possession of the Californias, for that country was not accustomed to spend money on unprofitable projects. On this very account, however, the government would have welcomed a means of escape from at least a part of its heavy expenditures. Therefore, the higher officials of the Viceroyalty turned hopefully to the idea of a new route to save Alta California from foreign occupation. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. A History of California, the Spanish Period. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Russian and English Aggressions in the Pacific Northwest. The danger of encroachments by foreign powers has been given prominent notice in preceding chapters as a principal cause of the Spanish northwestward advance since the adoption, late in the 16th century, of the policy of the aggressive defensive. In the period from 1769 to 1781, when the future of the Californias was in fact being decided, and especially in the vital years 1773 to 1776, this factor, under the guiding hand of the great Viceroy Bucareli, was the real mainspring of Spanish action, though from the standpoint of the permanent foreign danger, rather than from that of a particular emergency. It is especially interesting to approach the subject of foreign conquests from different points of view, so as to bring out the importance of this factor the more clearly by providing a better perspective. As has already been pointed out, the Russians and the English were by no means the only foreign peoples who threatened Spain's domination of the Pacific coast. The Indians and the Chinese had their opportunity before Spain appeared upon the scene. The Japanese were at one time a potential peril, and the Portuguese and Dutch voyagers occasionally gave Spain concern. The French for many years were the most dangerous enemy of all, but with their disappearance from North America in 1763, as a result of their defeat in the 7 Years' War, they were no longer a menace. The people of the United States were eventually to become the most powerful outstanding element, but their chance did not appear until the 19th century. In the time of Bucareli, there were only two peoples whom Spain had seriously to consider. These were the Russians and the English. In a review of Spanish foreign policy as a whole during the reign of Charles III, 1759 to 1788, and particularly in those years which were of most interest from the point of view of California history, it will be found that Spain was primarily concerned over the possibilities of a war with England. Russia, though a dangerous opponent in the Pacific, gave Spain hardly any cause for worry in Europe. There were troubles with Portugal and Morocco, but their importance lay in the relation which England bore to the situation, especially in the case of Portugal, whose aggressive activities in South America received English backing until 1776. Then the American Revolution produced a diversion in favor of Spain. To oppose England, the so-called Family Compact between the Bourbon crowns of France and Spain was brought into being. In 1762, therefore, Spain entered the war which for several years France had been waging against England. Having gone down to defeat in 1763, the Bourbon powers thereafter endeavored to strengthen themselves for a renewal of the combat, which, it was generally agreed, would inevitably eventuate. In 1770 to 1771, and several times between 1773 and the close of 1776, Spain was ready to fight, but France each time drew back. Late in 1775, however, a change in Spain's attitude began to be perceptible, which became marked after 1776. This was due, primarily, it would seem, to the American Revolution, which engendered a belief that Spain's participation in the war against England would be fatal, whatever the outcome. Victory, which would also mean independence for England's colonies, would result in the appearance of a dangerous neighbor in America and in the eventual loss, perhaps, of Spain's colonial empire. Defeat would subject Spain to a like fate at the hands of England. Spain therefore hesitated to enter the war, though in 1779 she did so. These were the principal ideas in the diplomatic history of the period. As affecting the Americas, the danger point in a war with England was the West Indies and the neighboring coasts of the mainland. Whatever anxiety there was for Pacific ports concerned South America, and after 1773 even that region does not seem to have been important enough to have found a prominent place in diplomatic correspondence. As for foreign aggressions in the Pacific Northwest, they were then regarded as of such comparatively slight importance that they have not attracted the attention of even the most voluminous writers on the history of Spain for that period. Indeed, the danger of a war with England inevitably lessened Spain's fears concerning the Californias, for England's forces could be counted upon to concentrate in the Atlantic for any serious attack. Thus, it may be said that Russian aggressions in the Pacific Northwest occupied a place of no importance in the general scheme of Spanish foreign policy, and English aggressions were more important, if at all, only because England was regarded as a consistent opponent in all quarters of the globe. In other words, Spanish activities in the Californias were on virtually an independent footing. They depended on Spain's surmises concerning foreign encroachments of the North Pacific itself, without reference, or at most only very slightly related, to the state of affairs in Europe. Before dealing, in successive chapters, with Bucareli's measures against the possibility of foreign conquests in the Californias, it seems worthwhile to trace the actual progress of the Russians and English in their endeavors to reach the Pacific coast, in order to estimate what the danger really was. The Russian approach was largely in the hands of the Cossacks, the underlying causes being their yearning for new homes where they might enjoy personal freedom and the commercial stimulus of the fur trade. The first step was taken in the reign of Ivan IV, 1533 to 1584, when the outlaw Yermak led a band of Cossacks across the Ural Mountains in 1578 and conquered a Tatar kingdom on the Ob River. Thenceforth, the Cossacks made rapid strides across the continent. 10 men could conquer a kingdom, whether due to the superiority of their weapons or to other causes does not matter here. Tobolsk, Tomsk, Yeniseisk, Irkutsk, Yakutsk, and finally Okhotsk on the Pacific successively became centers of their activity and supply stations for the next point to the east. In 50 years they had advanced to Yakutsk over halfway, and 11 more years sufficed to reach Okhotsk, where an establishment was made in 1639. From Yakutsk they went southward up the Lena River to Lake Baikal, where silver mines were found, but here their rush was checked, the Manchu Tartars being too powerful for them. In 1646 they entered the land of the Chukchis in the extreme northwestern part of Asia, and were rewarded by rich finds of mammoth ivory. The Chukchis, however, were not pleasant neighbors, and were able to maintain their independence of Russia to the close of the 18th century. By 1706, Kamchatka, the last Siberian land to be taken, had been overrun. Arrived at the Pacific, the conquerors wondered what lay beyond. There were evidences of a great land not far to the east. Strange trees drifted ashore, the swell of the ocean was not great, and the Chukchis told stories of a rich eastern continent. And well may it have seemed rich to them when the comparatively agreeable west coast of Alaska is contrasted with the bleak and stormy Siberian shore. The Russian government became interested in the American Siberia as early as 1710, and attempts were made to reach it by way of the Arctic Ocean along the north coast of Siberia, and surveys were made of the Kuril Islands. This, it may be noted, was during the reign of Peter the Great, 1682 to 1725. Peter also planned expeditions which were to proceed from Kamchatka to see whether America and Asia joined, and to make discoveries along Pacific shores from Japan to the American continent. It fell to the lot of Vitus Bering, a Dane, to execute the major part of his commands, and to the reins of his successors to see them carried out. The Bering party had first to make the overland journey across Siberia, which it started to do in 1725. Arrived at the Pacific, Bering left Okhotsk in 1727, and in the following year sailed through Bering Strait. He then returned to St. Petersburg, or Petrograd, where he recommended further voyages to discover trade routes to America and Japan, and to explore the northern coast of Siberia. Plans were made on a large scale, and the expeditions were authorized in 1734, but it was 6 years before they got underway. Bering commanded one ship, and Alexei Chirikov the other, but the two at length became separated. On July 15, 1741, Chirikov discovered the American coast just above 55 degrees. He then sailed northwest and west, past the Aleutian Islands, and after much suffering reached Kamchatka in October 1741. Chirikov made another voyage in 1742, but did not reach America. Bering, meanwhile, had sighted the American mainland above 58 degrees on July 16, 1741. The return voyage was one of terrible hardship. The voyagers were obliged to winter on Bering Island, where their commander died, and the survivors did not get back to Kamchatka until August 1742. Incidentally, they brought back some furs of the sea otter, and this it was which proved the impulse for a fresh series of Russian voyages. Between 1743 and 1767, a number of voyages by private individuals were made as far as the Aleutian Islands in search of furs. The year 1764 marked the beginning of a new period of imperial interest, when plans were made which resulted in the Kranitsin and Levashev expedition. Secret instructions were given, but the object seems to have been to verify the reports already received from the fur traders and to obtain as much further information as possible. The Kranitsin-Levashev voyage took place during the years 1766 to 1769. The expeditionaries encountered great hardships and got no farther than the Aleutian Islands, not reaching the mainland. Levashev at length got back to St. Petersburg in 1771. Special notice should be taken of this voyage as the principal one under imperial direction in the period of most interest here. This expedition may have been the foundation for the exaggerated reports from St. Petersburg, which were transmitted to Bucareli and influenced his course of action. At about the same time, a number of books were published concerning Russian activities in the Pacific. Private expeditions continued, however, and it is impossible to say how much they entered into the rumors heard by the Spanish ambassadors. These voyages seem to have reached no farther than the Aleutian Islands. Not until 1783 did the Russians make a direct attempt to extend their fur trading operations to the Alaska mainland, for the sea otter was disappearing from the Aleutian Islands. An expedition was made under Potap Zykov, but it was a failure. In the same year, Grigor Shelikov organized a company to make a fur trading settlement, and this was established in 1784 on the island of Kadiak, the first Russian settlement in North America. 15 years later, in 1799, Sitka was founded on the Alaska mainland, and by 1812, Russian settlement was carried as far south as the Farallone Islands, just out from the Golden Gate. Clearly, Spain had cause to fear the Russian approach. English approaches to the Pacific coast were along a number of lines, but may be reduced roughly to two: from the Atlantic coast westward, in the most part overland, but in some degree by sea, as represented by the attempts to find the Northwest Passage, and the direct approach by sea in the Pacific itself around South America, or eastward from southern Asia, and even across the Isthmus of Panama. The former was the earlier and more formidable movement, but the latter was the first to arrive, and the one which in fact gave more trouble to Spain down to the close of the 18th century. English entry of the Pacific by way of the Isthmus of Panama passed through two principal phases. The first came in the latter half of the 16th century, during the reign of Elizabeth, when English sailors plundered Spanish towns and ships, although their countries were nominally at peace. Drake and Hawkins are the typical names. The second phase came in the 17th century, when men engaged in it tended to evolve from a shadowy British allegiance into unqualified pirates. Sir Henry Morgan is the outstanding figure of this period. Just at the close of the century, also, came the unsuccessful attempt to found a Scotch colony at Darien. This marks the end of the English activity along this line of approach to the Pacific. Another line of advance, to which little space need be given because it did not in fact get near the Americas, is the British advance around Africa to southern Asia. This may be said to have begun with the chartering of the British East Indian Company in 1600, the English government granting to that company rights of trade from the Cape of Good Hope to the Strait of Magellan. A voyage to the East Indies was made in the very next year, and in a little more than a decade the company had already established a post in India. As early as 1637, English ships had appeared on the coast of China, and for the next century and a half they carried on an intermittent trade there. Spain had little to fear from England in this period from the direction of the East Indies because of the English conflicts in India with the Portuguese, Dutch, and French, especially with the last named. Once the English overcame this opposition, however, they loomed up as a danger to the Spanish colonies. The capture of Manila in 1762 by an English expedition from India was a significant indication of the reality of this danger. The Croix-Galvez plan of January 1768 referred to the possibility of English and Dutch voyages from the East Indies to the Californias. Not until the last 15 years of the 18th century was this fear realized, but then numerous English ships made voyages from China to Nootka and the coasts of the far northwest. The pioneer of English voyagers around South America to the Pacific coast was Francis Drake, who made a brief stay in Alta California in 1579. His voyage showed how weak was Spain's control of the Pacific. It was never forgotten by the Spaniards, who likewise realized how much they had to fear from the presence of an enemy's ship. A fresh lesson was not long in coming. In 1587-1588, Thomas Cavendish repeated Drake's voyage, capturing a rich Manila galleon near Cape San Lucas in 1588. The 17th century was the age of buccaneers, whether virtual or real, and some of them seem to have rounded South America. One expedition, with a semblance of governmental authority, left Virginia in 1683, turned South America, and joining with buccaneers who had crossed the Isthmus of Panama, engaged in operations against the Spaniards in the years 1684 to 1686. Cook, Eaton, Davis, Harris, Swan, Wafer, Cowley, Townley, Dampier, and the Frenchman Grognier were among the leaders of this enterprise. Swan and Townley got as far north as Mazatlan. The first 4 decades of the 18th century were marked by English voyages in which commercial objects were most largely to the fore, the promoters getting clearance papers from the government. Once in the Pacific, these voyagers acted much as had their predecessors, the buccaneers, plundering the Spaniards. The voyages were different in that the government required records to be kept, many of which were published, and in the general endeavor to advance knowledge about the Pacific coasts, men of science often accompanied the expeditions. The first of this series of voyages was headed by Dampier, who left England in 1699 with a fleet of 5 ships. The expedition subsequently split up into 4 separate voyages, owing to the inability of different officers and men to agree with Dampier. Dampier got as far north as the coast of New Spain in 1704-1705 before pursuing his voyage around the world. Clipperton and Funnell got back to England by a similar voyage. The expedition had been a financial failure, but some Bristol merchants were persuaded to make another venture. The new expedition set sail in 1708 under the command of Woodes Rogers. 3 years later, it got back to England with an immense profit, largely the result of having captured the Manila galleon off Cape San Lucas in 1709. After this encounter, Woodes Rogers took the usual route around the world. Many companies now sprang up, but they were unable to equal the success of Woodes Rogers. The Shelvocke-Clipperton voyages along the coast of New Spain in 1721 were the most noteworthy. The English voyages, even when unprofitable to their backers, cost the Spaniards enormous losses, both in property taken or destroyed and in precautionary measures. They also increased England's knowledge of the Pacific and its shores. Spain's sense of danger may well have been enhanced by the vast literature about these voyages and the popular interest in them in England. A new era began with the outbreak of war between England and Spain in 1739. The departure was marked by the fitting out of an expedition at government expense, a formal naval enterprise under the command of George Anson. Anson took the customary route around the world in the years 1740 to 1744, in the course of which he cruised the western shores of New Spain. Failing to encounter the Manila galleon, he crossed to the Philippine Islands and took one there. Although he did not make a profit and lost most of his men, he had caused an immense expense and a great loss to Spain. Furthermore, among the papers taken in the captured galleon were those which revealed the Spanish secrets of the Pacific. There were sailing directions for South American coast and the Trans-Pacific routes, with charts showing islands, shoals, landmarks, harbors, and the like. The Pacific was no longer a closed sea. After the 7 Years' War, a new type of voyage began. The semi-piratical voyages of the past were no longer in accord with public morals, nor was there the excuse of war. Voyages for scientific objects and discovery began therefore to be sent out, with instructions not to interfere with the ships or territory of European peoples with whom England was at peace. The impetus came from France, who, having lost her colonies by the Peace of 1763, was eager to replace them by new discoveries. The English quickly followed the French lead by the voyage of Byron, 1764 to 1766, and Wallis and Carteret in 1766 to 1769. These voyagers went around the world by way of South America and the South Pacific. Then came the most important voyage of all, and especially interesting here, as they fall within the period of principal interest in this work, the 3 voyages of Captain James Cook. The first voyage occupied the years 1768 to 1771. One object was to observe the transit of Venus, the island of Tahiti being selected as a place at which to do it. Cook followed the path of Byron, Wallis, and Carteret. After the observation had been taken at Tahiti, he proceeded westward and made extensive explorations in New Zealand and Australia. Upon his return to England, he was commissioned to go again to the South Pacific to determine whether a great southern continent existed there, about which speculation had been rife for 2 centuries. The expedition took place in 1772 to 1775, and the myth of the southern continent was exploded. Perhaps a more important fact here is that in all his voyage he lost but 4 men, and only 1 by sickness. This was the result of special preparations by Cook. Before his time, it was usually the case that from 40 to 75% of the crew were lost. Cook's methods were published, and were followed by later voyagers. It meant that the terror of the seas had been banished, and in a very great degree made Spain's retention of power in the Pacific so much the less secure. Cook's third voyage left England in the year 1776, and, as will be pointed out in a later chapter, caused the Spanish government no little anxiety. One of its objects was to attack another long-standing myth, that of a practical water passage through or around North America. Cook was commissioned to approach this problem from the Pacific side. He was also to get information of the coast, and was secretly instructed to take possession for England of all lands not hitherto discovered or visited by Europeans. En route, he discovered the Hawaiian Islands in 1778, a group destined to occupy an important place in later voyages of the 18th century. He reached the North American coast in about 44 degrees and proceeded northward. Some furs were picked up from the natives for mere trifles, and were later disposed of in China at such good prices as to open the eyes of the merchants to the possibilities of the fur trade. The result was a swarm of European vessels, particularly English ships, on the northwest coasts in the last 15 years of the century. To return to Cook, he continued northward and passed through the Bering Strait, but was obliged by the ice to turn back. While wintering in the Hawaiian Islands in 1779, he was killed in an affray with the natives. The expedition proceeded under the command of Captain Clerke. Clerke also passed through the Bering Strait, but he too was forced back by the ice, and soon afterward made his way around the world to England. To sum up, it is clear that English exploration in the Pacific was gathering momentum. Each new discovery and each advance in the science of navigation or other form of knowledge brought the Spanish Empire of the Pacific just so much nearer a fall. To this must be added not only the activities of the Russians, but also the voyages of the French, Dutch, and Portuguese. Furthermore, there were foes attacking from the Atlantic side, stripping Spain bit by bit of her colonies, and expanding into the unoccupied lands that brought them nearer to the Pacific coast. A little reflection will enable one to appreciate the vastness of the problem which Spain had to face. One other factor remains to be considered, that of the English advance across the North American continent. The westward progress of what was to become the United States had reached the Mississippi by 1776, but the American movement did not represent a threatening element as regards Spain's possessions in the Pacific until after the purchase of Louisiana in 1803. Until then, the political and geographical barriers were too great for the United States to be a danger. The Spanish government did contemplate the possibility of Americans crossing the Mississippi and encroaching on New Spain, but not on the Pacific Northwest. Events in Canada, however, and particularly the activities of the Hudson's Bay Company, did indeed threaten the far-flung coast of the Californias, and the peril was recognized by Spain. One must think back to the voyages of the Cabots, followed by a procession of English mariners seeking the Northwest Passage, Frobisher, Davis, Hudson, Baffin, James, and others, if he is to get this subject in a proper focus. France, however, was the first to get a foothold in Canada, and soon afterward her colonists began to realize profits in the fur trade. Two Frenchmen, Groseillers and Radisson, paved the way for England's sharing in this trade. Dissatisfied with the rewards accorded them by the French, they temporarily entered the service of some Englishmen who were interested in exploiting the fur trade of Hudson Bay, and in 1668 started English fur trading operations in that region. The venture was a success and led to the chartering of the Hudson's Bay Company in 1670. The company was granted a monopoly and the proprietorship with civil and criminal jurisdiction of all Hudson Bay lands not actually possessed by a Christian prince. Down to the Treaty of Utrecht, the company was in almost continual war with the French, who did not recognize its rights to the territory. The Treaty of 1713, however, gave to England all lands embraced by the waters emptying into Hudson Bay and Strait. The region acquired was not definitely known, but at all events the attacks of the French now ceased. The trade in furs was very profitable. Perhaps for this reason, the company decided to let well enough alone and adopted a policy of secrecy and restrictions. All but the servants of the company were kept away from the territory, and the founding of settlements and even the making of discoveries were discouraged. The discovery of a strait communicating with the Pacific had been one of the charter objects of the company, yet it was charged with opposing a search until forced to make the attempt. Likewise, agriculture and mining were not encouraged. As a result, after a century of existence, the company had in 1770 but 7 posts, all close to the Hudson Bay, with a total population of about 200 men, all company servants. This exclusive policy had not passed without criticism. The most notable critic was a certain Arthur Dobbs, who devoted a large part of his life to attacking the company because of its failure to find the Northwest Passage. Several expeditions were made under the auspices respectively of the company in self-defense against Dobbs' charges, the government, and a private concern, the last name being financed by popular subscription. This activity took place for the most part between 1737 and 1747. Parliament manifested interest by offering £20,000 as a reward to the discoverer of the passage, but it was not found. It is noteworthy that in the last of these expeditions, one of the boats was named California, and the forming of a settlement in the Californias was contemplated, if the strait should be found, to serve as a base for a vast Pacific trade. Failing to find a passage, Dobbs now sought a charter for a new corporation, charging the Hudson's Bay Company with failure to extend its settlements to the interior. The case came up in 1749, and Dobbs' petition was denied. The matter is of no small importance. A new company would undoubtedly have stimulated exploration, and might have resulted in much earlier penetration by a British enterprise to the Pacific coast, with consequences that stir the imagination. From another standpoint, the Dobbs controversy is important. It attained a considerable publicity, and a number of books were written. These came to the notice of Spain and were a cause of forebodings on her part. 20 years later, the company at last awakened to the desirability of interior exploration. The great name is that of Samuel Hearne. Hearne's first journey came in the year 1769. He was sent out by the company to obtain information of the interior. In particular, he was to reach a certain river said to abound in copper ore and fur-bearing animals. This journey was a failure, and in another of 1770, he again failed to reach the river of copper. In December of the same year, he started a third time, and on this occasion was successful, reaching the river since called the Copper Mine in July 1771 and descending it to its mouth in the Arctic Ocean. Not until June 1772 did he get back to the company's post on Hudson Bay. The Hearne explorations were followed by a new policy on the part of the company, which began thenceforth to push its trading operations inland. Not much progress had been made, however, by the close of the year 1776, which marks the end of the period of principal interest dealt with here. That the Spanish government might well have been alarmed is proved by the remarkable westward progress of the company and its rivals in the last quarter of the 18th century. An important competitor had sprung up in the Scottish merchants of Montreal, themselves the successors of the French since the 7 Years' War. Before that war had ended, they were already pushing into the region of the Great Lakes, and not long afterward penetrated as far as the Saskatchewan River. Gradually they drew together, and in the winter of 1783 to 1784, the Northwest Company was formed, an organization which was to accomplish vast results in the way of exploration. These companies were yet another powerful force in motion against the tottering Spanish Empire. In 1793, Alexander Mackenzie, a member of the Northwest Company, reached the Pacific in what is now British Columbia. Later, the Hudson's Bay Company acquired the rights of the Northwest Company, and by 1828 was already operating in Alta California, while in 1841 an agency was established at San Francisco. Truly, this line of approach represented a veritable danger to Spain in the Northwest, far greater than that of the Russians because of its greater resources in the way of an advancing base of supply. The gravest danger of all was that English advance which, by the Declaration of Independence, became American in 1776. It may be assumed that the outstanding details are known, and it need not be dwelt upon further than to say that it was slow-moving and late to arrive, but had behind it the greatest force and momentum of all, in addition to a shorter and better route than those of the Russians and the English. All things being equal, the people from the Atlantic seaboard of the United States would be the first to reach the Pacific in sufficient strength to possess the Californias. As matters turned out, the equality of opportunity was not sufficiently disturbed to deprive the United States of the Pacific coast, but the drama of California history lies in the almost countless eventualities which tended to keep affairs in normal course to the advantage of the United States. When all these elements of foreign danger are rolled into one, it appears that Spain's fears, considerable as they were not only not groundless, but indeed far under the mark. A Spanish statesman who would have said in 1776, "Let us devote 10 times as much to the Californias as we have ever done before, or let us abandon them," would have been regarded, at the very least, as extravagant in his views. But he would have been not far from right. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. A History of California, the Spanish Period. Chapter 21. Antonio Bucareli. On September 23, 1771, the vice-regal term of Marqués de Croix came to an end, and Bucareli succeeded to his post. One needs only to glance at the full name and titles of the new viceroy to realize that he was a man of more than ordinary distinction. The following is the signature that appears in some of his most formal documents. Quote, "The Knight Commander of the Order of Malta, Brother Don Antonio Maria Bucareli y Ursua, Enestrosa, Lazo de la Vega, Villacis y Cordova, Knight, Grand Cross, and Commander of the Vault of Toro in the Order of St. John, Gentleman of the Chamber of His Majesty with right of entrance, Lieutenant General of the Royal Armies, Viceroy, Governor, and Captain General of the Kingdom of New Spain, President of its Royal Audiencia, Superintendent General of the Royal Estate in the branch of tobacco, Judge Conservator of the latter, President of its Junta, and Subdelegate General of the Rent of the Mails in the same kingdom." Unquote. Ordinarily, however, the viceroy signed with only a portion of his family name, and frequently was satisfied with no more than plain Bucareli. According to Bancroft, he, quote, "was a native of Seville and related to the most noble families of Spain and Italy, being, on his paternal side, a descendant from a very distinguished family of Florence, which boasted among its connections 3 popes, 6 cardinals, and other high officers of the state and church, and on the maternal, the Ursuas were related to several ducal families. The knight entered the military service of his country as a cadet, and rose by gallantry and honorable service to be lieutenant general. He had distinguished himself in several campaigns in Italy and Spain in engineering work and as the inspector general of cavalry. Lastly, he was called to be governor and captain general of Cuba, where he again rendered valuable services to the crown, which were rewarded with a promotion to the viceroyalty of New Spain. Nor was this the only reward. He was not only permitted to grant offices to 12 of his friends and attachés, a privilege that had been withheld for some years from his predecessors, but was given by royal order of January 22, 1777, an increase of $20,000 a year above what had been the viceroy's salary, making it $80,000 as a mark of special favor." Unquote. Numerous instances, besides those just mentioned, prove the esteem in which he was held, both for his abilities and for his characteristics as an honorable man. On one occasion, the merchants loaned him $2,500,000 with no security except his word. At his death, the king ordered that there should be no residencia, or examination into his conduct while in office. "A course," said Bancroft, "unprecedented in the history of royal representation." Mexican historians do not ordinarily speak well of their Spanish governors. Nevertheless, Manuel Rivera has this to say, quote, "The period during which Señor Bucareli ruled was an uninterrupted sequence of peace for New Spain. It seemed as if Providence wished to reward the virtues of the viceroy by scattering upon his subjects everything that contributed to their well-being. He was one of those men whose memory will never be erased from the hearts of Mexicans. His administration is a clear example of what this land was able to be when a man of integrity and intelligence resolutely undertook the difficult task of developing its elements of wealth." Unquote. In fine, for ability and high character, Bucareli stands out as one of the greatest men in the history of New Spain. Far from being a narrow bureaucrat, he was capable of a broad point of view which grasped both the patent and the underlying problems of the entire viceroyalty. A well-developed sense of perspective was one of his most marked traits, enabling him to see matters as they were, but not checking him from taking measures to circumvent possible ills which to him did not appear greatly threatening. His letters show him to have been simple, straightforward, unselfish, clear-thinking, and sincerely religious, without a shadow of conceit or pretense, and even without great personal ambition, except to perform his duty to the full. Finally, he was keenly interested in the problems that he encountered, and was an indefatigable worker, and these characteristics, joined to the rest, make it clear why he achieved such success in the face of difficulties that would have proved insuperable to a less capable ruler. The extraordinary activities of Bucareli are all the more surprising when it is realized that he had not desired his promotion to the viceroyalty, but would have preferred to return to Spain. Even after he entered upon his new duties, he never ceased to hope that he might be succeeded, especially if the new appointee might be his intimate personal friend, General Alejandro O'Reilly, who wanted the post. Fate decreed that neither of the two men should have his wish, and Bucareli died in harness in 1779. No doubt, Bucareli's desire to have affairs in the best possible shape for his friend O'Reilly entered into his zeal for the achievement of his ends. But the viceroy seems anyway to have been one of those rare individuals who can throw themselves wholeheartedly into an enterprise merely out of a sense of duty without a thought of self. With Bucareli's conduct of the affairs of the viceroyalty, other than as they related to California's, this volume has no concern. It is true, however, that nothing interested him more than the precariously held province in the far northwest. It was not until 1773 that this interest began to show forth most keenly. Indeed, unable to get accurate accounts of conditions in Alta California, and aware of the stupendous difficulties in the way of its retention, he reported in February 1773, as already stated, that an early abandonment of the province might be expected. But it was just about at that time that his measures began to take effect, and in the next 3 years, 1773 to 1776, while the Californias remained under his direct rule, he engaged in a series of activities which were remarkable alike for their range and for their success. The underlying basis of Bucareli's measures with respect to the Californias was his desire to check even the possibility of foreign encroachments on the domains of New Spain. The first intimation of European aggressions came early in 1773, when it was rumored that an Englishman named Bings was undertaking a voyage to the North Pole with a view to reaching the Californias, if possible. About the middle of the same year, reports of Russian activities in the Pacific Northwest reached Bucareli. These had emanated, late in 1772, from the Spanish ambassador to Russia, and were of an alarmist variety. But it was characteristic of the viceroy that he did not become excited, though he acted much more expeditiously and effectively than the most terrified believer in these views might have done. Referring to these reports in a letter of July 27, 1773, to Arriaga, he expressed some doubt whether the Russians had actually reached North America, and alluded to the difficulties they would have in establishing themselves, but gave his opinion that precautionary measures ought to be taken. I deem it well that any establishment of the Russians in this continent or of any other foreign power ought to be guarded against, he said. Not that the king needs any extension of territory when there is much more in his own dominions than can be settled in centuries, but rather to avoid the consequences which would follow from having other neighbors than the Indians. Thus did Bucareli, like scores of men before his time as well as after, foreshadow the Monroe Doctrine, pronounced in 1823 by one of the peoples whom the original enunciators had intended to check. Continuing, Bucareli said, quote, "As for the Russians, it may be possible, though it will be difficult, for them to establish themselves, but there is no doubt that it will be prejudicial to the dominions of the king if they succeed. Reason persuades us that it will be less difficult for the king to prevent it than for the Russians to undertake it, though at much cost to the treasury." Unquote. This seems also to have represented the views of the Minister General in Spain, as appears from Arriaga's letter of January 24, 1774, to Bucareli. "As for the Russian discoveries," he said, "to me they are still a very remote object of attention, and at the present time it seems much too early for them to be a cause for alarm. But as the preparations against them may serve many other purposes, especially in that they conduce to the missionary work and the extension of the gospel, the more land we gain by discoveries, I am very well satisfied with all that has been done, for in this manner, by sea and land, we may proceed with our conquests in one place after another." Here was imperialism under a religious cloak, but nothing like fear. As for the English, Bucareli expressed the prevailing opinion in a letter of September 28, 1774, to Arriaga. Referring to the possibility of the English having extended their conquests westward to the Pacific from Hudson Bay, he said, quote, "This seems to me a very distant prospect which does not at the present time impose new cares upon us. Indeed, it has the same appearances of invention as a pretended passage from that bay to our South Sea, the Pacific Ocean, of which public accounts have spoken so much." Unquote. Clearly, therefore, the Spaniards did not look upon this period as one of particular emergency any more than they had in 1768 to 1769. But on the long-standing ground of foreign danger, in fulfillment of the Spanish Monroe Doctrine, a remarkable series of activities were set in motion by the viceroy, with results which were the dominating element in the future of Alta California and much else of the Pacific coast. Chronologically considered, the outstanding events in the achievement of his policies were the following. He procured the formation of a reglamento, instrument of government, for the Californias and San Blas in July 1773, supplementing it by his instructions of the following month to Rivera. In September, he authorized Captain Anza to open a land route to Alta California, as a result of which a successful expedition was made in 1774. In November 1773, he ordered Colonel Agustin Creme to explore the Isthmus of Tehuantepec in search of a route for the transportation of artillery from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and in the next 2 months this exploration was undertaken with success. In December 1773, the dispatch of Juan Perez on a voyage of exploration to the far northwest was formally decided upon, and during most of the next year, Perez engaged upon the voyage. Early in 1774, Rivera was sent to Alta California by way of the peninsula with a small party of colonists. On Perez's return in November 1774, after a voyage of only moderate success, Bucareli at once determined upon a fresh series of voyages. As a result, Heceta and Bodega were dispatched to the northwest coast in 1775, and the Yala passed through the Golden Gate and thoroughly explored San Francisco Bay. Meanwhile, in November 1774, Bucareli had authorized Anza to take a great body of colonists and herds of domestic animals to Alta California along the route that Anza had recently discovered. This expedition, second only to the discovery of gold in 1848 in its positive consequences upon California history, took place in 1775-1776. As one of its important incidents, it brought about the founding of San Francisco in 1776. And through all these years, the Viceroy was most energetic in providing for the supply and development of the Californias and of the Department of San Blas, on which they so greatly depended. His plan and the preliminary steps for their accomplishments reached much further. He wished to bring about the discovery of new routes connecting New Mexico with Alta California and Sonora. This was in part achieved by Father Garces in 1776, before Bucareli had given the formal order for an exploration. He was also about to establish settlements on the Gila and Colorado rivers, more particularly at the junction of the two, in order to secure the land route to Alta California, when a change of government occurred late in 1776, which took the frontier provinces out of his jurisdiction. The total result of his work was to place Alta California on a permanent basis and ensure it from foreign seizure until such time as an overland advance from the Atlantic coast of upper North America should reach the Pacific. Given 3 years more time, he would almost certainly have brought about a populous development of Alta California by use of the Sonora route. The inevitable result would have been the discovery of gold and a rush of colonists to the province. The chances are, however, that the influx would have resembled that at Cienfuegos in 1771, rather than the predominantly Anglo-American colonization of 1848 to 1849. In that case, California would today have been, most likely, a Spanish-American republic, though the probability of its passing under the English flag was not small, and there was a remote chance that it might have become a Russian province. In fine, then, Bucareli saved Alta California temporarily for Spain and ultimately for the United States, and was only prevented from making an eventual gift of the province to Spanish America or perhaps England by an occurrence, fortunately for the present possessors, over which he had no control. The events which brought about these great consequences are too important to be passed over summarily. Having already outlined them, however, it will be possible in the next several chapters to abandon chronology and treat the subject according to the different lines of endeavor by which Bucareli aspired to reach a single end, the defense of the Californias against the possibility of foreign encroachment, which, it must be borne in mind, was at all times the mainspring of the Viceroy's action, though other reasons were prominently set forth by others and even by himself. Thus, such a harmless document as the instruction to Rivera in 1773, hereinafter considered, was produced by the reports of English and Russian aggressions, and the Anza expeditions were ordered for the same purpose, though hardly a word to that effect appears in the discussion of juntas called to consider them. The official communications directed by Bucareli to Arriaga and his private correspondence with O'Reilly repeatedly affirmed this idea, however. Furthermore, nothing in the affairs of the viceroyalty interested him so much or got so large a share of his attention as the problems of the Californias and the route thereto from Sonora. As he put it on one occasion, quote, "It seems as if this has been my only attention in this command." Unquote. It is appropriate to treat, first, of his activities directly against the possibility of foreign danger, leaving for later discussions of those measures which contributed indirectly to the same end by strengthening Alta California against the likelihood of abandonment. If an attack by foreign powers had to be met, the new settlements would require cannon with which to defend themselves. The problem of transportation across New Spain was so difficult that it had been the practice to rely upon shipments from Manila for use along the Pacific coast of North America. Wishing to avoid the delays incident to the long voyage across the Pacific, Bucareli sent Colonel Crame to the Isthmus of Tehuantepec to see if a good route existed. A tradition had long been current to the effect that Cortés had used that route for the transportation of artillery, and there were also some cannon at Veracruz on the Atlantic, which had been cast in Manila. Late in December 1773 and early in January 1774, Crame made his exploration and reported that he had found an excellent route. Indeed, by making use of the rivers, he said it would even be feasible to build a canal from sea to sea. Pleased with this initial success, Bucareli wrote to Arriaga that it might be well to employ this route for the supply of the Californias. No such use seems to have been made of Crame's discovery, but it is interesting to note that in recent times the Isthmus of Tehuantepec has been one of the principal trade routes connecting California with the Atlantic ports of the United States. Of much more actual importance was the Perez voyage of 1774. Since the founding of Alta California, Juan Perez had been by far the most notable maritime figure in the life of the province, and when he now signified his desire to make a voyage to the far northwest, Bucareli eagerly availed himself of his services. The essential features of instructions, which were dated December 24, 1773, were the following. He was to put to sea in the Santiago and endeavor to reach 60 degrees north latitude. Turning southward, he was then to make a thorough exploration of the coast, landing as often as possible and taking possession. And he was to avoid communication with foreign ships or foreign settlements, but was in other ways to procure such information of them as he could. On January 24, 1774, Perez left San Blas and after stops at San Diego and Monterey, departed from the latter on June 11th. He got to about 55 degrees, thus forging the first link in the later claim of the United States in succession to Spain of 54-40 or fight. But on account of bad weather, he was unable to land or even make good observations of the coast. Furthermore, he found no Russian settlements and no clear proof either that they did not exist. On July 22nd, he turned south, and on November 3rd, after a long stop at Monterey, reached the port of San Blas. He had indeed procured some information, and Bucareli was satisfied that he had achieved as much as could have been expected. But preparations were at once begun for a fresh voyage of discovery. The voyage now projected was to be one of the most thoroughgoing of any the Spaniards had ever set out. Bruno de Heceta on the Santiago was to be in command, while Perez was to be his pilot and second in authority. The 36-foot craft Sonora, under Juan Manuel de Ayala, was to serve as consort of the Santiago. These two vessels carried much the same instructions as those given to Perez a year before, but 65 degrees was now set as the northerly point which they should endeavor to reach before turning south. At the same time, the San Carlos, under Miguel Manrique, was to make a thorough survey of San Francisco Bay, the former so-called estuary, which had now become definitely recognized by the name previously applied to the smaller port to the north. "I regard the occupation of this port as indispensable," wrote Bucareli in discussing his plans for Manrique's voyage. Yet another ship, the San Antonio under Fernando Quiros, was to go to Alta California with the other three, but was to proceed only as far as San Diego with supplies for the southern missions. The San Antonio did, in fact, not leave port until 5 days after the rest of the fleet, but the other three set sail from San Blas on March 16, 1775. The voyage had not proceeded far when the commander of the San Carlos became insane, and it was necessary to send him ashore. This occasioned a shifting of commanders. Ayala was placed on board the San Carlos, while Juan Francisco de la Bodega y Cuadra took charge of the Sonora. The Santiago and Sonora went on to the far northwest without stopping in Alta California. On July 30th, they became separated and did not come together again until they met at Monterey in the fall. Heceta got to about 49 degrees, usually sailing near the shore and anchoring often. In the course of his exploration, he discovered the mouth of the Columbia River, thus antedating the American sailor Robert Gray, long reputed to be the discoverer, by 17 years. Sickness of his crew at length forced Heceta to turn back, and by August 29th he was already at Monterey. Bodega, who was destined to attain the greatest reputation of the Spanish navigators along the northwest coast, accomplished even more. He went to nearly 58 degrees with the tiny Sonora, made a thorough survey from the limit formerly reached by Perez, and landed twice to take possession. Scurvy and the low state of his provisions finally caused him to make for Monterey, but he continued to explore the coast as best he could until on October 7th he rejoined his chief at the Alta California capital. On November 1st, the last two ships departed in company for San Blas, arriving there on November 20th. On the second day out from Monterey, Juan Perez died. No man of his time knew the coast of the Californias so well as he, and none had worked more faithfully and unassumingly for the good of the new establishments. The voyages of Heceta and Bodega had been an unqualified success. In addition to their exploration and acts of possession, they had found no foreign ships or settlements, and could feel reasonably certain that those coasts were safe from aggression so far as they had seen them. More important, perhaps, in its ultimate results, was the voyage of Ayala to San Francisco Bay. At the same moment that he was making his way up the coast from San Blas to Monterey, the Lexington farmers in far-off Massachusetts were firing the shot that was heard around the world. Ayala may well have failed to hear that shot, but he was made painfully aware of another. The insane Manrique had left loaded pistols about his cabin, and one of these was accidentally exploded, wounding Ayala. On this account, Ayala was obliged to conduct much of his subsequent explorations of San Francisco Bay through his subordinates, José Cañizares and Juan Bautista Aguirre. But Ayala himself remained with the ship to the end of the voyage. Stopping long enough at Monterey to build a launch by hollowing out the trunk of a redwood tree, Ayala set sail again on July 27th. 8 days later, on August 4th, he arrived off the entrance to San Francisco Bay. Early the next day, he sent Cañizares inside with a launch to look for an anchorage, but when Cañizares did not return during all that day, for the currents and tides of the Golden Gate had proved too strong, Ayala resolved to attempt an entrance himself. During the evening of the 5th of August, therefore, the little San Carlos successfully passed through the strait into the famous Port of the West and anchored near the present North Beach. Cañizares and Ayala between them had thus attained to the honor of making the first recorded entrance into San Francisco Bay by way of the Golden Gate. For the next 44 days, Ayala and his men remained in the bay, making a thorough exploration of every part of it, even as far as the mouth of the San Joaquin River, taking soundings and naming geographical points. 2 of their names have survived, though in slightly different form. The great island just inside the strait, in a sheltered nook of which the San Carlos itself remained during most of their stay, while the launch was used for explorations, was called Our Lady of the Angels, Nuestra Señora de los Ángeles, and the name remains in the present Angel Island. Another island was called by them the Island of the Pelicans, Isla de los Alcatraces, and the name appears today in Alcatraz Island. Curiously enough, however, this name has jumped over several miles of water, for it was applied by the Spaniards to Yerba Buena, vulgarly called Goat Island, instead of to the islet which now bears the name. Rivera had been ordered to cooperate with Ayala in erecting buildings for the settlers who were about to be sent from Sonora, but the indolent, procrastinating governor never left Monterey, and this part of the viceroy's plan was not now accomplished. But a vast deal of information had been acquired. On September 18th, Ayala left the bay, having failed to get out in a previous attempt on September 7th, and the following day he anchored at Monterey, whence, not long afterward, he departed for San Blas. Ayala reported to Bucareli that the Bay of San Francisco was the best that he had seen in those seas from Cape Horn north, and added that it was not one port but many, with a single entrance. Giving a summary view of his impressions, he described the bay as follows, quote, "The said bay is a good port, not only because of the fine proportions which it offers to the sight, but also because there is no scarcity of good water, wood, and stone for ballast. Its climate, though cold, is entirely healthful, and is free of the annoying daily fogs experienced at Monterey. To all these advantages must be added the best of all, which is that the heathen Indians of the port are so faithful in their friendship and so docile in their disposition that I was greatly pleased to receive them on board." End quote. San Franciscans today would, no doubt, like to believe that what Ayala said about the fogs was true for all seasons and all years. The great voyages of 1775 closed, for a time, the activities directly against foreign encroachments. On the Perez, Haceta, and Bodega voyages alone, Spain had spent more than 50,000 pesos, then considered an enormous sum, especially by a government which was not in the habit of applying its resources to quixotic schemes. It seemed at the time that Spain had assured herself that the danger was not very pressing. Just at the moment when James Cook was about to sail from England on a voyage that was to bring home the reality of Spain's traditional fears. Bucareli, however, was by no means inclined to give up his measures, for on the ground of the long-standing and eventual peril he understood that it would be best to carry on the aggressive defensive in order to place Spain in a strong position against the time when the storm should break. Meanwhile, he had all along, at least since early in 1773, been devoting his attention to matters indirectly conducive to the same end. It is now time to review some of those activities. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22, A History of California, the Spanish Period. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, Bucareli's Attention to the Local Problems of the Californias. Nothing is more characteristic of Bucareli's services to Alta California than his attention to the purely local problems of the province, though in these, as in other matters, he was influenced primarily by his desire to ward off an eventual foreign danger. His activities centered around two principal ideas, that of averting an abandonment of Alta California through watchful care over the remission of supplies by sea and over the affairs of the Department of San Blas, and constructive measures for the government and development of the northern province. As already pointed out, the climate and natural resources of Alta California were not sufficient in themselves to keep civilized men alive, however well the Indians were able to subsist. Everything had to come from Mexico or from Spain. Even food had to be sent, for the colonists could not depend upon acorns and chance supplies of bear meat, and agricultural products and domestic animals were not yet raised in sufficient quantities to provide for the needs of the new establishments. In practice, all of these things, provisions, goods, and effects, were shipped to San Diego and Monterey from the port of San Blas off the west coast of New Spain. Founded by Gálvez in 1768, San Blas was to be the principal medium between Alta California and the outside world during most of the Spanish period. The development of an overland route to Alta California was necessary, for the elements of permanence, settlers and domestic animals, could not be forwarded in the storm-tossed, scurvy-stricken, cockle-shell boats which Spain employed along the Pacific coast. But the sending of supply ships was an equally vital necessity, without which the province would soon have been abandoned. Alta California had been saved by a narrow margin in 1770, when the dutiful Portola held out against starvation until relief came. In 1772, Fages had averted failure by a successful bear hunt. The greatest peril of all, perhaps, came in 1774, when Alta California was in the midst of the worst famine it had ever experienced. This time, the hero of the occasion was none other than the Viceroy Bucareli, who saved the situation by his good judgment and his attention to the supply ships. By his good judgment, for, in spite of reports from the pilots of the supply ships, the commissary of San Blas, Governors Berry and Fages, and Father Verger, who is Father Superior of the College of San Fernando, was in receipt of communications from the missionaries, to the effect that Alta California was well supplied with provisions, he resolved to play the game safely and sent off an extra ship. And, by his attention to the supply ships, in that at this time and thereafter he saw to it that the provisions were good and that the boats got off on time, despite the difficulties, presently to be mentioned, in maintaining the department of San Blas. Meanwhile, there had been an all-around scarcity in Alta California, lasting from the summer of 1773 to the spring of 1774, during which time the Spaniards of the Presidios and missions lived principally on milk, and none too much of that, for there were few animals to supply it. Herbs were sought to eke out the colonists' scanty fare. The lack was equally great in manufactured articles of civilized life, though it was perhaps less pressing than the need for food. Writing in June 1774, Rivera reported a lack of essential articles at the Presidios. Some of the soldiers had a gun but no sword, some a sword but no gun, and some had neither one nor the other. Munitions were also scarce. Furthermore, there was a need for soap and, this surely was important, for tobacco. Utter famine was averted, and relief in other respects extended, when Perez put in at San Diego on March 13, 1774, in the Santiago. Perez, however, was in the midst of his voyage of exploration to the northwest coast, and needed great stores of supplies for himself. It had not been intended that he should leave anything for the southern colonies, though he had planned to provide for Monterey and the north. The south was to receive supplies which had for this one time been landed in Baja California, but the old problems of the peninsula route, notably the lack of pack animals, had prevented Governor Berry from forwarding them. Because of his anxiety over the Perez voyage, Bucareli had decided to send out a second ship. Wholly on his own initiative, he arranged for a voyage of the San Antonio, and it was the arrival of this vessel, not long after Perez in the Santiago, that put the province out of danger. San Diego was relieved in March 1774. The other southern missions had to wait a while until the provisions could be taken to them by mule train, and those of the north held out yet longer until the relief ships got to Monterey. Having had one narrow escape from failure, Bucareli never again allowed Alta California to incur such risk. It is now time to point out that the affairs of the Department of San Blas, on which both Californias depended, were no slight problem in themselves, but, just as he had meanwhile attacked questions of the internal conditions of Sonora and Baja California, because of their bearing on the settlements in Alta California, so too Bucareli turned intently and efficiently to the situation at San Blas. The port itself at San Blas was inadequate, and shortly after its founding it began to show signs of filling in. Several times ships ran aground within the port. Soundings were taken of nearby ports, and numerous suggestions were made to locate the department at Acapulco or elsewhere, but the change was never made. Furthermore, the site was more than usually unhealthful. Not only did this affect the men, but also food supplies could not be stored at San Blas, for they would spoil. It was necessary, therefore, to make careful calculations so that provisions would arrive only shortly before a ship was about to depart for the north. A more serious difficulty arose from the lack of sufficient shipping to carry on the duties of the department, such as the sending of supplies to Alta and Baja California and engaging in explorations of the northwest coast. Naturally, this problem tended to become harder to solve as Alta California developed, for more and more provisions, goods, and effects were needed than formerly. This difficulty may be illustrated by the state of affairs in 1776 after Anza's colonists had reached Alta California and therefore greatly increased its population. Writing to Arriaga in August, Bucareli explained that there were then 5 boats employed by the department, of which 4 were absent on provision voyages, 2 having gone to the northern province and 2 to the peninsula. Meanwhile, orders had come from Spain to use 1 ship to carry José de Gálvez, at that time Fiscal of the Audiencia of Mexico, to Peru, where he was to serve as visitador, and also to employ 2 ships for a fresh series of explorations in the northwest to begin in December 1777. Yet the 2 ships bound for Alta California had not been able to carry all that was needed. It was almost essential that the only remaining ship at San Blas should also go north, but the orders were imperative to send Arrece to Peru at once. On this occasion, Bucareli was aided by good luck. A stray merchant ship happened to put in at Acapulco, an unusual occurrence in those days of trade prohibition. It was at once pressed into service for Arrece's use, and the Santiago at San Blas was freed for the supply voyage. There still remained the question of northwestward exploration, which was impossible of execution without more ships. Bucareli solved this on his own initiative without waiting for authority from Spain. He ordered the postponement of the exploring voyages for a year, on the grounds that it was much more important to ensure supplying the Californias, lest Spain lose what she already had. He sent Bodega to Peru with Arrece to procure a ship there, and he himself took steps to have another built at San Blas. Thus was the emergency taken care of. It should be noted that this is presented only as an illustration of the kinds of problems that confronted the Viceroy almost every year. One may wonder why it was that boats in sufficient number and of adequate size were not built at San Blas. The answer to such a query goes to the root of Bucareli's principal difficulties in the maintenance of the department. In the first place, he at all times had to manage with scant funds. So much has already been said on this phase of Spanish colonial policy that there is no need to dilate upon it here. Even aside from this factor, the Viceroy was at his wits' end to procure both the manufactured articles and the men required for shipbuilding and the other tasks of the department. This may be illustrated by the events of 1775 to 1777. Late in the year 1775, there arose a need at San Blas for certain tools, iron, canvas, tackle, and artillery. The backward state of New Spain can be understood when it is said that these things had to be procured elsewhere. It was necessary to send to Spain for the tools and iron, but it was hoped that the other effects might be picked up in Havana. Orders were given immediately for both requests to be supplied. The affair was handled with all possible speed in Spain, with the result that the tools and iron reached San Blas about a year after the request. At best, therefore, the Viceroy had to know the needs of the department for a year ahead. This was only at best, as becomes clear by a review of the attempts to procure the materials sought for in Havana. Bucareli's original request was made on August 27, 1775, and this he followed up repeatedly with other petitions. The canvas, tackle, and artillery got clogged up in Spanish administration in spite of all that Bucareli could do. It proved impossible to get them at Havana, and the authorities in Spain hesitated before the great expense of shipping them from Europe. Finally, in April 1777, after nearly 2 years of fruitless endeavor, Bucareli wrote to the Viceroy of Peru to see if they could be supplied from there. Presumably, he got them, though the evidence has not yet come to light. But if he did, it was only after many more months. At least equally difficult was the problem of getting the men that the department required. Soldiers were needed, not on account of the Indians, but to suppress disorderly sailors. Sailors in port after a long voyage are traditionally inclined to be refractory, but this was not the sole or perhaps the principal reason why the soldiers had to be on hand. The sailors objected chiefly to being sailors at all, especially for the death-dealing Alta California voyages. They knew well that their prospects of escaping the scurvy were slight, and the chances of death, if they contracted the dread disease, were very great. It was therefore necessary almost to drive them aboard ship. Thus it was that soldiers had to be obtained, and governmental authorization was necessary as they involved expenditures. Similarly, the men needed for other purposes had to be authorized by the Spanish government. Thus, in 1775, when there was no surgeon or chaplain at San Blas, Bucareli had to get a permit in order to supply them. Early in 1776, Bucareli asked for a number of pilots, carpenters, and caulkers for the department. The men were sent from time to time, but through death or other causes, the posts were rarely filled. In November 1776, Bucareli asked for a shipbuilder, who of course had to be procured in Spain. One man was appointed, but managed to avoid the disagreeable duty. Finally, another was selected in November 1777, and over his objection, on the ground that he was leaving his family destitute, was forced on board ship and obliged to go. Presumably, he arrived at San Blas at some time in the spring or summer of 1778, and a ship was built there in that year which took part in the voyages of exploration of 1779. It will be seen, therefore, that the difficulties of supplying the Californias were very great, yet the Viceroy was able to manage it, despite the long and, so far as he was concerned, unavoidable delays in connection with the Department of San Blas, and despite the inadequacy of funds and equipment. Yet, at the same time that he was attending to such other maritime affairs as the voyages of exploration along the northwest coast, he was also able both to sustain and to some extent develop the Californias, especially the new establishments in the north. From the time of his arrival in the Viceroyalty, Bucareli gave a great share of his attention to the local affairs of the Californias, first with the idea of retaining what Spain already possessed, and later with a view to their development. The earliest problem was that of an adjustment of internal affairs. The first great step was taken in 1772, when 2 Californias were divided, for missionary purposes, between the Franciscans of San Fernando and the Dominicans. Ever since 1768, the latter had sought to gain entry to the peninsula, but had been prevented from doing so by the opposition of Gálvez. By 1772, however, the Franciscans themselves made no objection. So the division was made, the boundary being placed a few miles farther south than the present international line. It is worthy of note that the Franciscans consented because they had learned to appreciate the scant utility of Baja California, whether as a mission field or as an aid to the much more valuable country farther north. As regards the matter of a route, they hoped to profit by an establishment of communications with Sonora, which they realized would be of far more use to them than the connection with the peninsula. The division of the Californias was only one of a number of preliminary measures looking toward the forming of a reglamento, or instrument of government for the Californias and San Blas. A great step ahead was taken with the arrival of Father Serra in Mexico in February 1773. This was the occasion when he came from Alta California with the object of procuring the removal of Governor Fages and the adoption of regulations which he believed essential to the continuance of missionary work in the northern province. Though the substitution of Rivera for Fages, due to Serra's request, was an unwise step, there can be no doubt that the Father President rendered a great service to Alta California during the several months that he remained in the capital. He came to Mexico at a time when Bucareli was all at sea over the affairs of the Californias. Serra was just the man he needed for the information that he required, and it is to the credit of both Father Junipero and of the Viceroy that they used their opportunities for conferring to the full. One result was that Bucareli was able to proceed with more confidence to the forming of a reglamento. The first California code was the Reglamento Provisional of 1773. This was drawn up by Juan José de Gálvez, whose name is often applied to it, who had gained much of the knowledge upon which he based his reglamento throughout having been several years the purchasing agent in Mexico City for the two Californias. The reglamento, in its final form, had little of what would ordinarily be expected in an instrument of government. It was composed of 3 documents: the recommendations of Gálvez, dated May 19, 1773, the supplementary opinion of a junta of July 8, making some modifications, and Bucareli's decree of July 23, adopting the suggestions of Gálvez with the changes proposed by the junta. The body of the whole instrument was the Gálvez document, the terminology of which suggested and argued in favor of certain courses of action, but did not order them. These, of course, became commands by virtue of Bucareli's decree. Naturally, there were many paragraphs of a temporary nature, and on the other hand, much that actually applied to the government of Californias was either taken for granted on the basis of Spain's general colonial policy, or else depended upon earlier isolated orders of the governors and the Father President. The Gálvez Reglamento opened with an estimate of the annual expenditure required for the maintenance of the two Californias and the Department of San Blas, all 3 of which regions were to be, in a measure, subject to the same jurisdiction. The plans for Alta California called for an establishment of 82 soldiers, 4 carpenters, 4 blacksmiths, 4 muleteers, and 2 warehouse keepers, without counting the missionaries who were provided for out of the Pious Fund. This would necessitate a governmental expenditure of about 39,000 pesos a year, but it would amount really to about 16,000, as it was proposed to charge goods to the soldiers at an advance of 150% over the price in Mexico City, the extra amount being considered a proper allowance for freight. Goods for Baja California were to be charged at 100% increase, but nothing extra was to be collected in the case of San Blas. The total annual expenditure chargeable to the Royal Treasury for all 3 regions was estimated at nearly 93,000 pesos. The salt mines of San Blas were expected to yield 25,000 pesos a year, and it was proposed to take 10,000 from the Pious Fund. But the remainder, nearly 58,000 pesos, was to be paid by the government. Thus, clearly did Spain demonstrate her belief in the importance of the non-revenue producing Californias. Following the preliminary estimate came the Gálvez Reglamento proper, in 17 numbered paragraphs. The most notable provision was that which aimed to encourage emigration to Alta California. Anybody who wished to go there was to be taken from San Blas free of charge, have free rations for 5 years, and be paid the wages of a sailor for 2 years. Once arrived in Alta California, his services were to be utilized for raising crops. It can well be imagined what a stampede there would be to come to California if such terms were offered today. But it helps to give perspective on the actual situation when it is realized that this generous measure, aside from its indication of the government's desires, was without effect. The colonization of Alta California was to require a distinct effort on the part of the Viceroy, but he was to provide it. One further paragraph may be noted. Strict provision was made for keeping accounts and giving information to the Viceroy. Bucareli did not intend to be at a loss again on that score. Most noteworthy of the amendments by the junta was one that the Pious Fund should be asked to contribute 10,000 pesos for the year 1774 alone. It was brought out that the institution was already expending nearly 15,000 pesos for the regularly established needs of the missionaries, besides extra sums for irregularly occurring eventualities. The Reglamento of 1773 should be taken in connection with the Viceroy's instruction to Rivera, the newly appointed Governor of Alta California. These instructions, dated August 17, 1773, were largely an expansion of the terms of the Reglamento, a copy of which, including the amendments of the junta, was attached. In addition, Bucareli showed that he understood the scant prospects of volunteer colonization when he called upon Rivera to recruit some soldier settlers with their families to take to Alta California. Several paragraphs also were devoted to the precautions to be employed against the entry of foreign ships. Great emphasis was placed upon the maintenance of harmony with the religious and upon the care to be used in the selection of mission sites. Rivera was reminded that they might one day become great cities, a noteworthy statement not only because of its prophetic vision, but also because of the fact that Bucareli actually contemplated such a development. Rivera was particularly charged to take steps to found a mission at San Francisco, which, henceforth, became one of the principal objectives of Bucareli's policies. This because of the well-recognized importance of the port. The relations of Rivera with the Governor of the Californias, then resident in the peninsula, were clearly defined. Rivera was to report to his superior at Loreto, but the latter was to have no power to change his measures. Thus was the virtual separation of the two Californias declared. Bucareli reaped the inevitable reward of his appointment of Rivera to succeed Fages, and he freely admitted his mistake when it became apparent. Rivera neglected to fulfill the Viceroy's instructions about the planting of crops and the all-around development of Alta California. It was therefore with great satisfaction that Bucareli received the news in 1776 that henceforth the Governor of the Californias was to reside in Monterey and the Lieutenant Governor in Loreto. This meant an exchange of Rivera for the able and energetic Felipe de Neve, from whom Bucareli, with good reason, expected better things. On Christmas Day, 1776, Bucareli issued his formal instruction to Neve. These instructions, in 27 paragraphs, were the last in the series of great documents by which Bucareli provided for the internal management of the Californias, and together with the Reglamento of 1773, the instructions to Rivera, and a later Reglamento drawn up by Neve himself, were the foundation upon which Alta California was governed to the end of the Spanish period. From time to time there were other orders inconsistent with those just named, but none had equal influence. Among the more important of the orders given to Neve were those requiring him to take steps with a view to the founding of settlements in Alta California. He was called upon to establish 2 missions along the Santa Barbara Channel, 2 between San Diego and San Gabriel, a second mission at San Francisco, the eventual Santa Clara, and another between that and Monterey. Great attention was paid to the economic development of the province. Neve was specifically charged to heed the instructions of that character which Rivera had failed to put into effect. Spanish settlers were to be given grants of land and encouraged to take up agriculture, for which purpose Bucareli had shipped a quantity of plowshares and other utensils of husbandry. Various paragraphs displayed the Viceroy's solicitude for the settlement at San Francisco, of which to him, more than to anybody else, the beginnings were due. Among other things, it may be noted that he was sending a surgeon, a carpenter, and a smith to that port from Mexico City, and a mason from San Blas. The instructions to Neve were the basis for the only development occurring in Alta California for many years after 1776, for Neve's great work was in fulfillment of these commands rather than in obedience to any new orders from Teodoro de Croix. This document also marked about the last act of the Viceroy of direct aid to Alta California, for the management of that province passed out of his hands with the establishment of the Commandancy General. Fortunately, however, the supply ships were still left to Bucareli to handle, and this task he performed ably, as also that of another set of voyages to the northwest coast, to the day of his death in 1779. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23, A History of California, the Spanish Period. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, Juan Bautista de Anza. As already pointed out, at the close of chapter 18, matters were ripe by the end of the year 1771 for considering the project of opening a land route from Sonora to Alta California. In March 1772, when Bucareli learned of the discoveries made by Garces during his journey of exploration of the previous year, he asked Governor Mateo Sastre of Sonora whether he thought it might be possible to reach Monterey by land. Before he had time to carry his inquiries further, he received a petition from the captain of Tubac, Juan Bautista de Anza, asking for the viceroy's consent to make such an expedition himself. The author of this petition was one of the most remarkable men who ever appeared on the field of California history, and it is, therefore, worthwhile to pause and take account of his early career and his personality. Juan Bautista de Anza, like his father and grandfather before him, was a member of the presidial aristocracy of the frontier provinces of New Spain. His grandfather had served 30 years at Llanos as lieutenant and captain, and his father 20 years with the same rank at Fronteras, acting also as temporary governor of Sonora at one time. In the latter capacity, he had merited and won general approval, especially by breaking up an Indian conspiracy in 1737. In that year, an Indian named Arecibi claimed to be a herald of Montezuma, saying that the former Aztec monarch had come back to life to restore the Mexican Empire. Anza's father hanged Arecibi and several of his followers, which ended the revolt. His connection with the Bolas de Plata incident and his death at the hands of the Apaches have already been referred to. The Anza who now makes his bow was born at Fronteras in 1735 and entered the service in 1753, taking part thenceforth, as he put it in 1770, in continuous warfare against the Apaches, Seris, Pimas, and Cebu Papas. For the first 2 years, he was a volunteer at Fronteras, serving at his own expense. On July 1, 1755, he became a lieutenant. He is mentioned as taking part in a campaign under Captain Gabriel de Vildósola against the Apaches in 1758. On February 19, 1760, he was promoted to the captaincy of the Presidio of Tubac, but owing to the death of Viceroy Amarillas, the appointment was not confirmed. There are references to a campaign by him in 1760 against the Seris and to another of 1766 against the Apaches. One of his principal achievements was the subjecting of the Papagos, a tribe of over 3,000 Indians, on which occasion he killed their chief with his own hand. He had made many campaigns in southern Sonora against the Seris and others of the Cerro Prieto, and, according to Rubi, he was the one who contributed most to reducing the Suakis. In the military operations of Elizondo, Anza was a conspicuous figure. In 1770, he petitioned that the full rank of presidial captain be accorded him, mentioning some of the salient features of his record, and stating that he had twice been wounded in the service and had participated in 14 general engagements besides a number of lesser ones. Though his petition was endorsed by Juan de Pineda and Domingo Elizondo, his immediate chiefs, and by the Viceroy Croix, it was not at that time granted. There is an overwhelming array of evidence to the effect that this young man, who had already proved himself a great Indian fighter, was also an officer of unblemished character and unusual abilities. Simple and self-contained in manner and speech, generous of spirit, dignified in bearing. He exemplified on his intimately personal side the delightful qualities of the Spanish cavalier. As an officer, he was kind and just to his men, and prompt and energetic in action. Strong-bodied and courageous, he was also cool-headed, resourceful, self-reliant, and tactful, but above all was a man of initiative and enterprise. Among those who voiced their approval of Captain Anza was the Marquess de Rubi, who recorded his opinions at some length in 1767. After recounting Anza's service, Rubi says that, quote, by reason of his activity, valor, zeal, and intelligence, and notable unselfishness, he is an all-around good officer, worthy of being distinguished by His Majesty in remuneration for his services and as a stimulus to others. Unquote. More directly to the point were Rubi's remarks in praise of Anza as a result of the former's inspection of Tubac. Not only Anza's accounts, but also the declarations of the soldiers showed that he had never done anything prejudicial to his troops, but, on the contrary, had always treated them liberally. He had actually reduced prices for them, displaying a generosity which, according to Rubi, was very rare in the frontier provinces. Because of Anza's just administration, many people had come to live at Tubac, to the great advantage of all that section, said Rubi, a fact which might in the future permit of transferring the Presidio to a more advanced point, affording greater opportunity for discoveries and for reducing the Apaches. Footnote. At some time before 1763, Anza married the sister of José Manuel Díaz de Carpio, chaplain of Tubac. No further record of his family life has yet been discovered. In footnote. The discovery of a practicable route to Alta California seems from early boyhood to have been a life ambition with Anza. Spurred on by the tradition of his father's proposals, he and another officer planned an expedition to the Colorado in 1756 when Anza was 21. The governor of Sonora at first looked with favor on the project, but subsequently changed his mind. When Gálvez came to the province in 1769, Anza asked permission to make an expedition, at his own expense, to cooperate with Portola, whom the visitador had just dispatched to the north from Baja California. Gálvez was impressed by Anza's idea, and meant to have it carried into effect, but was obliged to withhold his consent for the time being, due mainly to the superior pressure of the Seri Wars. Before he could take action, his health failed. Even after his return to Mexico City, he and Croix seem to have considered the plan, but both of them left the country too early to put it into execution. As soon as it became clear that the visitador had departed from New Spain without authorizing an expedition, Anza addressed himself to Bucareli, who had only recently become viceroy. His letter, dated May 2, 1772, concerned itself mainly with the numerous evidences for a belief in the existence of a feasible route from Sonora to Monterey, referring, among other things, to the reports about Portola and his men, which had come to Garces and himself from the Indians of the Gila and Colorado. He asked permission to make his long-projected expedition of discovery, taking Garces and 20 or 25 of his own presidial soldiers with him. Knowing full well that he could expect suitable reward if successful, he offered to pay the entire costs of the expedition, save only the wages of his men and the salary of Garces. Bucareli sought the opinions of various men, including the engineer Costanzo and the fiscal Arichi. These two men, whose recommendations concerning the development of a supply route from Sonora have already been quoted, were strongly in favor of Anza's project. Nevertheless, a junta which met on October 17, 1772, was not ready to authorize an expedition. In particular, it desired such further information as Garces and Governor Sastre could give. Bucareli acquiesced, and again the matter was postponed. In due time, the desired reports were obtained. Garces enthusiastically backed up Anza's project. Sastre, who had written independently before he had heard of Anza's proposal in favor of a somewhat similar plan, was inclined to throw cold water on the idea as now set forth by the captain of Tubac. Doubtless, no little jealousy was at the basis of his reply. Meanwhile, as already recorded, Father Serra had reached Mexico City in February 1773, and it was only natural that Bucareli should turn to him for advice. Serra's replies, though the viceroy did not see fit to present them to the junta, are worthy of record, for they must have reinforced Bucareli's own decision. His reports were mainly valuable in pointing out the need for a route to Alta California by land, and especially in that he clearly demonstrated the inadequacy of the Baja California route. As for the Anza proposal itself, he had little to say, but believed it would be well worth undertaking. There was yet another factor of undoubted weight with the viceroy, perhaps the greatest of all, and it too was not presented for consideration of the junta. This was the influence of the long-standing fear of foreign danger. At length, a junta was again called, and on September 9, 1773, delivered itself of a resolution favoring an expedition on much the same terms as Anza had proposed. Anza was to be empowered to select 20 volunteer soldiers for the journey, and to take Father Garces and another religious with him, meeting all the expenses of the march himself. He was to exercise the greatest care to make friends with the Indians he should meet, for it was appreciated that their cooperation would be necessary if the fullest results from the discovery of a route were to be attained. He was not to establish any settlement, but was to go direct to Monterey and back. 4 days later, on the 13th, Bucareli issued a decree putting the resolution of the junta into effect. Theoretically, the assent of the king was still necessary, and it was obtained under date of March 9, 1774. On that day, Anza was already well on the march to Alta California, and by the time the royal pronouncement was received in Mexico, he must have been nearing Sonora on his return. Anza wasted no time in making ready for the expedition, though he met with many discouraging setbacks, such as Apache raids in the vicinity of Tubac, and, not least of all, the jealous opposition of some of his fellow officers of the frontier. Meanwhile, his hopes for success were rendered almost certain when he learned that an Indian had just made his way from San Gabriel in Alta California to Altar, Sonora. This Indian, Sebastián Tarabal by name, had gone to the northern province originally from Baja California, and had been placed at San Gabriel. At length he ran away, hoping to reach the Colorado River and thence go to his old home in the peninsula. His wife and brother, who accompanied him, died of thirst in the Colorado desert, but Tarabal managed to get through, coming to Altar in December 1773. Clearly, therefore, some sort of route existed. Tarabal was added to Anza's party in the belief that his services as a guide might be of value. He attached himself to Father Garces and accompanied that intrepid explorer in all his wanderings during the next 7 years. On January 8, 1774, Anza set out from Tubac. With him were Father Garces, Father Juan Diaz, 20 volunteers from his Presidio, an Alta California soldier named Juan Valdez, Tarabal, a Pima interpreter, and 8 other Indians, 5 muleteers, 2 servants of Anza, and a carpenter. 34 in all. 35 packloads of provisions, 65 head of cattle driven along for food, and 140 horses made up the material equipment of the expedition. The story of the march is told by Bolton in the following terms. Quote, turning southwest, Anza crossed the divide and descended the Altar River through the Pima missions to Altar. Obtaining horseshoe iron, a few fresh horses, some ill-fed mules, stacks of bones, he called them, and provisions, on January 22nd he made his final start from Caborca, the last Spanish settlement between Sonora and Mission San Gabriel at Los Angeles. To the Gila, Colorado Junction, home of the Yumas, the trail, though difficult, had been made familiar by Kino and Garces. On his approach to the junction, Anza heard the discouraging news that a part of the Yumas were hostile and were planning to massacre his party. but the rumors proved unfounded, for the Spaniards were warmly welcomed by Chief Palma and a throng of nearly naked Indians. Crossing the Colorado and descending its right bank a few leagues, at Santa Eulalia Lake, the expedition neared the edge of the great waste of sand dunes called the Colorado Desert. Here began the real test of Anza's mettle. As they neared enemy territory, the Cojat guides misled the Spaniards and then deserted. On the 15th of February, with the Indian Tarabal now guiding, Anza reached the terrible dunes where the shifting sands had completely obliterated the trails. Before night, the pack mules were so used up that Anza decided that their burdens must be lightened, and he proposed to send half the packs back to Palma's village with part of the soldiers and one friar. Garces objected, and Anza yielded. Encountering now a great mountain of sand which the tired mules could not even attempt, Anza turned south toward a hill near which Garces thought was the large village of San Jacome which he had visited 3 years before. But no village could be found. Both Garces and Tarabal were now completely lost in the sea of sand dunes. The animals were played out. Part of the horses had been made ill by eating a noxious herb. There was no near prospect for either water or pasturage. In short, there was nothing for Anza to do but to retreat to Santa Eulalia. Even this was most difficult, and before it was accomplished, several horses and mules had died. But after 75 miles of wandering, at the cost of 6 days, Santa Eulalia was again reached. Anza now changed his plans. Instead of attempting to cross the dunes, he would turn southwest and go around them. Since it had proved impossible to continue with all his train, he left part of his men and baggage with Palma. Even this step was hazardous, for Palma's friendship had not yet been fully tested. With the rest of his men, the strongest of horses, the 10 best mules, and provisions for a month, on March 2nd Anza set forth again. 6 days of hard riding took him to good springs and pasturage near the foot of the Sierra Nevadas. Garces and Tarabal both recognized the locality. The success of the enterprise was now assured, and the event was celebrated. 4 more days northward and 2 northwestward took them to a pass in the Sierra Nevada mountains called San Carlos. Here the sight was cheered by a view which repaid all the hardships of the journey. There were green plains, snow-capped peaks, live oaks, and rivulets which ran west to find their output in the Philippine Ocean, as Anza called it. In spite of frequent rain and snow, the descent was relatively easy, and at sundown, March 22nd, they reached the mission San Gabriel, after a march of 700 miles from Tubac. Their arrival was hailed by the 4 surprised missionaries and the small guard with the ringing of the church bells. Anza had found a way from Sonora to the sea. Continuing to Monterey and returning over his former route, he reached Tubac on May 26th. It is but natural, perhaps, that, as the discoverer, Anza should describe the route with undue enthusiasm. It was a good route, he said, entirely practicable for the sending of supplies. The Indians were weak in a military way, and the Yumas alone were numerous. Father Diaz's report supplied a needed corrective in pointing out that the friendship of the Yumas could not be relied upon unless settlements were established among them at an early date, and without their aid, he said, the route could not be utilized at all, except by large forces. The Franciscans in Alta California were delighted over the discovery. As Father Palou put it, various kinds of domestic animals could now be sent from Sonora, and if that were done, the permanence of the new province would be assured. Bucareli was also greatly pleased. He felt that the Anza route was better than the one up the peninsula, though the use of supply ships would still be necessary. He was especially gratified by the cordiality of the Yumas, for he understood the importance of their cooperation, and he was pleased, too, with the way Anza had conducted himself with them, and indeed during the whole period of the expedition. At his recommendation, Anza was promoted to a lieutenant colonelcy, and each of his men was granted extra pay for life. And, in very truth, if achievements are to be measured by their results, they were richly deserving of reward, for out of their discovery flowed consequences which decided the course of Alta California history. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24. A History of California, the Spanish Period. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. The Founding of San Francisco. Anza's successful march of 1774 was the signal for action on Bucareli's part to utilize the newly discovered route to the full. Before he had an opportunity to do so, however, he set on foot numerous other measures to strengthen Alta California within itself and also against the possibility of foreign attack. These plans culminated in his projected occupation of the port of San Francisco and the two rivers, now called Sacramento and San Joaquin, which for many years the Spaniards termed by the single name of the River of San Francisco. Not only did Bucareli wish to keep these important strategic points from falling into enemy hands, but he thought of using them also as a base for further northwest conquests. The local situation in Alta California, between Anza's departure from that province in the spring of 1774 and his return at the close of 1775, presented the same features as those already described for the period immediately preceding. Conversions of the Indians and increase in domestic animals and crops proceeded at the normal rate, but were by no means great enough to relieve the needs of the province. A start toward white settlement was indeed made, but it was on too small a scale to change the state of affairs materially. In other words, the province lacked precisely those things which it was designed to furnish by use of the Anza route. The beginnings in real colonization just alluded to were provided in connection with the dispatch of Rivera to Monterey to succeed Fages as governor. Rivera got together 51 persons in Sinaloa, of all ages and both sexes, possibly half a dozen or more families, besides a few unmarried men. Crossing to Baja California, he found difficulty in supplying his small expedition, and therefore went on ahead himself to Alta California in order to send back provisions, an interesting proof of the inadequacy of the peninsula as a source of supply for the northern province. Rivera had been ordered to cooperate with Anza, but when he got to Monterey in May 1774, the Sonora captain was already nearing his Presidio on the return journey. On September 26, 1774, the families that Rivera had left behind in Baja California reached San Diego. Thus did the first real settlers come to Alta California, since for the first time white women set foot in the province. Though their whiteness of skin was undoubtedly tinged with Indian red, they were suitable wives for a limited number of soldiery, and by their children were able to contribute yet more to the permanence of the colony. As already mentioned, Bucareli repeatedly gave orders for the exploration and occupation of San Francisco. But it was not until November 1774, when some of the newly arrived colonists got to Monterey, that Rivera felt strong enough in forces to obey the viceroy's commands. Between November 23rd and December 13th, he made a somewhat perfunctory expedition to the Golden Gate, returning with a perfectly good excuse that the season was too far advanced to do anything toward an eventual settlement, owing to the winter rains. In the summer of 1775, Ayala made his thorough exploration of San Francisco Bay. Heceta had also been instructed to enter the port on his voyage down from the north, but missed it in the fog. In September 1775, he led a small party overland from Monterey. Having complied with a letter of his instructions, he at once returned. Nothing had been done, therefore, to pick out a site for settlement, erect buildings, or found the two proposed missions. But, thanks to Ayala, there was no longer any doubt about the value of the port itself. Meanwhile, preparations were being made under the guidance of a man who could get things done, the intrepid commander of Tubac. Several months after returning to Tubac from his first expedition, Anza made his way to Mexico City to report to the Viceroy in person. During November and December 1774, he consulted with Bucareli, and plans were drawn up and adopted for a second expedition on a large scale designed to meet the needs of Alta California, especially to put the province on a sound and permanent basis and safeguard it from the danger of foreign attack. Anza was to take with him 30 married soldiers and their families, besides 10 more soldiers as his personal escort to Alta California and back. Domestic animals of the kind most needed in the province, notably those for breeding purposes and beasts of burden, were to be driven along. The crowning event of the expedition was to be the founding of 2 missions at San Francisco, for which the married soldiers were to serve as a guard. It was almost a year before Anza's preparations were complete. Meanwhile, Bucareli was busy with a number of related projects, such as the voyages of 1775 to the northwest coast and the internal problems of the frontier provinces and the 2 Californias. There is no question, however, but that he regarded Anza's expedition as the most important measure of all, as indeed it was. Anza recruited most of his colonists from families submerged in poverty in Sinaloa. Gathering his company at Horcasitas, he proceeded to Tubac, where on October 23, 1775, the whole force got underway. The roster of the expedition as it left Tubac is worth quoting. Lieutenant Colonel Anza, 1. Fathers Font, Garces, and Exarch, 3. The purveyor, Mariano Vidal, 1. Lieutenant José Joaquín Moraga, 1. Sergeant Juan Pablo Grijalva, 1. Veteran soldiers from the Presidios of Sonora, 8. Recruits, 20. Veterans from Tubac, Anza's escort, 10. Wives of the soldiers, 29. Persons of both sexes belonging to the families of the said 30 soldiers and 4 other families of colonists, 136. Muleteers, 20. Herders of beef cattle, 3. Servants of the fathers, 4. Indian interpreters, 3. Total, 240. Of the 30 soldiers who intended to remain in Alta California, Lieutenant Moraga was the only one unaccompanied by his wife. Anza's care of this mixed assemblage made his expedition one of the most remarkable in the annals of exploration. Starting with a party of 240, he faced the hardships and dangers of the march with such wisdom and courage that he arrived in Alta California with 244. Footnote: 9 persons remained at the Colorado-Gila Junction after crossing to the Alta California side. End footnote. No fewer than 8 children were born in the course of the expedition, 3 of them prior to the arrival at Tubac. The day of the departure from Tubac, one mother died in childbirth, the only loss of the whole journey, for even the babes in arms survived both the desert and the mountain snows. When one thinks of the scores that lost their lives in the days of '49 over these same trails, Anza's skill as a frontiersman stands revealed. Furthermore, over 1,000 animals were included in the expedition. The loss among these was considerable, but enough of them lived to supply Alta California's long-pressing want. A very heavy equipment was taken along, all of it, even the ribbons in the women's hair being provided at government expense. Anza had warned the viceroy that it would be necessary not only to do this, but also to pay the men in clothing and outfit instead of cash, since they were habitual gamblers. Of such seemingly unpromising materials were the men who, certainly without their knowledge, were about to play a part in one of the most important acts on the stage of American history. The prices of their outfits are enough to make one sigh for the good old days. Petticoats, relatively, were expensive. They cost about $1.50 or 12 reales each. Footnote: the real, of which there were 8 to a peso, is ordinarily reckoned at 6 1/4 cents. Since, however, it has seemed best in this volume to calculate the peso as equivalent to $1, the real should be counted as 12 1/2 cents. End footnote. Women's shoes were 75 cents, 6 reales, and so too women's hats. Each woman got 6 yards of ribbon at 12 cents a yard. Boys' hats were only 50 cents, 4 reales apiece, but the girls' hats were the cheapest of all. The girls were supposed to require nothing more than the hair of their heads. And so it went. For men, women, and children, clothing of every sort and kind, arms, riding horses, and rations were provided, and all at what now seems to have been an astonishingly low cost. One undemocratic note is to be observed. The fare of the 30 families was the plainest, and its estimated cost for the entire expedition amounted to only $1,957. On the other hand, Anza and Father Font were to have such edibles as beans, sausage, biscuit, fine chocolate, a barrel of wine, cheese, pepper, saffron, cloves, cinnamon, oil, and vinegar at a cost of $2,232.50, more than the expense for the 30 families. Anza protested against this allotment when it was proposed, but it may be imagined that his objections were somewhat perfunctory, for the arrangement was entirely in accord with the ideas of the day. Footnote. A translation of the document listing the equipment of the expedition is given in Chapman, The Founding of Spanish California, 461 to 466. In footnote. Descending the Santa Cruz River to the Gila, Anza went down that stream to its junction with the Colorado. This route was much better than the one he had taken through Papagueria in 1774, but though there was plenty of water, fodder was scarce. After a march of 37 days, he reached the junction, having been delayed en route by sickness of the expeditionaries, especially on occasions when children were born, for, as he put it, it was not possible for the mother to ride on horseback for 4 or 5 days thereafter. A serious problem presented itself on his arrival at the junction toward the end of November 1775. Anza found that the Colorado had deepened at the place where he crossed in 1774, so that now it was impossible to get over, even though it was the season when the river was low. It was also impracticable to use rafts, for the Yumas would have to swim with them in order to guide them, and the water was then too cold. At any rate, not more than 1 raft a day could be handled, and there was danger that it might be upset. The Yumas knew of no other ford. There promised to be a long delay, but Anza himself made a morning search and found a place where the river divided into 3 shallow branches. It was necessary to clear a way through the thickets, however, for it was impossible to get by them on horseback. This done, Anza got his entire expedition across after a wait of but a single day. The stay among the Yumas, who were as demonstratively friendly as they had been the year before, was signalized by a famous gift to Chief Palma which Bucareli had sent to him in the name of the king. This Indian's devotion to the Spaniards was suitably rewarded, at least in the eyes of his tribesmen, when he received a sleeveless cloak of blue cloth, lined with gold, a jacket and trousers of chamois skin, 2 shirts, and a cap with a coat of arms like that of the Spanish dragoons. Palma was greatly pleased, and reiterated the request that he had made in 1774 for the sending of Spanish missionaries. Garces and Exarch remained among the Yumas, but their object was an extended exploration of that vicinity rather than the immediate conversion of the Indians. The 3 interpreters and 4 servants of the original roster stayed with them. After a stop of a few days, Anza again went forward, leaving a nearby camp at Santa Olaya on December 9th. Profiting by his former experience, he crossed the Colorado Desert with comparative ease. He split his forces into 3 divisions, with orders to march on different days, so that the water holes might have time to refill. The 3rd Division, under Moraga, alone met with hardships out of the ordinary. They encountered intense cold. Moraga himself suffered severe pains in the head and ears, from which he later became totally deaf. Ahead of them lay the mountains, full of snow to such a degree, said Anza, that we would not have believed so much could be gathered together. To the people of the warm Southland, it was indeed a terrifying prospect. On December 19th, the dread ascent began. For the next 8 days, until they had passed the summit and started down the other side, the march was most difficult and depressing. It rained or snowed almost continually, and the weather was extremely cold. One of the women chose this period to be delivered of a child, but after only 1 day of rest, the expedition pushed on, though slowly. On the 26th, they felt an earthquake shock which lasted 4 minutes. It was on the next day, however, that they went over the summit of the pass, and hope revived as the climate and country grew more and more delightful. Without special incident, they now hurried on to San Gabriel, which they reached on January 4th, 1776. Without knowing it, Anza and his party had very nearly encountered a danger at least as great as any they had actually experienced, a danger which also threatened the very existence of the Spanish settlements in Alta California. The Indians of the San Diego district had always shown a disposition to be unfriendly to the Spaniards, though they had early learned to have a wholesome respect for Spanish weapons. When at length the missionaries began to be successful in their efforts, the unconverted Indians in the neighborhood, for there were 11 villages which had steadily resisted Christianity, took alarm. They felt that their native customs were doomed unless they could either annihilate or expel the dread invader. Their runners communicated these views to their many kinsmen across the southern end of the province, urging a concerted uprising. Messengers came even to the Yumas, for the San Diego Indians and the many tribes eastward of the Colorado were all members of the same great human family. While some promised support and others were sympathetic, the Yumas would not rise against the Spaniards due to the good treatment they had received at the hands of Anza. The reputation Anza had acquired among the Yumas was probably all that saved him from being attacked on his march to San Gabriel. To the childlike savage, the Spaniards of Anza's following were very different from those who had settled permanently in Alta California. As he neared San Gabriel, however, Anza had noticed some evidences of native unfriendliness. Meanwhile, the unconverted Indians of San Diego, in collusion with mission converts, had gone ahead with their plans, and at last arranged for a simultaneous attack on the mission and Presidio, which were several miles apart, for the night of November 4th, 1775. What with missionaries and soldiery, there were 22 Spaniards in all, 11 at each place, but 4 of those at the Presidio were sick, and 2 others were in the stocks. All were blissfully unaware of the danger, and it seems that no guards were placed. Shortly after midnight, the Spaniards at the mission were aroused by the yells of hundreds of Indians who had already set the building on fire. As the little party tried to escape, they were greeted by clouds of arrows. Father Luis Jaime was seized and dragged away, then beaten to death. Later, his body was found horribly mutilated and pierced by 18 arrows. The other men took refuge in an adobe storehouse, defending themselves desperately. Not one of them escaped wounds, but they did such execution with their weapons, especially one among their number with a suspiciously Irish-sounding name, Corporal Roca, that at daybreak the Indians withdrew. Father Jaime and 1 other had been killed, and a 3rd man died of his wounds several days later. Fortunately, the plan to attack the Presidio had miscarried, and the men there must have slept peacefully through the night, for they were unaware of the conflict which had raged so bitterly only a few miles away. The first they knew of it was when the wounded heroes of the mission fight came the next morning to the Presidio. The Indians hesitated to attack again, and thereby lost their chance of success. Soon Ortega came in with a few soldiers whom he had taken with him to found the new mission at San Juan Capistrano. The founding of that mission was postponed, and Ortega's men remained at San Diego. The situation would still have been serious, but for the arrival of Anza from Sonora. Rivera had only 70 men of his own in the province, and these were scattered among 5 missions and 2 presidios over a range of more than 400 miles. The governor hurried south from Monterey, and had good reason to be glad upon his arrival at San Gabriel when he learned that Anza's expedition was approaching that mission. Anza's orders called for him to proceed to San Francisco without delay and found the settlements, but he recognized that the San Diego revolt was a superior emergency. Not only did he lend Rivera 20 of his veterans, but even went the length of waiving his superior rank and consenting to accompany Rivera to San Diego and assist him all he could. On January 7, 1776, therefore, the two commanders left San Gabriel with a little force of 35 men, not knowing what they might have to encounter. It seemed to them not unlikely that San Diego had been wiped out and the garrison massacred, and that they themselves would have to confront thousands of hostile natives. Fortunately, Ortega had been able to tide over the crisis, and their arrival on January 11th definitely saved the situation. At about the same time, 2 Spanish ships came in from San Blas, and not long afterward, Bucareli sent 25 more soldiers to Alta California. By this time, the Indians believed that the Spaniards were coming almost from the skies to punish them, and they became afraid. There was no longer any thought of revolt. Indeed, the position of the Spaniards was strengthened by the failure of the San Diego outbreak, for the Indians felt from this time forth that it was impossible to throw out their conquerors. The authorities were generally agreed that Anza's arrival had turned the scale. Providential, Bucareli called it, just as if he had come from heaven. Men of that day knew, too, how grave had been the danger. Latter-day historians have been altogether too prone to regard the hostility to the Spaniards on the part of the California Indians as a matter of small consequence, since no disaster, in fact, ever happened. Its real import appears, however, in the light of such events as the Yuma Massacre of 1781, to be taken up in a later chapter. As compared with the Yuma uprising, that of the San Diego Indians had much fewer difficulties to encounter. The Yumas were a small tribe of about 2,000 and were close to the Spanish frontier, where it was possible to assemble hundreds of soldiers at short notice. On the other hand, the San Diego plot involved untold thousands of Indians, being virtually a national uprising, and owing to the distance from New Spain and the extreme difficulty of maintaining communications, a victory for the Indians would have ended Spanish settlement in Alta California, and the eventual loser would have been the United States. It soon became apparent that there was no further immediate danger at San Diego, wherefore Anza was eager to carry out the viceroy's orders, which had been given both to him and to Rivera, for the founding of settlements at San Francisco. The dilatory governor could not be moved, so, after a wait of a month, Anza resolved to proceed without him. Leaving 12 of his troopers with Rivera, he departed for San Gabriel. There he was obliged to dispatch Moraga with 10 soldiers in pursuit of 5 deserting muleteers who had run away with some of the best horses of the expedition. Anza then set out with a number of the families up the coast, and after a march of nearly 3 weeks through driving rains, reached Monterey on March 10th. Moraga, who had successfully apprehended the deserters, came up later with the remainder of the families and their equipment. While he was at Monterey, Anza became very sick, and nothing the doctor could do seemed able to relieve his pain. At length, Anza determined to apply some remedy of his own, and this proved to be helpful, but he was far from well when he announced that he would wait no longer and would go at once to explore the site of San Francisco. Taking only a few men with him, and leaving the families at Monterey, he set out for San Francisco on March 23rd. Upon arrival, he made a thorough-going survey, finding water, firewood, and timber, and marking out the places for the later establishments. For a presidio, he picked a site which the Spaniards called the Cantil Blanco, or White Cliff, near where Fort Scott now stands. He selected a place for the mission along a little rivulet, which he named Dolores, Throes of Childbirth of the Virgin Mary, so called because that was the name of the day he visited it in the religious calendar, March 29th. This was the origin of the name which eventually superseded the one the Spaniards first applied to designate the mission. Though rarely given to enthusiastic comment, Anza had now seen enough of San Francisco to speak of it and the famous port in terms of warmest praise. Father Font was even more expressive of delight. "The port of San Francisco is a marvel of nature," he said, "and may be called the port of ports." Anza had also been instructed to explore the river of San Francisco beyond the point reached by Fages in 1772. Accordingly, he marched around the lower end of the bay and proceeded up the eastern shore to the junction of the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers, and southward up the latter to a considerable distance beyond the place Fages had visited. From a hill, he clearly discerned that the two rivers had widely separate courses, but was unable to determine the secrets of the great valley which they traversed. Indeed, Font later recorded his belief that for the most part the valley was a great lake studded with islands. Instead of following the route by which he had come, Anza plunged boldly into the hills and emerged near the present Gilroy Hot Springs, whence he made an easy march to Monterey, arriving there on April 8th. The time had now come for Anza's departure. He had fulfilled the orders of the viceroy insofar as he could without the cooperation of Rivera, though for the lack of it he had not been able to establish the settlements at San Francisco. Indeed, prior to Anza's exploration of that port, Rivera had sent orders for the colonists to erect houses for themselves at Monterey and to abandon the projected foundations at San Francisco for that reason. Anza was disappointed, but felt that he could not undertake the work by himself, since Rivera, after all, was governor of the province. So he decided to take his leave. On April 14th, he departed from Monterey to the accompaniment of the tears and lamentations of the settlers who had learned to revere and love him in the course of their long march from Sonora. The next day, Anza received a letter from Rivera, whose party was then approaching Anza's on the way up from San Diego. In this missive, Rivera answered a much earlier letter from Anza and announced abruptly that he would not join him in making the establishments at San Francisco. The messenger told Anza that Rivera was in an evil temper and would not even look at a letter which Anza had just sent to him. A little later, the two parties met. Both leaders saluted, and then, without a word, Rivera put spurs to his horse and rode on. Not long afterward, Rivera sent word to Anza that he was returning and asked him to wait for him at San Luis Obispo so that they might have a conference over the various matters which had been entrusted to them. Anza consented and waited. 2 days later, he received word from Rivera postponing the interview until they should reach San Gabriel. Even the patience of a saint might well have been exhausted by this time. Yet Anza agreed to communicate with Rivera, but insisted that it should be in writing. Accordingly, during 2 days at San Gabriel they wrote letters back and forth. Afterward, Anza and his escort started back over the trail to Sonora. Crossing the Colorado, the great explorer looked upon Alta California for the last time. Though he did not even suspect it himself, his work, under the guidance of the great viceroy, was to have an enduring importance beyond anything that had ever happened in the history of the Californias. Something yet remained to be accomplished, however, and it fell to the lot of Anza's capable lieutenant, José Joaquin Moraga, to do it. With the departure of Anza, Rivera suddenly changed his mind about setting up the establishments at San Francisco, spurred on, no doubt, by the further peremptory orders of the viceroy received at about that time. He therefore sent word from San Diego, whither he had gone, for Moraga to proceed to San Francisco and erect a fort. Moraga got together his families of soldier settlers, and, accompanied by Fathers Palou and Cambon, marched to San Francisco, arriving on June 27th. Only a few days later there occurred, on the opposite coast of North America, the first 4th of July in United States history, when national independence was proclaimed. At the same time, Moraga and his men, quietly preparing their habitations, were taking an all-important step in the eventual acquisition of the Pacific coast by the descendants of the embattled farmers of the 13 Atlantic colonies. On September 17th, the Presidio was formally dedicated, and on October 9th there was another solemn function, signalizing the founding of the mission of San Francisco de Asís. In January 1777, the second mission was established, this time at Santa Clara, near the present city of San Jose. Thus had the great port been occupied, and the vitally needed settlers, with their equally needed herds of domestic animals, were now in Alta California to stay. For the first time, it was possible to say that the province had been placed on a permanent basis. There was no longer any likelihood that it would be abandoned and left open to another power. Two men had contributed more than any others to bring this about. One of them was the gallant ex-captain of Tubac. As the successful leader of the first party of settlers to the coast, says a recent historian, Anza's position is unique. Only a man of splendid ability and courage and sublime self-confidence could have sustained the fainting hearts of the timid women and children, encouraged them to endure the privations of the desert, or to face the terrors they thought they saw in the snow-covered summits of the San Jacinto Mountains, and the still greater terrors their fancies pictured in the far northern country to which they were going. We may find here and there a figure among the half-forgotten heroes who led their straggling immigrants across the plains and through the mountains after 1842 that deserves to rank with them, but we shall look in vain for any in the Spanish history of the coast, unless we turn back to that of Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo with his broken arm, holding his scurvy-stricken sailors to the work of examining the wintry coast southward from Cape Mendocino to his grave in Santa Barbara Islands, and with his latest breath admonishing his successor not to give up the work. Yet back of Anza was that other great figure, Antonio Bucareli. The Anza expeditions had formed only the most important links in the chain of the viceroy's plans. He contemplated yet other action which would have developed Alta California still further and might have saved it for Hispanic America, though not for Spain, as surely as his achievements down to 1776 had prevented its eventual conquest by England. Fortunately for the United States, his hand was removed from the control of frontier affairs late in 1776, just when he was ready to go ahead. Thus, the year 1776 marked the culminating point in the Spanish conquest of Alta California. It remains to explain just why the opportunity created by Bucareli was lost. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25. A History of California, the Spanish Period. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. The Commandancy General of the Frontier Provinces. By 1776, the northwest coasts had been explored, Alta California placed on a permanent, though not very strong, basis by the success of Anza's second expedition and the founding of San Francisco. The Colorado-Gila region had become well known, Sinaloa had achieved a well-settled state, and Sonora seemed likely soon to do so. In that year, too, expeditions of Father Garces and of Fathers Dominguez and Velez de Escalante had contributed, negatively at least, to the solution of Spain's problems in the northwest conquest. Garces had accompanied Anza to the junction of the Colorado and Gila, where he was to prepare the Yumas and other Indians in neighboring districts for the coming of missionaries and subjection to the Spanish crown. The first project of this indefatigable explorer was to visit the Indian tribes of the lower Colorado. This he did, descending the river to its mouth. Returning to the junction, he soon started north, up the Colorado, accompanied as usual by the Indian Tarabal. It then occurred to him that he might possibly find a better route to Monterey than the one across the Colorado Desert. But being unable to procure guides, he struck off instead toward San Gabriel. Going along the Mojave River and through the Cajon Pass, he was the first white man to traverse the route now followed by the Santa Fe Railroad. He remained at San Gabriel from March 24th to April 9th, 1776, when he made a fresh attempt to reach Monterey by an interior route. Proceeding through Tejon Pass to the vicinity of Bakersfield, he went on nearly to Tulare Lake. Here he turned back and made for the Colorado at the point where he had left it, going probably through Tehachapi Pass. Once again he was blazing the trail for the Santa Fe, but he did not stop at the Colorado. Instead, he resolved to attempt another of his favorite projects, to reach Moqui from the west. By July 2nd, this tireless explorer had accomplished his object. As others had reached Moqui from the New Mexico side, this proved the existence of a route from Santa Fe to Monterey. Clearly, however, the route was too long and difficult to compete in usefulness with the one Anza had discovered. Retracing his steps, Garces reached his mission of Baja on September 17th. At about the same time, Francisco Dominguez and Silvestre Vélez de Escalante, two Franciscans of New Mexico, headed a party which went northwest from Santa Fe in the hope of finding the much-desired better route to Monterey. Leaving on July 29, 1776, they at length reached northern Utah, whence they turned northwest. Finding no indication of a route or no tradition of one among the natives, they returned to Santa Fe, arriving on January 2, 1777. Unquestionably, therefore, the Spanish line of effort lay along the Anza route and centered strategically at the junction of the two great rivers, though some hopes were still entertained that a good route might be found from Santa Fe. The route from Sonora to the Alta California coast had its share of geographical difficulties, including the Colorado Desert, but Anza had amply proved that they were not insurmountable. By far the most serious obstacle was the Colorado River, the passage of which was inextricably interwoven with what was, after all, the principal consideration in Spanish journeyings between Sonora and Alta California, the relations of the Spaniards with the Yumas. Anza's search for a ford in 1775 has already been related. The problem of the Colorado was even better illustrated by the incidents occurring at the time of his return in 1776. This time he got to the river in June, when the Colorado was high and swift. Though he now had but 10 soldiers with him, with few effects, it took him 2 full days and parts of 2 others to get across, despite the fact that he had rafts at his disposal and the assistance of several hundred expert Yuma swimmers. Commenting upon this, Anza wrote in his official diary, quote, "On another occasion I have said that if the peoples who dwell along this great river are attached to us, we shall effect its passage without excessive labor, and that if they are not, it will be almost impossible to do so." End quote. Thus Anza, if indeed he continued to overestimate the constancy of Yuma friendship, made it perfectly clear that a good disposition of the Yumas toward the Spaniards was a prerequisite to any effective use of the route. Bucareli grasped this fact and probably understood the Indian situation better than Anza himself. There was a need for haste before the ardor of the Yumas should cool. In season and out, Father Garces had been recommending the establishment of presidios and missions not only at the junction of the Colorado and Gila, but also at various other sites along the Gila. In March 1775, in conjunction with Father Diaz, he prepared a long memorial in favor of this plan, pointing out that it could be put into effect at slight cost through a judicious shifting of presidial forces. Among the advantages, in addition to the temporal and spiritual conquest of the Gila country, were the prospects afforded of providing an effective defense on the Sonora frontier against the Apaches, protecting the Anza route to Monterey, and developing a base for the discovery of new routes to both Alta California and New Mexico. Hugo O'Connor, commandant inspector and virtual ruler under Bucareli of the entire frontier, favored the project, and recommended the adoption of Garces' suggestion to suppress the presidios of Horcasitas and Buena Vista in southern Sonora, where at the time there was little to do, and transfer them to the Gila and Colorado. Other leading officials gave similar opinions, and Bucareli himself was impressed by the plan. He therefore procured authority from Spain to go ahead with it at the proper season, but meanwhile awaited the outcome of the second Anza expedition. Upon his return from Alta California in 1776, Anza proceeded to Mexico City, taking with him Salvador Palma and several other Yuma chieftains. During their stay at the capital, many attentions and honors were heaped upon these savages from the north, and they in turn begged earnestly for the establishment of missions among them. This was the time, if any, to strike. The imperative necessity was well expressed by Father Garces. "I am of the opinion," he said, "that if the matter of missions on the Gila and Colorado is allowed to cool, there is a danger that all will be lost, and that the Yumas may be the first to enter a league." Bucareli was prepared to act at once, for he held the same views, and expressed himself to that effect on various occasions. Just at the vital moment his hand was withstayed, for late in 1776 the new government of the frontier provinces was created apart from the viceroyalty and independent of his control. In January 1776, Julián de Arriaga died, and his place as Minister General of the Indies was shortly afterward granted to José de Gálvez, now become the Marqués de Sonora. Gálvez set about at once to erect the Commandancy General of the frontier provinces which he himself had planned in 1768. The entire frontier, including the salients of the Californias, New Mexico, and Texas, was comprised in the new government, which was to be independent of the viceroy. As might have been expected of Gálvez, the whole document establishing this change displayed marked interest in the Californias, of the strategical importance of which the Minister General was fully aware. Indeed, a continuance of the northwestward advance was almost the basic idea of the document. The capital was to be at Arizpe, Sonora, because that post lay midway between Nueva Vizcaya and the Californias, though far to the west of the geographical center of the new commandancy. The preservation, development, and advancement of Alta California were specifically alluded to as important in the service of God and the king, wherefore the Commandant General was ordered to visit that province as soon as possible and to secure its line of communications with Sonora. Orders were also given to send more settlers and cattle there, and anything else that might be needed to aid in its development and protection. It is worthy of comment that the Pacific province alone received extended notice in the royal decree. Whole paragraphs dealt with Alta California, while not a line referred exclusively to Nueva Vizcaya and the provinces of the east. Furthermore, in later decrees, Gálvez repeatedly ordered the Commandant General to give his attention to the Californias. Of such a tenor was his letter on March 6, 1779, in which he said, quote, "His Majesty orders me to reiterate to Your Excellency the charge that you view those establishments, the Californias, but more particularly Alta California, with the preference and attention which their importance merits." Unquote. Since San Blas lay well within the viceroyalty, Gálvez called upon Bucareli to continue his handling of the supply ships, for the Minister General realized that their services to the Californias could not yet be dispensed with. The decree just described was dated August 22, 1776, but it was not until the following January that it was possible to put it into effect. The plan itself was commendable and in line with the needs of the situation, but it necessarily meant the postponement of action which Bucareli was about to take, since he no longer had jurisdiction. All would have been well if Gálvez had made a wise selection for the post of Commandant General. He chose to appoint one of his own satellites, who neither at the time nor thereafter grasped the importance of the movement which Gálvez himself had started and Bucareli carried on. The full effect of their efforts was to be lost through the mistakes of Gálvez's appointee. Teodoro de Croix, the first Commandant General, was a nephew of the Marqués de Croix, the former viceroy. He had been employed by Gálvez during the latter's residence in New Spain, and seems to have displayed some ability in his capacity as a subordinate carrying out specific orders. His competence was to show forth in somewhat similar fashion in his management of the frontier. The affairs of Texas, which province he visited in person at the outset of his administration, he took care of with considerable skill. In later life, too, he seems to have been a moderately successful viceroy of Peru at a time when there were few grave problems to solve. Nevertheless, there seems to be little, if any, reason to modify the following characterization made of him in a recent work. Quote, "Serious-minded and industrious he certainly was, as is attested by the many voluminous, well-ordered reports that he made on the state of the frontier provinces, and also by the very tone of his letters. As a first assistant to somebody else, or even as ruler in a realm where there were no serious difficulties to encounter, he would have been a marked success. But as a leader in the frontier provinces of New Spain, he lacked the broad vision to compass the whole range of his duties. While working hard to settle one problem, he was apt to let the others take care of themselves, or try to have somebody else handle them, certainly as regards matters affecting northwestward advance. In fine, Croix was a hard-working, painstaking, well-meaning, but rather stupid man." End quote. Far from observing Gálvez's commands to visit Sonora and Alta California as soon as he could, Croix devoted himself to other things. Reaching Mexico City in January 1777, he remained there until August, getting information about his new government and forming his plans. As might have been expected from a man of his caliber, he felt it incumbent upon him to devise something which would differentiate his policies from those of Hugo O'Connor and the viceroy. The former prepared a long report for Croix in 245 paragraphs, giving an account of his own work as commandant inspector since his appointment in 1771, and making a number of general recommendations. In particular, he urged that the presidios of Horcasitas and Buena Vista be transferred to the Colorado and Gila rivers, as Bucareli had ordered, and that the route to Alta California be kept open. He also made suggestions about fighting the Apaches, which showed his own understanding of the unity of the frontier. Croix paid small heed to this advice. With the removal of a strong guiding hand from frontier affairs, Indian uprisings began to occur in Sonora during Croix's long residence in Mexico City, though they were by no means more serious character than O'Connor and Bucareli had been wont to cope with successfully. Croix at once cast into discard the plan looking forward toward securing the northwest conquest. The removal of the two presidios to the Gila and Colorado rivers was abandoned, entailing also a postponement in establishing the missions for which the Yumas were clamoring. Anza, who had been appointed governor of New Mexico with a view to the explorations of new routes to Monterey, was detained by Croix and sent to Sonora to suppress the Seris. Furthermore, Croix made impossible demands on Bucareli for 2,000 troops, and failing that, for the means with which to raise 1,000. His own tendency to dodge responsibility appears in one of his letters to Gálvez, in which he said that he certainly was not going to Sonora until he could have soldiers enough to overcome the evils from which that province was suffering. Yet, he said, he regarded the affairs of Sonora as his most important consideration, but precisely on that account he was going to Coahuila and Texas first. His explanation that this would permit his remaining in Sonora, once he arrived there, sounds rather lame in the light of his harrowing description of the existing situation. Not only did Bucareli have no authority to grant Croix such reinforcements as he asked for, but it was incomprehensible that the Commandant General should have expected them. The total number of troops in the frontier provinces was only about 2,000, and the addition of even a few hundreds would have been a matter for debate by the authorities in Spain, owing to the increase in expense it would involve. Bucareli did give Croix 2 companies of cavalry, but declined to grant him any more. Croix therefore complained to Gálvez, but the Minister General inevitably sustained the viceroy. When Croix should obtain personal knowledge of the state of the frontier provinces, Gálvez wrote to him, the king would determine how many soldiers were necessary. The implied rebuke struck home, and the question of reinforcements was dropped. In August 1777, Croix at length left Mexico City. Going by way of Querétaro and Durango, he proceeded to Coahuila and Texas. By March 1778, he had recrossed the Rio Grande and reached Chihuahua and Nueva Vizcaya. There, or in that vicinity, he remained for more than a year and a half. Not until November 1779 did he reach Sonora, and he never visited the Californias or even the region of the Gila and the Colorado. Not only had he failed to carry out Gálvez's orders, but he had also become absorbed in the affairs of the northeastern frontier, which alone he knew, giving attention to the west so far as it bore upon the problem of Apache wars, but not much otherwise. Meanwhile, what of Sonora, the Californias, and the security of the Anza route? Sonora itself had suffered little, if at all, from Croix's neglect. Anza reached Horcasitas in May 1777 and handled the situation with his customary energy and ability. He found the Seris in rebellion and several other tribes on the verge of revolt. He put down the Seris, and then the others decided to keep the peace. Apache incursions still took place, but he had not been expected to overcome that perennial evil. It is worthy of note, in the light of Croix's later bad treatment of Anza, that the Commandant General referred to Anza's work in terms of the highest praise. In March 1778, the internal difficulties of Sonora were sufficiently well in hand so that Anza was able to join Croix at Chihuahua, whence he proceeded to his government in New Mexico. Arrived in New Mexico, he inflicted a decisive defeat on the Comanches, the most troublesome Indians of that province. In this battle, which occurred in 1779, the Comanche chieftain was killed. He was given no opportunity, however, to carry on the discoveries toward Alta California, which Bucareli had intended he should make. The Californias suffered irreparable harm through Croix's failure to make use of the Anza route, but in other respects the local situation was well handled, in spite of Croix's neglect. As already mentioned, Bucareli had given orders late in 1776 providing for the needs of Alta California. Fortunately, too, there was a man on the ground who was able to carry out the viceroy's plans and to act on his own initiative when occasion called. This was Felipe de Neve, greatest of the Spanish governors of Alta California. As he came to the province from Baja California, he was able to inspect most of the territory under his command on his way to Monterey, which he reached in February 1777. He soon made a trip to San Francisco, and thus at the outset acquired personal information of the whole range of his government. Having satisfied himself as to the needs of the province, he lost no time in communicating his views to Bucareli, for he had not yet heard of the establishment of the Commandancy General. Prior to Neve's arrival, the mission of San Juan Capistrano had been founded, in November 1776, and that of Santa Clara in January 1777. Neve proposed the addition of 3 more missions along the Santa Barbara Channel, together with a presidio. He also wished to form civilian settlements, pueblos, on the Santa Ana, San Gabriel, and Guadalupe rivers, and to increase the forces at San Diego, Monterey, and San Francisco. For these purposes, he wanted 57 fully equipped soldiers, who should be recruited in Sinaloa and should bring their families with them, and 60 families of laborers, including artisans of various kinds. He also went into detail as to the equipment these recruits should have and the number and kinds of domestic animals to be procured in Sonora that it would be desirable to send with them. Upon receipt of Neve's suggestion, together with letters from Rivera and Serra, Bucareli sent the correspondence to Croix. Croix was at that time preparing to leave Mexico City for the north, and so returned the file to Bucareli with a request that he attend to the matter. This called forth a noteworthy reply from the Viceroy, dated August 27, 1777. It was not in the power of either Croix or himself, he reminded the former, to change royal orders at will. Hence, since the Californias were in Croix's jurisdiction, he was sending back the papers. He went on, however, to give Croix information about the Californias and tell him what he himself would do if still in charge. Neve's suggestion should be adopted, even though they involved additional troops and more expense, for these matters, in Bucareli's opinion, should take precedence of others in Croix's jurisdiction. There should be additional missions, too, in both Californias and along the Colorado and Gila rivers, so that there might be no gaps in the chain of communication with Sonora. Thus did Bucareli reiterate the opinions he had long held about the importance of the Californias and the Anza route. Had the matter lain within his jurisdiction, he would, almost certainly, already have taken the action which he now recommended to Croix. But under the circumstances, he was powerless to do anything. His zeal for the royal service and his magnanimity were also most creditably displayed in the advice that he gave and in the courteous manner that he offered it. Unwilling to take immediate action on Bucareli's suggestions, Croix referred the matter to 3 Sonora officers and then hied himself off to Texas. Not until September 1778 did he get around to consider Neve's proposals again. In a letter to Gálvez about the matter, he was petulant and lacking in sympathy with the subject. He complained of Bucareli's refusal to handle the Californias for him, but did not account for his own failure to adopt the suggestions of the Viceroy. Anyway, he said, the more he read about the Californias, the greater was his own confusion of mind with respect to their affairs. Nevertheless, he had decided to approve Neve's projects, but he would wait until he got to Sonora before attending to them. So here was another matter that Croix had put off. But Felipe de Neve was not a man to do nothing while awaiting official authorization. So far as his resources would permit, he proceeded to put into effect the measures he deemed important. Croix's one merit in the management of the Californias lay in the fact that he approved of anything that the governor actually got done. In November 1777, Neve founded a settlement on the Guadalupe. Acting on his own initiative, without any mandate from Croix, he took 15 families from Monterey and San Francisco and made a beginning of the pueblo which has since developed into the city of San Jose. He also started in to prepare a new reglamento for the Californias, basing his action on an order issued to Bucareli several years before by Julián de Arriaga. In a long report to Croix, Neve pointed out that Alta California soldiers were in fact receiving only 40% of the salary theoretically allotted them. Furthermore, they were being paid wholly in clothing, effects, and provisions at an advance to allow for costs of carriage of 150% beyond the prices charged in Mexico City. Thus, they were getting some 16% of what their full salary would have purchased in the capital of the Viceroyalty. The situation was rendered yet worse because the execution of the existing reglamento was even more defective than the law itself. Naturally, service in the province was not popular. Indeed, it was asking a great deal of these men merely to live in this far distant locality, away from the activities to which they had become accustomed in the regions from which they had come. Neve urged that his troops be given the same pay as the soldiers of other frontier provinces, and that some of it be in cash. Under those circumstances, he believed, the men would be contented, and others would be induced to come. Neve's memorial, making these and indeed many other suggestions, crossed a letter from Croix asking him to draw up a reglamento. The governor therefore prepared the famous document, which is usually called by his name, completing it on June 1, 1779. In this he embodied the provisions of his earlier memorial to Croix, and in his remitting letter announced, characteristically, that he was putting his reglamento immediately into effect, subject to such later changes as Croix might make. The Neve instrument was eventually approved and was henceforth employed, together with the earlier documents already mentioned, as the administrative basis for the government of the province during the remainder of the Spanish era. Meanwhile, Bucareli's influence had not been entirely removed from the Californias and San Blas. In 1776, prior to the establishment of the Commandancy General and before Bucareli seems to have known that it was contemplated, news came from Spain of English preparations to send out Captain James Cook on the third of his now well-known voyages to the Pacific. According to Spanish information, he was planning to visit the Californias with a view to opening up trade relations, and was intent also on the discovery of a sea route between the Atlantic and the Pacific by what the English called the Northwest Passage, making an attempt for the first time, so far as the English were concerned, to accomplish this aim by sailing from west to east. The viceroy was ordered to take such precautions as might cause Cook to fail. Bucareli's reply, dated June 26, 1776, is one of the most important documents in the history of Spain's efforts along the northwest coast. It is also almost identical in spirit with his already mentioned letter of July 1773, notably in its lack of alarm, if also in its readiness, nevertheless, to take appropriate action. The remarkable activities of the viceroy against possible foreign danger since 1773 have already been indicated. In all probability, he would have displayed a like energy and resourcefulness to forestall this new peril. Almost surely he would have strengthened the Californias by developing the land route thereto, but under the circumstances he had no authority to do so. By special enactment of the decree providing for the Commandancy General, the management of the supply ships had been left within the jurisdiction of the viceroy. This difficult problem Bucareli continued to handle with success during the remainder of his term. He was also ordered to take charge of a fresh series of voyages to the northwest coast. Overcoming such handicaps as those already mentioned in dealing with the affairs of San Blas, he equipped two ships which set sail from San Blas in February 1779. Ignacio Artiega and Juan de la Bodega, in command of these vessels, made a careful exploration of the Alaska coast and found neither Russians nor Englishmen, though there was in fact a Russian settlement on Kodiak Island which they barely missed. Upon their return, a royal order was issued in 1780 calling for a discontinuance of such voyages. Meanwhile, the great viceroy, Antonio Bucareli, had answered the last call. On October 9, 1779, after 14 years of service to the colonies, he died, still in harness and far away from his beloved Spain, to which for many years he had wished in vain to return. To the end, his career had been one of solid achievement with respect to those matters that had been left in his charge. For the Californias, he had been unable to do much after 1776, but he had already accomplished enough to entitle himself to lasting remembrance on the part of the Californians. He had saved Alta California from abandonment, and in so doing, quite unknown to himself to be sure, he had preserved that province and the Pacific coast for the ultimate occupation of the United States. The inevitable further result of his policies, if he had been empowered to carry them out to the full, would have been to keep Alta California at least for the peoples of Hispanic race. Thus it is that if he helped the United States at, very likely, the expense of England, he was in no wise at fault before his own people for the failure to add yet another great area to the future domination of the Republican Hispanic America. Mexicans remember Bucareli, not indeed for his exploits in connection with Alta California, but for his high character and his achievements affecting regions now within the area of the Southern Republic. An important thoroughfare in the Mexican capital bears his name. Of far greater consequence is the fact that he was buried in the Sacred Church of Guadalupe, where he has a tablet commemorating his work. This place is to Mexicans all that Mecca is to Mohammedans, or Jerusalem to Christians in general. As many as 100,000 pilgrims have been known to visit it on a single day. In this great shrine, which associates itself with Mexican nationalism, with the Indians who resisted Cortés and the patriots who at length won independence, the grave of Bucareli is the sole reminder of Spanish domination. Truly, the memory of Bucareli will never be erased from the heart of Mexicans. Thus has one of the greatest and best of the viceroys found a worthy resting place. And to Californians, the Church of Guadalupe should have a new significance. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26, A History of California, the Spanish Period. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26, The Yuma Massacre. Teodoro de Croix's neglect to go ahead with the project for establishing settlements on the Gila and Colorado, which Bucareli had planned, is not to be ascribed to indolence. Most of all, it was due to an imperfect understanding of the situation, wherefore he was more impressed by another plan of his own devising. He felt that it would be quite a feather in his cap if he could bring an end to the Indian wars, and in particular reduce the Apaches. Therefore, he proposed to inaugurate a general campaign, making use of friendly Indians as well as all available Spanish soldiery in the achievement of his ends. In the light of this grandiose scheme, the smaller undertakings which Bucareli had favored were either lost sight of by the Commandant General, or else reduced to insignificant proportions. Croix's policy was to be yet another instance of the old story of the man who is dazzled by the brilliancy of his own conceptions, but who misses essential details and leaves behind him a record of failure. As early as July 1777, Croix dropped the plan for settlements along two rivers and decided instead merely to send Garces and another religious to the Yumas. That, he believed, would be enough for the time being, since Chief Palma and the Yuma fighting men would have to join in Croix's general campaign against the Apaches. Furthermore, he felt that it would be a waste of money to found missions along the Gila, since the warriors would be absent and the old men, women, and children, who alone would remain during the course of the war, would be little inclined to conversion. No precise date was set when Garces should found the proposed mission among the Yumas. Indeed, it was several years before Croix got around to give the matter a modicum of his attention. When at length he did interest himself, he seemed to be more concerned with making a record for economy than with the security of the settlements themselves. Meanwhile, Croix failed to grasp the significance of a principle which he himself had subscribed to when it was expressed to him by Father Juan Morphy, one of his principal advisers. In making an argument against such undertakings as the Dominguez Vélez de Escalante expedition, Morphy had pointed out that missionaries were accustomed to tell the Indians of the wealth of the king and to make offers of Spanish friendship. The Indians could not comprehend the descriptions of Spanish cities, since they had never seen any, and when nothing came of the promised gifts and friendship, they were apt to bethink themselves of these ragged, half-starved missionaries who had told them of these tales, and serious consequences were likely to occur. Neither Croix nor Morphy seems to have applied this generalization to the case of the Yumas, though it exactly fitted the facts. The Yumas could not understand the long delay in sending them missionaries. To their simple, childlike minds, the introduction of Christianity meant gifts of trinkets and tobacco, such as they had received from Anza, and they were at first disappointed and later resentful when the expected boon did not come. Chief Palma, the Spaniards' friend, began to lose influence among them and repeatedly requested the authorities in Sonora to hasten the plans for the missions. In 1778, he himself went twice to the Presidio of Alta to urge the matter. It was as a result of Palma's solicitations that Croix, who had not yet reached Sonora, decided at length in 1779 to act. In February, he issued orders for Garces and another missionary to go to the junction and establish a mission among the Yumas. Garces requested a military escort of at least 12 soldiers, who should be married men and should take along their wives, thus reducing the likelihood of trouble with the Yumas through the rough attentions which otherwise the soldiers would pay to the Indian women. Garces also emphasized the importance of providing a liberal quantity of gifts for the Yumas, of non-interference with their lands and crops, and of sending a number of well-supplied and well-equipped permanent settlers. The governor of Sonora acceded in principle to most of Garces's requests, but would not permit the soldiers' wives to go, lest the Indian men covet them, and he left it to Croix to decide about the settlers. Moreover, he in any event had scant funds at his disposal even for the small party which was to accompany Garces at the outset. Croix presently changed his mind and sent orders to hold back the expedition. Before they were received in Sonora, however, Garces had already departed. In May, the sum of 2,000 pesos had been advanced to Father Juan Diaz, who had been selected to accompany Garces. With the purchase of presents for the Indians, mules, and certain necessary equipment, this fund was soon exhausted. In August, the 2 friars and their little army of 12 men started, intending to go by way of Papagueria to the junction. The rainfall that year had been so slight that the route proved unusually difficult. Garces decided, therefore, to take 2 soldiers and push on, leaving the rest of his force at Sonoita. In due time he reached the junction, but arrived with his provisions very nearly exhausted and without the supply of gifts for the chiefs, which was almost a prerequisite for the establishment of friendly relations. As it was the season for planting, the Yumas were much scattered, so that in any event he could not proceed with the establishment of the mission. In letters of September 2nd to Governor Corbalan and to Croix, he pointed out his wretched plight and asked for a grant of 300 pesos to be devoted principally to gifts for the Indians, such as beads, shoes, and cloth. This was essential to success. Funds were also absolutely required for the building of houses and payment of interpreters. A month later, on October 2nd, Diaz came up with the rest of the soldiers. By this time, Garces had gained a clear understanding of the difficulties of his situation. The Yumas did indeed want to be converted, but it was only because they believed it meant all manner of presents for them from the Spaniards. Other tribes in the vicinity were equally clamorous for that type of material Christianity, and were not a little jealous of the preference shown to the Yumas. To bring the Yumas in truth under the dominion of the Church was going to be a much harder task than it had seemed in the days of the Anza expedition. Garces now realized, too, that Chief Palma had no real authority over the Yumas. He was only one of the many chiefs, and neither he nor any of the others had any power except insofar as the Indians wished to obey them. To add to Garces's difficulties, he found that the Yumas were eager to go to war with their neighbors. It required all the arts of persuasion in the gift of Chief Palma to keep them from doing so. The conflict was avoided, but the desire for it remained. Garces now felt that it would be impossible to maintain the Spanish settlement as it was then. Writing to Croix in November, he urged that a second mission be founded and more settlers sent. He also pointed out the need for establishments among other tribes, so that the Spaniards at the junction might have recourse to them in case of danger. In particular, he favored the founding of missions along the Gila, supported by a strong military escort to ward off the Apaches, since the Gila route was much better than the one through Papagueria. With the addition of more troops, carefully selected from the standpoint of good character, and the grant of some further financial aid, all would turn out well, as the land itself was suitable for grazing and agriculture. Garcés' situation at the junction grew steadily worse. Corbalán refused him the 300 pesos he had asked for, without which Garcés was unable to make a decent pretense of effective missionary work. Garcés and Diaz agreed, therefore, that the latter should go to Sonora and explain in person to the Commandant General the critical condition of the settlement. Yet the spirit of Garcés was as strong as ever. In a letter of December 27th to Croix, he rejoiced that the decision to suspend the Colorado Gila establishment had not reached Sonora in time. The greater part of the next year was to pass before the aid which Garcés had requested was to reach the junction. How the intrepid friar and his small body of soldiery held on is a mystery, but hold on they did. Garcés was certainly not going to risk the failure of a project to which he had devoted the best years of his life. Father Diaz reached Arizpe in February 1780 and presented his petitions to Croix, who had by this time established his residence there. In the course of a month, they reached an agreement as to what should be done. Indeed, Croix accepted the plan which Diaz proposed in substantially the form that the latter presented it. O'Connor and Bucareli had wished to transfer the presidios of Horcasitas and Buenavista to the Gila and Colorado, but Croix felt that they could not be dispensed with at their existing locations. Instead of building 2 new presidios, he adopted Diaz's suggestion for a much cheaper type of establishment, and boasted to Gálvez of the greater economy of his plan as compared with that of Bucareli. 2 settlements were to be founded at the junction, each of which was to combine the features of mission, presidio, and civilian town in one. One settlement was to have 11 soldiers and the other 10, while 4 religious and 32 civilians, including artisans and interpreters, were to be evenly divided between the 2. Married soldiers were to be selected, and it was agreed that their wives should accompany them. Croix had intended that the temporalities or material wealth of the missions should be administered by the commandant, but Diaz objected, holding that they provided a fund which was essential to the success of missionary work. Diaz urged, however, that a special grant of 200 pesos a year should be made to the friars, asserting that that would be even better than their retention of the temporalities. Croix readily consented, and the provision for the 200 peso grant formed part of the decree of March 7, 1780, which ordered the Diaz plan, just described, to be put into effect. Furthermore, Croix wrote to Gálvez that he intended also to secure the Gila route by founding a presidio at the junction of the Gila and San Pedro. The resounding failure, which was to be the fate of the settlements at the junction, has been ascribed to Croix because of the so-called mongrel type of establishment that he founded, something that was not mission, presidio, or pueblo, but a conglomerate of all, and because he took away from the friars the management of the temporalities. It is fitting to observe that there is an element of unfairness in these charges. It would seem that Croix's action, as of the time that he took it, was altogether appropriate. He did little more than approve the recommendations of Father Diaz, who had long been an adherent of Garcés' views, and was thoroughly competent to represent him. Indeed, it could not have been foreseen at the time that the settlements would fail. Contrary to what has so often been written, it was not the first time that similar establishments had been made in the Spanish colonies, and the expedient had been reasonably successful. If the wrong basis for imputing the Yuma disaster to Croix has been taken, he nevertheless deserves overwhelmingly to be held to account. The real criticisms that should be applied to him are that his delay in facing the problem had resulted in the loss of the moment when the Yumas were most kindly disposed, and that by his failure to understand the situation when once he had undertaken the establishments, as witnesses often express pride in the economies of his plan, he not only did not ward off impending evil, but rather promoted it. Nowhere is Croix's failure to grasp the idea of the northwestward advance more clearly shown forth than in the three monumental memorials which he prepared, dated as of the years 1780, 1781, and 1782, though the last was, in fact, ready before news came to the Commandant General of the Yuma Massacre in 1781. Footnote. These memorials, as seen by the writer, contained respectively 248, 856, and 1,000 pages. In footnote. In all, the keynote was the war against the Apaches. Sonora received considerable space, but more especially with reference to the Apaches in the northeast, and to a lesser extent on account of the Seris. Each of these documents was intensely local in its point of view. There was not a word in them about the larger projects which had engaged the attention of Gálvez and Bucareli, not a word about foreign aggressions along the Pacific coast, at a time, too, when they had become a fact. The Californias were not even discussed in two of them, and received a meager and purely local attention in the other. On the very eve of the Yuma Massacre, Croix was still priding himself on the savings he was effecting by not placing a presidio at the junction of the rivers. In fine, if these documents, which are extraordinarily valuable to the historian for the affairs of the frontier provinces, if they are a tribute to Croix's painstaking thoroughness on the one hand, they are indisputable proofs of his exceeding narrowness of vision on the other. Meanwhile, the two colonies on the Colorado had been founded in the fall of 1780 on the Alta California side of the river. One of them, Purísima Concepcion, was set up near the junction, while the other, San Pedro y San Pablo de Vicuñer, was a little farther down. Trouble with the Yumas began almost at once. The enthusiasm which the natives had felt for the transient, gift-bearing Spaniards of Anza's day had long since left them. In addition, the Spaniards who now came among them to live were not slow in proving that they were not entitled to any halo. For example, they paid small heed to the rights of the Yumas in allotting lands, and their cattle ruined the native crops. When the provisions of the settlers became exhausted, the Yumas demanded exorbitant prices to supply them with more, which in turn enraged the Spaniards. The Yuma chiefs now began to plot in secret against the colonists. Even Chief Palma, who had for so long been a staunch friend of the Spaniards and owed much of his exalted prestige to their support, at last cast in his lot against them. In June 1781, the long-sought recruits for Alta California arrived from Sonora. There were 40 families of them, in charge of Captain Rivera, with an escort of some 11 or 12 soldiers. Here was to be enacted the last act in the life of the ex-governor of Alta California. True to type, he appears to have been more or less incompetent to the end. He had not been at all liberal with gifts, though it is not clear whether the fault was Rivera's in not presenting them, if he had them, or in Croix's in not supplying them in the first place. And his cattle destroyed the mesquite plants of the Yumas, thus fanning the flame of their discontent. The Yumas contained themselves until the 40 families had departed, bound for the Alta California coast. Then the chiefs decided to act. Rivera and his escort had, meanwhile, recrossed the Colorado and encamped there, in order to strengthen their animals before proceeding on their way. They were still there when at last the long pent-up wrath of the Yumas broke in full force against the Spaniards. On July 17th, at about the same hour, the two settlements on the west bank were attacked in overwhelming force and destroyed. The two friars at Vicuñer, one of whom was Father Diaz, and most of the men were put to death. The same thing occurred at Purísima Concepcion, though Fathers Garces and Berenice were temporarily spared, only to meet the same fate as the others on the second day thereafter. The women and children at both places were held as captives. Rivera and his men, meanwhile, were just across the river, unaware, it would seem, of the dramatic happenings which were taking place almost before their very eyes. On the day after the destruction of the settlements on the west bank, the Yumas fell upon the forces of Rivera and killed them to the last man. One cannot help wondering whether Rivera had taken proper precautions. At one stroke, more than 30 Spanish soldiers and 4 friars had been massacred, a disaster of almost unprecedented proportions in the history of Spain's conquest of the northern frontier. In the light of the tremendous consequences of the Yuma Massacre, that event itself and the immediate aftermath pale into insignificance. Punitive campaigns were planned and several expeditions were made during 1781 and 1782. The survivors were ransomed, but not much else was accomplished. The saddest part of the whole affair was the blight which was put upon the career of the great explorer Juan Bautista de Anza, whom Croix made the scapegoat, though he himself was alone to blame. Ever since Croix's arrival in New Spain, he had not tired of singing the praises of Anza, Anza in Sonora, Anza in Croix's councils at Chihuahua, Anza as governor of New Mexico. Always and under all circumstances he had received, as indeed he had merited, the Commandant General's praise. His great victory over Cuerno Verde, the Comanche chief, has already been mentioned. He had not, however, made the projected exploration toward Monterey. Indeed, Croix was not greatly in sympathy with the idea. He had, nevertheless, kept his hand in as an explorer by an attempt in 1780 to find a direct route between New Mexico and Sonora, though he had emerged opposite Llanos and Nueva Vizcaya instead of at the place he had intended. Now Croix suddenly discovered that Anza was not the man he had claimed him to be. Indeed, he insisted that Garces and Anza had grossly exaggerated the facts in praising the Yumas and their lands. Since Garces had met his death in the massacre, Croix presently ceased to attack him and confined his maledictions to Anza. The injustice of Croix's charges is apparent. Anza had stated that the route discovered by him would be impracticable if the Yumas were hostile or even unfriendly, owing to the difficulty of crossing the Colorado in times of flood. Garces had repeatedly urged the founding of a presidio at the junction of the rivers, and so had Anza. One of Croix's long memorials quotes Anza to that effect. Bucareli, O'Connor, and Gálvez himself had advised Croix to take immediate action toward securing the Alta California route. Croix alone was blameworthy because he had delayed too long, but he was not man enough to admit it. In January 1783, Croix called a junta of the leading officers then in Sonora to decide what action should be taken concerning the settlements at the junction. At this meeting appeared Felipe de Neve, who had just come from Alta California by way of the Anza route. Like Anza, he too was in fact nearing the end of his career, but though he was to die at the height of his reputation, he tarnished his fame before the bar of history by joining in the campaign against Anza. He condemned the Colorado country, saying it was a region of salt marshes and sand with slight rainfall and scant pasture, and this of a territory which now includes the Imperial Valley, one of the richest agricultural sections in the world. Neve, though fairly correct from a superficial standpoint, certainly erred in vision. The prevailing opinion of the junta was that the settlements at the junction served no useful purpose, since it would always be possible to use the route to Alta California if some 30 soldiers were sent along. As it would cause a heavy expenditure to restore the settlements, it was held best to abandon the idea. With this decision, made by Croix and his advisers on January 3, 1783, the Yuma disaster, which might otherwise have been a local event of small consequence, took its place in history as a factor of far-reaching importance. For the land route to Alta California had been, and was to remain, closed. Before discussing it further, it is well to turn again to Anza, whose career henceforth was an unbroken record of undeserved misfortunes. Hugo O'Connor, who had quarreled with Croix from the moment of the latter's arrival as Commandant General, had prophesied the Yuma disaster at about the time when, in fact, it had already happened. When he heard of this, Croix made haste once more to exculpate himself. If Anza had not misrepresented the country, he said, he himself would never have given orders for its occupation, and the massacre would therefore not have occurred. Even if true, which it wasn't, This statement is in itself a condemnation of Croix in his failure to understand the problems of the Anza route. Croix was not long to remain on the scene, however. Late in 1783, he was promoted to be Viceroy of Peru. Felipe de Neve now became the Commandant General, and from the first displayed a venomous temper against Anza that is hard to account for, unless as the peevishness of an old campaigner broken in health. It was the custom for Spanish officers to draw up an annual service sheet, which at the same time gave an indication of their entire career. Neve ordered Anza to omit styling himself the discoverer of the route to Alta California, on the ground that honor belonged to the Indian Tarabal. He also commanded him not to lay claim to the victory over Cuerno Verde, asserting that the credit really belonged to Azuela, Anza's subordinate in that fight. Furthermore, he quarreled with Anza over his handling of New Mexican affairs, and asked Gálvez for his removal, stating that he was incompetent. Very likely, Croix was largely responsible for Neve's attitude. It is not probable that Neve ever read Anza's reports and diaries, which in fact represented the Colorado country with substantial correctness. Rather, he listened to the embittered Croix, eager to clear himself from blame and crying to the four winds of heaven that Anza had misrepresented the situation to him. If Anza and Neve had been personally acquainted, the latter might better have judged his man, but the evidence of their annual service reports would tend to show that they had never met. Through all this misfortune, Anza's conduct was exemplary. As a subordinate, he was not in a position to resent Neve's insults. He met them, though, with a becoming dignity and a clearness of explanation that would have convinced anyone who was not predisposed to an opposite view. Felipe de Neve, who deserves to be remembered as Alta California's greatest Spanish governor, and not as a crabbed commandant general, soon passed away. At length, one of Anza's old companions, Jacobo de Ugarte, became commandant general and dared to come to Anza's defense. He wrote to Gálvez in 1786 that Neve's opinion of Anza's government of New Mexico had been founded on the incorrect reports of the latter's opponents, and that Anza had in fact merited praise rather than removal. This was a courageous letter under the circumstances. Croix's failure had been a defeat for the former visitador, whose vindictive spleen has already been set forth. Indeed, he had long since appointed a new governor of New Mexico, without in any way providing for Anza, who still remained in New Mexico, awaiting the arrival of his successor. Anza, meanwhile, petitioned for the governorship of a province in the viceroyalty, where he might pass the remainder of his days in freedom from hardships. Ugarte warmly espoused this petition, and José Antonio Rengel, who had once been temporary commandant general and then occupied one of the highest positions in the northern provinces, wrote across the document itself that he too endorsed it. Yet again, in 1787, Ugarte wrote to Gálvez on behalf of Anza, this time urging that he be made governor of Texas. The evidence is not yet complete as to the result of Ugarte's efforts, but it is probable that nothing came of them. Certainly Anza did not become governor of Texas, and no record has come to light showing him in possession of any other post. He seems to have remained in New Mexico until 1788, when at length his successor arrived. Thereupon, Anza disappears from view. Thus did one of Alta California's most intrepid heroes pass into undeserved obscurity. The Yuma Massacre did not undo the work of Bucareli, though it prevented it from coming to its fullest fruition. The great viceroy had saved the Spanish establishments in the north from failure, thus keeping that territory temporarily in the hands of Spain and checking the designs of the English and Russians, more particularly the former, for getting a foothold on the Pacific coast. Croix's negligence in handling the situation, which was primarily responsible for the Colorado disaster, brought the great forward movement in the growth of Alta California to a standstill, thus making it inevitable that neither Spain nor Spanish America should retain the province in the north, and that it should one day pass into the keeping of the United States. The American people, if most surely they will admire the character and deeds of the great man who would have prevented their ultimate expansion to the Pacific coast, may well feel glad that the favoritism of Gálvez brought forward Teodoro de Croix. Judged by results alone, Croix should be regarded as an American hero of the first water. End of chapter 26.